An exciting time where GMs tirelessly work the phones in pursuit of one goal, the Stanley Cup. So, to refresh your memory on who's gone where and for what, here are all the big moves that have happened leading up to today. It started back in mid-November of 2023 in spectacular fashion when player agent Dan Milstein took to social media announcing his client Nikita Zadorov was requesting a trade out of Calgary. And it worked. Before the month was over, the Vancouver Canucks dumped forward Anthony Beauvillier and his $4.15 million cap hit to the Chicago Blackhawks for a 2024 bid. And with the freed up cap space, the Canucks acquired Zadorov for a 2026 third and the aforementioned fifth round pick. While other deals were made in late 2023, it wasn't until early 2024 that we got our first Survivor-esque blindside of the season. After months of being ghosted by Cutter Gauthier, the Philadelphia Flyers exchanged the former 5th overall pick for Anaheim's former 6th overall pick, Jamie Drysdale, and a 2025 second. And there was another big move to come before the end of the month. On January 31st, the Calgary Flames sent former 40-goal scorer Elias Lindholm to the Vancouver Canucks in exchange for winger Andrei Kuzmenko, a 2024 first-rounder, a conditional fourth, alongside defense prospects Yanni Yermo and Hunter Bruskevich. And now Lindholm's name is back in trade rumors. In early February, the Montreal Canadiens sent center Sean Monahan to the Winnipeg Jets for a 2024 first-round pick and a conditional third. An interesting development, considering the Habs acquired Monahan only 18 months prior in a cap dump where they received a first-round pick. If only I could work the stock market the way Habs general manager Kent Hughes worked the Calgary Flames. Speaking of Flames, the fire sale in Calgary wasn't done just yet. On February 28th, the Flames shipped right-handed defenseman Chris Tanev, half retained, to the Dallas Stars in exchange for defense prospect Artem Grushnikov, a 2024 second, and a conditional third. The New Jersey Devils also got involved, retaining another half of Tanev's salary for a 2026 fourth from Dallas. Then, 2 days later on March 1st, Brad Treliving made a big splash by acquiring Leafs legend and right-handed defenseman Ilya Lyubushkin, half retained, from the Anaheim Ducks for a 2025 third-round pick. The Carolina Hurricanes also got in on the action, getting a 2024 sixth from the Leafs for double retaining on Lyubushkin. As the March 8th deadline inched within a couple of days, GMs really started showing their hands. On March 5th, the Vegas Golden Knights started pushing their chips in, acquiring winger Anthony Mantha, half retained from the Washington Capitals, for a 2024 second and 2026 fourth. March 6th began with the end of Vladimir Tarasenko's short stint with the Ottawa Senators as the former Stanley Cup champion forced his way to the Florida Panthers, half retained, in exchange for a 2025 third and a conditional fourth. Then, Ken Holland decided not to prioritize defense and goaltending like many thought he would, and added center Adam Henrique, half retained, and forward Sam Carrick to the Edmonton Oilers for a 2024 first and a conditional fifth. In addition, the Oilers sent a conditional fourth to the Tampa Bay Lightning for double retention on Adam Henrique, and also received the signing rights to goalie prospect Ty Taylor. The second blindside move leading up to the deadline was when the Colorado Avalanche sent 22-year-old defenseman Bowen Byram to Buffalo, receiving center Casey Middlestat. And with Byram's departure from the Avalanche blue line, they went out and got right-handed defenseman Sean Walker and a 2026 fifth in exchange for Ryan Johansson and a top 10 protected 2025 first-round pick. Johansson was then waived by the Flyers. The New York Rangers got their guy, acquiring Seattle Kraken center Alexander Wenberg, half retained, in exchange for a 2024 second and a conditional fourth. And to close out the day, the Calgary Flames sent defenseman Noah Hanifin to the Vegas Golden Knights, half retained, for a 2025 conditional first, a conditional third, and defenseman Daniil Miromanov. The Philadelphia Flyers also got in on the deal, double retaining Hanifin and sending the signing rights to center Mikhail Vorobiev to Vegas for a 2024 fifth. On March the 7th, quite a few moves happened, but none bigger than Washington moving 6'5" defenseman Joel Edmondson to Toronto, half retained, for a 2024 third and 2025 fifth. But really, the big move of the day was when the Carolina Hurricanes violated their own principles by acquiring a rental. Yes, the Hurricanes added Jake Guentzel, quarter retained, for prospects Ville Koivunen, Cruz Lucius, Vasily Ponomariev, a 2024 conditional second, Michael Bunting, and a conditional fifth. With the deadline just hours away, there are still some big names available for trade. But the question is, will anything major happen on deadline day? Stay tuned to Scouching Live to find out. Producer AJ, signing off.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is 11:35 in the morning on a beautiful March 8th, 2024. I've got my vintage late 90s, early 2000s NHL All-Star jersey because today's an All-Star day in the National Hockey League. Welcome to the trade deadline special at Scouching here. Just before we get into it, let's do our ad reads. We're brought to you by Fanatics. You can use our affiliate link in the description or scan the QR code to provide a small kickback to the show on everything you buy in the store. We're also brought to you by Puck Preps Hockey, where you can get all your NCAA and CHL prospect needs across all drafts and all NCAA conferences. We're also brought to you by Fractal Hockey Consulting, which is my business for hand-tracked player analysis and recruitment packages for the NCAA, Europe, and beyond, with solutions for any of your organization's needs. And of course, Scouching.ca, where you can get exclusive access to innovative data tools with a ton of insight into draft prospects, players making their way into the NHL, and plenty of other perks. There's a new blog series that is available to subscribers that went out last night. And so just going into players I tracked over the last week and some of the storylines or narratives that are shifting and all kinds of things. So you can check all those out. And anyway, welcome to the show. We've got a lot planned out for you. As you probably can tell, that nice, beautiful intro production pack was made by our wonderful producer, AJ, working through all through the night and all through the morning, looking for Ilya Labushkin highlights. How are you, Mr. Producer Man?
I'm better now, especially because I see that there's almost 600 people watching. That's awesome.
I know,
guys.
right? I know.
We barely hit 50 at a time, and
yeah,
thanks for joining in.
Yeah, there are almost more viewers on this live stream right now than what I see on Twitter is Al Jazeera's live stream. So I'll take that, getting more viewers than an international news network. So that's pretty neat. But anyway, welcome to the show. We're going to go through all kinds of stuff today. Obviously, there have been trades this morning. There's obviously a whole lot of things that have happened in the last week. And I imagine there's going to be quite a bit coming down the pipe over the course of this morning. So, Mr. AJ,
yes, sir.
Where do we start? We have time. We can take our sweet time. Where do we start? I
think we got to start with what just happened with the Evgeny Kuznetsov trade.
Okay, Kuznetsov Toffoli just dropped. I don't think the return on Toffoli has dropped yet, so we can go into Kuznetsov. Yeah,
let's do it.
So if you don't know, Evgeny Kuznetsov has been traded from Washington to Carolina. 50% retained to the Washington Capitals for a third-round pick. Their 50% retention leaves him at $3.9 million cap hit through next season. Kuznetsov obviously just went through waivers. No one claimed him. He's been through the player assistance program. He's been a player who has, in my view, not really looked like himself for quite a while. When he's really going, and he kind of hasn't lately. But now he's a Carolina Hurricane, $3.9 million until the end of next year. AJ, what are you thinking? What's the,
It's interesting. Carolina just loves to make moves like this. And I think it's an interesting swing for them to take, right? You look at a guy like Evgeny Kuznetsov, who really, in a lot of ways, was the key factor or a big part of that Stanley Cup run for the Washington Capitals. And ever since then, it's just felt like he sagged a bit. Like he hasn't put as much effort into it. And there's been a lot of public criticism of him. But if Carolina are able to unlock what was once there with Evgeny Kuznetsov, then it could be insane, right? You add Jake Guentzel, then you add a wild card in Evgeny Kuznetsov, and as you mentioned, he's half retained. So if it really doesn't work out, there's 1 year left at the end. Yeah, there's 1 year. He's got next year under contract, so they might have to do a little cap dump, but it's kind of a low-risk move at some level if you can get such a great player out of it, if he can return to form. And that's a big if.
Even if you don't, and you get a guy, to me, who can just maybe play on your third line and you just lean into the offense a little bit, like, Carolina's so stacked now, but full of just good players. Svechnikov, Aho, Teravainen, Necas, Seth Jarvis. Now you've got Kuznetsov. Now you've got Guentzel. Even like a Jordan Staal down the lineup, a Kotkaniemi down the lineup. Like no matter where you look, it seems like Carolina has built themselves into a very deep team. Maybe they don't have the firepower up front like some of the other teams that are out there, but holy smokes, they're deep, man. Like they're a tough matchup for an entire game, I would say.
Yeah. And I think especially now they've added a bit more of that firepower, and we can get into this. We can get into the Jake Guentzel trade now too, where they've finally gone against the grain for themselves, right? They've went out, they acquired Jake Guentzel. I think it's a fantastic move for them. They gave up some decent players in Michael Bunting, who I've liked always because he came in and helped out the Leafs for quite a bit of time before he kind of tailed off a bit, but he's still a pretty decent player, and he found a lot of success on Carolina's power play this season. So I like that. I also really like Ville Koivunen. I was a huge fan of him when I really started watching prospects in 2021, and he was a guy that was in my top 25 that year, and I think it's not that dissimilar for you where you had Ville Koivunen, so I really like him. But I just like the move for both sides.
Yeah, I agree. I think I think with Koivunen, I think he's the guy in that deal that I'm kind of looking at as maybe the best high upside NHL pick, but not like a tremendous. I think he'll be a solid NHL guy. It's actually funny. I over the course of the last week was putting together a blog post for the site of like what a Guentzel package could look like. And then when it started looking like he was going to get traded well before the deadline, I kind of said, well, I don't want to put this out and then he gets traded in 30 seconds or before I'm done it. So, but the sketch out that I had for Carolina was involving Vasily Ponomaryov. And Ville Koivunen crossed my mind. The other name that crossed my mind was Scott Morrow, was a guy who I thought maybe Pittsburgh would be interested in. Especially if they want someone NHL ready. I mean, not that he's NHL ready, but he probably will be able to be signed or likely signing this year, but at the latest next year. And I imagine that he could come over and at least challenge for an NHL spot on a rebuilding team. But Koivunen and Ponomaryov and Chaz Lucius, I think as a trio is pretty good to land, let alone a conditional couple of picks. I mean, obviously those conditions coming true, if you're unaware, both are based on Carolina winning or making it to the Stanley Cup or winning it. So the second round pick they gave to Pittsburgh is Philadelphia's, but it upgrades to Carolina's first if they make the Stanley Cup final. And Pittsburgh gets a fifth if Carolina wins the Stanley Cup final. So
yeah, it was kind of interesting for me trying to put together that little feature. Or
yes,
should I say conditional first or conditional second? So I just went with the higher of the two.
Yeah, something like that. And I think it's entirely possible that Carolina finds their way through the Eastern Conference. I think it'll be tough.
Yeah, especially on the Metro side. I would expect them, like they're my favorite to come out of that side and get into the to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, like right now they're slotted to play who was it? I had it all set out here. Yeah, Philadelphia. And I feel like they could take Philadelphia
or even
and get out of that.
The New York Islanders that end up clawing their way back into it. I'm pretty confident in Carolina's ability to make it out of the first round. Yeah. I also like them against the Rangers if the Rangers are able to. I think they're playing the Detroit Red Wings so far, like as it stands. Like I just like Carolina's path to the Eastern Conference. But then there's the Florida Panthers, who I think are just going to win it all. So,
right. I mean, yeah, it's going to be tough. The East is going to be tough. Like Florida,
it's just going to be tough in general, right?
Yes, yeah. Like teams are adding, and they always do. But teams I love this era of the NHL because they just go for it. Like they really see multiple teams just don't really care about their futures anymore. And I think if you did like a historical analysis of teams trading prospects and picks for good NHL players, generally, if you end up, the saying is, if you end up with the best player in the trade, you've probably won it. And that's fair to me, I think. I think it's pretty crazy just to see what these teams are pulling out and how much they're willing to sacrifice in order to go for it. It's obviously a risk reward. But for Carolina to add a Jake Guentzel, and really this is why it's so important to draft very often and draft well, because even if you don't end up with rock solid NHL, superstars at every draft pick, if you have good prospects and good options everywhere, then you can move them in a trade like this, and it doesn't really hurt you all that much. Like losing the 3 guys that they lost, like I'm not super cut up about losing any of them if I'm Carolina, especially if I'm also adding at least another draft pick. And Michael Bunting isn't terrible. Michael Bunting is a useful player, and Kyle Dubas obviously has a thing for Michael Bunting. So who knows? I mean, it's pretty wild. I think it's a really, really good sort of deal for both sides. I mean, the forgotten part of this, I think, is also Ty Smith. Can't forget about Ty Smith.
Oh, even I forgot about it in the little feature.
Right. So, well, okay. So can't forget it. We got to give Ty Smith his due, right? But anyway, I mean, look, it's a really good deal for Carolina. I think Pittsburgh made a really good deal there. And I mean, yeah, you're right. Like Carolina's starting to turn a corner of we've done a lot of this sort of ballooning of our system. So let's, concentrate it a little bit.
Enough building, time to put on the finishing touches, like the top, right? They've got the foundation in place. They may have ordered an excess of pieces, so they're just exchanging them for something. It's like putting the gold tip on the top of the pyramid.
Yes. Yeah.
You had all the limestone in place, and then you put the little gold top on the pyramid. I can't remember what it's called, but I know it has a name.
The capstone, I think. Is that what it is?
I think it's something different, but either way.
Who knows? But anyway, Carolina got a lot better, and I think Pittsburgh set themselves up decently well. Obviously, if you're a Scouching patron or a subscriber at the partner level, I haven't updated the drafted prospect tracker for all the guys that have flown around, so I'll update that after the stream is over today. But anyway, I thought that was an interesting move for Carolina, especially in the backdrop of also now getting Evgeny Kuznetsov. They're looking like a real hockey team now, like top to bottom, and I don't know. It's going to be hard to root against them, I think.
Yeah.
Noah Hanifin, I guess, is the next one we can go to for a bit.
What I'm looking around for is because I know Toffoli is potentially on the move. I'm just trying to find a return here. I think one of our chat commenters said something about
2025 second and 24 third.
Yeah. So if that's the return, honestly, that's fine. I think you want to get a first always when you trade a rental. But being able to get a second and a third is not bad compensation at the end of the day. Because it's not... A lot of the times you're getting late firsts anyways. So to get 2 swings sometimes can honestly be better.
Yeah. I like... and there's so I like Tyler Toffoli, and I think in Winnipeg it makes sense. He's just a firepower guy, like a point producing firepower guy, which is cool. And I think Winnipeg kind of needs some of that. They've got like a Nino Niederreiter already there, but in terms of they have a lot of just good, hardworking boys, right? Up and down the lineup who just know how to move the puck and know how to play hard. And not that Tyler Toffoli doesn't do that, but it's not really what he's known for. But it kind of gives him the freedom to use him in a way that I think he could be successful, I suppose. And I mean, Winnipeg, who knows how many kicks at the can Winnipeg will ever get at going on a deep Stanley Cup run, and how important it is for them to sell playoff tickets and go on a deep run in the playoffs and do all that stuff with the recent talk about how they're losing money and how there's difficulties and things they need to get over. So good for them for going for it. And honestly, like they draft well regardless of how many picks they have from what I've been able to find over the last few years. So if I'm Winnipeg, a Jets fan, I'm going, well, yeah, okay, we were trying to win a Stanley Cup, so that's cool. But also you have to kind of put some trust in your scouts to at least land some decent swings at the T-ball to try to sort of hit something with whatever's left. But I mean, you're not trading if this is true, a second and a third. You're not trading, a huge amount for a guy like Toffoli if he helps you go on a run.
And
here.
how many times has Tyler Toffoli been traded to Canadian teams since he left LA?
Oh my God,
it's ridiculous.
That's a good question.
He's gone through so many, and also when you think about it, how many former Calgary Flames players have been moved at this deadline?
So Tyler Toffoli was traded from LA to Vancouver.
Yeah.
And then he went to Montreal, and then he was traded from Montreal to Calgary, and then he stayed in Calgary, and now he's been traded, or then he signed in New Jersey, and now he's been traded back to Canada.
No,
so
you got traded for Sharon Govich to New Jersey.
Right. Right, but he wasn't traded to Canada, but now he's traded back into Canada.
Yeah.
So
He's gone.
there you go.
What's next for him? Edmonton, Toronto,
This
Ottawa.
is his fourth Canadian team. He has now played on more than half the Canadian. He will now have played on more than half the Canadian teams in the National Hockey League. That's pretty cool.
What kind of blows my mind too is I remember thinking, and it was in 2020 when he got moved. Like, everybody's forgot about Tyler Toffoli, or at least I had at the time.
Right.
And now he just seems to be so front of mind all the time because he's always on the move. He's always going somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's an interesting one. I had the thought yesterday while I was doing dishes, because this is what I think about when I do dishes. But I was sitting around going, you know what? Like, Tyler Toffoli might be this generation's version of Mike Sillinger. Just a guy who's always on different teams, floating around, but never bad, just kind of chipping in, doing his thing, bouncing around from team to team and just helping them out. You know, it's all good. And Mike Sillinger was a great player. I think Mike Sillinger ended up playing for like 11 or 12 teams in his career, something like that.
Yeah,
but,
it's pretty wild.
Yeah, he's going on a tour,
But
right? So he's done a little bit of a tour in Canada.
Like, he was on LA for a good long time.
Yes.
Like, he was there as a young player. He won 2 Stanley Cups with him, if I'm not mistaken. And apparently Drager's also confirming the Toffoli return that we were talking about. But like, Toffoli to me just felt like, okay, he's going to be an LA King for a while, and he was until he wasn't, and now he's kind of been a mercenary for the last couple of years.
Yeah. I'm just updating the trades here. Winnipeg adding another one. Okay. So
So you want to get into more Calgary Flames, or did you want to...
Well, before we do that, Pat
it.
Maroon has been traded to the Boston Bruins.
Yes.
So that's extremely Bruins. We can cover that quick. That's an extremely Bruins trade.
I doubt it's for what David Phillips is saying it was for in our chat here.
Lisell a third and a fourth.
Yeah, I don't think that's true, David.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be Lisell in a first. I think that's gonna be.
Oh, right, of course.
Yeah.
Just break
Pat
my
Maroon,
heart
man.
more, eh?
Yeah, after watching the Bruins game last night play the Leafs, the Bruins are, if they're not going to be good, they're going to kill you. You know, like and Pat Maroon is exactly that, right? Maybe not the best NHL talent in terms of, you know, playing hockey, but holy smokes, Pat Maroon can be that fourth line guy, right?
Well, now Jack Edwards is going to have to call Pat Maroon being on the ice
that's
a lot more
true.
often. I just thought of that.
That's true. Oh my God.
Well,
that'll be fun.
I don't expect any pizzas anytime soon.
Our graphic designer has showed up in the chat, and dude, go to school, stay in school, pay attention in class. But anyway, Okposo to Florida apparently is happening. So we'll see where that goes. Yeah, we'll see where that goes. That would be a nice ad for Florida too, like a nice depth scoring guy with a you know, he has a letter on his chest in Buffalo.
Oh yeah,
good dude, loves the game, tries hard.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah. I mean, I like Kyle Okposo. He's always been a solid dude. Oh, okay. So he's finished his psych exam. He's got nothing. Okay. Well, all right. Fine.
Yes.
Yeah. Enjoy. Did you want to go over some other trades that have happened?
Yeah, sure.
Let's
pick it
Noah
up with,
Hanifin is the big one.
Noah Hanifin.
Yeah, Noah Hanifin. So Noah Hanifin traded to Vegas with Mikhail Vorobyov's signing rights. In return, it's a 3-way trade. Philadelphia is retaining on the way, gets a 5th-round pick for doing so. Calgary getting Daniil Miromanov, who, you know, he's all right. Conditional first and a conditional third. The conditions on the 1st-round pick, whatever. Vegas can still trade a 1st-round pick, and there's conditions around that. If Vegas wins a round, the 3rd-round pick becomes a 2nd-round pick. My initial thoughts, I mean, it's Vegas. Like, they're going for it again. I think Hanifin's a good addition for them based on what they've got on their lineup. They have a lot of sort of good skating, bruising defensemen back there. Guys like McNabb and Haig, and even White Cloud kind of throws his body around a little bit. Pietrangelo and Theodore, like, it gives you sort of a second offensive option along with a Shea Theodore, I think. And I mean, Noah Hanifin's also just a good player. Like, he's a good, you know, skatey boy, but I think it fits something that I think Vegas could certainly use a little more of.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at it, I think at the end of the day, it means that Alec Martinez is probably going to make way at the end of the season.
Right.
Because a lot of that cap hit that he has, I would imagine, goes to Noah Hanifin. And Hanifin turned down a 7.5 million AAV contract for 8 years with Calgary. So I would imagine that's still around the ballpark of what he would get. So the cap increase plus Martinez making way at the end of this year, I think will be able to accommodate Noah Hanifin going forward. And that decor is awesome. You have a guy like Shea Theodore, who you mentioned. He's one of my favorite defensemen in the league. Alex Pietrangelo, who's now a 2-time Stanley Cup champion in War C with St. Louis, and really, really good defenseman. Little bit of regression out of him, but still, it's like he's still a fantastic player at the end of the day, right? And just going forward, how good that decor is, man, it's going to be tough to mess around with them.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that this is, I mean, who knows if Vegas is done? I have no idea what they're up to from here, but sheesh. Interesting move for Vegas, and they just keep getting better.
I think they might even have more room to do stuff too, which is kind of nuts. So I wouldn't even be surprised at the end of the day if we see Vegas. Like, could we see Vegas with Buchnevich at the end of the day? It's very possible. Which would it'd be kind of nuts.
Yeah, like and they already, like, the guy that is interesting that they picked up is Anthony Mantha. Like, I think that's a really interesting option down the stretch. Like, but yeah, they could keep adding, like it maybe, but they're an interesting one. And I think Hanifin makes a lot of sense there. Who knows if he sticks around? But
I think
who really cares? Yeah, if you win who cares? If you win a Stanley Cup, it's a lot easier to keep guys on your team, I suppose. And Vegas doesn't seem like the worst place to make a living.
So, Will, we got a couple of chat questions that I think answer.
Let's do that.
One of them deals with an actual trade that happened yesterday, and it's the Duclair trade and your thoughts on Jack Thompson. So,
so after that, well, Jack Thompson's a guy who, when he was at draft eligible, I hadn't seen that much of him with Sudbury. But he's one of these guys who, I watched a bit of him last night. I watched a couple games of him in the AHL. He is I'd say one of Tampa's maybe top 5 to 7 prospects on their system. I don't know if he's got a tremendous amount of NHL upside, but he's a pretty big dude, skates decently well. But his big weapon is the shot that he's got. He produces a lot based on his, ability to just shoot the puck hard from the point. That's been his big calling card. Defensively, I think he's a bit of a passive defender because he doesn't have sort of the skating ability or the mobility to really sort of apply a lot of pressure in transition. And he's a big guy, but not the strongest guy, which is okay. For Duclair, though, I mean, adding a third with him, I would do it. It's a little bit different than a lot of the defensemen I think that San Jose has. He has a little bit more offensive pop, but I'm not like blown away by him. But I do think there's an outside chance he's an NHLer of some kind. But yeah, the big thing I noticed with him is just the ability to, along the blue line, just put the puck on net real hard. With a little bit of skill to sort of create passing lanes, move feet around and try to make lanes to the net. And decent passer as well. Like, if he's a pass first shooting offensive defenseman, I think there's something there with sort of adequate defense, I would say. So, like, decent pickup, especially for a guy that's expiring. And you get a pick with him. So I think that trade makes sense for both teams, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of Anthony Duclair, as I'm sure some of you are aware of. I just really like his speed and what he brings in the offensive zone. Like, he's a pretty good goal scorer too. Like, to me, I look at that move and I think that's a nice, cheap add for a team like Tampa that doesn't really have a lot of draft capital to play around with. So getting a guy like Duclair, to me, seems like a no-brainer kind of slam dunk move for them.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree.
That'll add some depth scoring to their lineup.
Yeah, I agree. I think again, like, the prospect they got, I think is fine, but Duclair, I think, is the best player in that trade. And yeah, I think for Tampa's purposes, considering what they gave up for like Tanner Jeannot last year, or was that 2 years ago? I don't remember.
I think it was last year.
Yeah, I think it was last year. You know, they paid less for, I think, a player who may be more
who's
offensively
better,
gifted.
just better.
Yes.
I think straight up better.
Yeah. My sources tell me William Nylander, the Ottawa Senators, is imminent. Well, you know what? Sure.
No one
maybe.
cares, Jordan.
No one likes. Well, William Nylander sucks. The giveaway last night that led to a goal against is evidence that he sucks. So, well, enjoy him, Ottawa.
But it'll never happen. That'll never happen.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding. What do you think of Matt Rempe? His analytics are the best on the Rangers since his call-up. Well, he's playing like 4 minutes a night, so he's playing like the easiest minutes you could possibly give him.
As well as spending 5 minutes in the box.
Yeah, like his thing is big and skate in a straight line as fast as you can and hit guys. Like that's been his calling card so far. I don't think I think he's a guy. I mean, he hasn't played that many games. He's, but he's kind of, it's a similar kind of profile to me as like Matt Martin. Like Matt Martin has always had solid defensive analytics for his entire career, but his offensive analytics are terrible. So it kind of evens out. But the thing is, he's just a guy who skates around the ice. And if you have the puck, he's going to hit you. So there's value in that, sure. But how much value, right? Like, I don't know. But yeah, Matt Rempe is just a very big boy who just barrels himself into guys. And yeah, if you do that enough, you can have some defensive metrics that look pretty good, especially in like 5 minutes of ice time every night. Wacky predictions for the day. Oh, sorry, you were going to say something?
Oh yeah, with Rempe, it's like, yeah, I would say it's like he's fine. And you get a bit of an edge with him. Well, a little bit more than an edge. And it works perfectly well. As Will said, not necessarily going to give you a ton of offensive production, but he's a big boy who can drive the net and score really ugly goals sometimes. As he pointed out, what an ugly first goal, I think is what he said.
Yes.
Something along those lines. So
off of his bum or something like that.
He's a lot of fun to watch. So at some level, there's value in the entertainment that you're going to get out of him, right? Like you might sell a couple more tickets because, hey, he's throwing the body around and throwing punches as well.
You might be buying tickets to a game they lose, but you're going to be entertained.
Exactly. So I actually think there is a lot of value to it, but even like just from a financials perspective, because when he debuted, like in that first week, there was more media attention on the New York Rangers from a bunch of other outlets, like non-sports related, just because of how huge of a story he was. So, and hey, man, he's been an awesome story this year. So it's exciting. He's a lot of fun to watch. And the analytics being the best on the Rangers is pretty insane. But it is a small sample. It's an
extremely small sample. Yeah, extremely. Do you have any wacky trade predictions for today? Is there anything you think might happen that kind of comes out of nowhere? I don't know.
Nowhere. If anything, I could see Washington adding someone because Washington has been reported to have wanted to like maybe add somebody for next year. And I don't want to make like a hard prediction on this, but I wouldn't be surprised at the end of the day if somehow Pavel Buchnevich might be a Washington Capital or something along those lines because they're looking for guys to add. Or maybe even like Pittsburgh going out and getting a Pavel Buchnevich, right? Because they want guys. And like Buch is an unsung hero in the NHL. This is the guy who puts up a point per game over the past couple of seasons, and no one talks about him. Like, this is actually probably the most underrated player in the NHL in terms of how good he is relative to how little he's talked about. Because when you think of St. Louis, the guys that are brought up are your Jordan Kyrous, your Robert Thomases. That's, I think, who a lot of people look at when they think of the St. Louis Blues. And Buch, while he's a thought, is not necessarily the guy that people look at all the time. I think he's gained a lot more traction because his name is out on the market potentially right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's a guy that's a top line winger. That's a top line winger, and he can also play center in a pinch, right? Like maybe even
Right.
Boston could go out and get him because Boston's been very quiet. So I just
Hey, they
I
have
have a,
Pat Maroon.
yeah,
They got Pat Maroon now. Watch out.
but I do just have a hard time like saying a wacky trade prediction because I feel like if I put something out there that's crazy, it's just gonna be so off.
Yeah. I would say like I'm just really curious. You want to talk about quiet? I'm curious about Montreal. Like Montreal is not making the playoffs. There's no way. They have a lot of young defensemen who are all kind of solid, and they don't really have a lot of forward depth. So to me, wonder if I'm Kent Hughes, if part of me is kind of thinking, all right, like I've been banking draft picks, I've been banking prospects, we have a ton of defensemen, like, for example, and I'm just throwing this out there, like Lane Hudson having an excellent NCAA career, but I am a little bit more reserved about him as an NHL defenseman. But is there a team out there that values him significantly now as an offensive guy, that maybe there's a guy out there that Montreal might be able to find that can be a NHL forward that is young and maybe needs a change of scenery or something, or I don't know what's out there, but at all. But I'm just interested in what Montreal does, because in terms of selling, like they've got Tanner Pearson now left. There's rumors about David Savard, so maybe those two guys are gone. Joel Armia, maybe he's got a contract until next season or end of next season.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Will. I just don't see if it was a bigger defenseman than Lane Hudson, like somebody who's like massive and not scoring as much. Like honestly, they could move Arbor Xhekaj and try and get something massive out of that because
sure,
he's fun, but is he necessarily the greatest defenseman in the world? Like I just don't see what you'd get for Lane Hudson, how that would be more valuable than keeping him.
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, it depends on who wants to offer what, right? Like, again, like I look at Montreal.
Teams won't even offer anything for Nick Robertson. Like that's why he's not getting traded.
Right.
Right.
So, but if you're Montreal, like if Lane Hudson say signs after this season, in reality, are they going to play him ahead of Caden Gooley or a Jaden Struble or a Jordan Harris or Arbor Xhekaj?
Well,
like those guys are already.
That's why I think Jordan Harris's name is out there. Like his name is out there as a potential candidate to move, right? So then Lane Hudson could come in, maybe play on the third pair and be your power play guy.
Yeah. I don't know. I wonder what Montreal's going to do. Like I look at Montreal and I go, look, you've got a lot floating around. You've got a bunch of picks this year. You got a bunch of picks next year. You've got a team like you've got Cole Caulfield and Nick Suzuki are almost 25, right? By the time that the guys that you draft with all of those picks next year are NHL playing age or ready to play in the NHL, like Suzuki and Caulfield might be pushing 30, right? So is that the situation you kind of want to plan for? Or do you go, you know what, like let's see who's out there. Let's try upgrading our forward group somehow, because they have a lot of current. It's like Carolina in a way, but like down at the bottom of the standings, where Carolina has so many prospects that they've drafted that now they can look at a Jake Guentzel and go, all right, maybe we add this person, this person, this person. But like like we talked about this a little bit yesterday, like what's his name, Trevor Zegras, right? Like what would it cost for Montreal to get Trevor Zegras out of Anaheim? I bet they have enough to do it. Like I bet that if they really were talking about it, they could make a deal there. I think, and there's a natural fit. He was teammates with Cole Caulfield.
I just don't think it's going to happen today. If anything,
maybe, right? I don't know. I guess maybe.
See, it's so hard to throw out a prediction because there's so many reasons why it doesn't make sense and why we don't see it coming, and then it does, right? Like it just happens.
I guess for me, if I'm Montreal, I kind of go, you know what? Let's just do it. Let's just do it now. Right? Like, because then you get the rest of the year to just not be good because Montreal's not making the playoffs. You can take the rest of the year to tell Trevor Zegras, like, look, the next 20 games, it's about finding your footing and going into having a good off season to get back on your feet again. And then at the start of next season, you already know the guys, you already know everybody, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. It's something that kind of makes sense to me in a way that, and I, because I look at Montreal and I'm going, all right, like they're kind of hopefully starting that uptick, but they still need some more, I'd say, some more depth to make it happen and some more pop, especially when they have so many players playing defense that could maybe be a bit of a log jam.
But sticking on the
that's
Montreal
all I've got.
train, we got a question about David Savard possibly moving. Now, do you think
Yeah.
he will by the end of today, Will?
Sure.
Really?
I could see it. I could see
I
it.
could
I mean,
see it. I
teams
just
seem
don't
to teams
bet
seem
on
to
it.
want him. Like teams seem to want him, and I bet you that there are contending teams out there that say like Montreal can retain salary on one more trade. I think you get 3, right? I think you get 3.
Yeah, you get 3.
Yeah, so they got room for one more retained salary deal, and that would be $1.75 million on the cap. And I feel like there are NHL teams out there that are looking at David Savard and going, yeah, we'll take David Savard for $1.75 million for this year and next year and pay a decent amount. Like, I'm not a huge David Savard guy, but he's having a solid year, I guess. And teams seem to be calling, man. I don't know. Like, based on what's out there, it seems to be out there. But I get the feeling also that Ken Hughes wouldn't do it without, getting a good deal like what he's looking for.
Like, and I think that's the problem because you can
yeah.
wait on that, right? A lot of the deals that like the bigger names available, like Pavel Buchnevich and I guess now David Savard, these guys have term on their deals left after the season. So teams can punt it. They can punt it into the offseason. They can punt it till the next deadline to try and maximize a return. They're not forced into anything. So for that reason alone, unless a team is going to way overpay, let's say, to get David Savard or Pavel Buchnevich out of St. Louis and Montreal, I just don't necessarily see it happening. But more so on the Savard thing.
Like, to me, it's like, yes, I think logically you can wait. But if you're the general manager of one of these contending teams and there are guys flying around all over the place, is that something that you can just sort of sit and let go? Like, are you going to be able to actually sit on your hands with David Savard? I'm putting on my NHL hat, right? And I'm flipping through potential contending teams. Like, would you rather have a David Savard on the Kings or an Andreas Englund or a Jordan Spence? I mean, I really like Jordan Spence, but for a playoff run, like,
right,
LA's got like Jacob Moverare playing minutes, and like, I would like if the LA Kings, who have had an up and down season but are not a bad team, can look at their roster and go, you know what, it might actually benefit us to get a David Savard and cheap for next year as well. Why not wait? I don't know. I could see it.
It just has to do with like being flexible, right? Having cap flexibility going into next year, because there's other deals you have to get done. Like, who do they have as RFAs this year? Like, is Byfield? I don't know when Byfield's up, but he might be up relatively soon.
They have RFAs in Lizotte, Byfield, Kaliev, Turcotte, Fogamo, Jordan Spence,
right?
Carl Grundstrom. But they're losing Victor Arvidsson. His cap hit's gone. Both their goaltenders, but those are cheap. Both goaltenders. Matt Roy, $3.1 million. And it's 1 point something, for retained David Savard. I don't know. It's
like,
a thought.
I can see it. It's just going to end up being like a lot, right?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
It'll be way more than what I'd probably be willing to pay. Like, I honestly wouldn't even be surprised if it ends up being in the range of like 2 firsts, because
welcome to the NHL trade deadline, though. Like, welcome to the trade deadline.
And that's insane to me, right?
Yes, it is.
For a guy like David Savard, who's not necessarily the fastest defenseman in the world, and I think that's something that really matters more so now than ever. Like, sure, he can defend, but if teams come at him on a forecheck in the playoffs, like, do you really want that guy necessarily carrying the puck?
Yeah. I don't know. Probably not, but we're not NHL general managers, right? Like, they don't, like, that's not a priority, I don't think, right now for them. They're going, like, how many times have we heard the phrase tough to play against in the last week and a half,
or
right?
adding
Like,
size at the
or
deadline.
adding size or sandpaper. Everybody's talking about how much.
Yes.
Everybody's talking about the grit level of sandpaper on national television, right? Like people don't really care. It's like, oh, this guy can move the puck. Who cares? In the playoffs, you don't move the puck. In the playoffs, you shoot the puck around the ice and just crush everybody. So I don't know. Can David Savard do that? I guess. And is that valuable? I guess. But like, then you get into the philosophical discussion of like playoff hockey, right? I don't know. Again, it's like with NHL teams, and if you think you can win a Stanley Cup and everyone around you is making moves to like get better, you know, for your own sake almost, you might want to say, well, maybe we pick up the phone and, you know, the advantage you get with Savard at least is that he's signed through next season. But I guess also there's no guarantee that he's like a massive needle mover for you long term.
Right.
Yeah. Did we I don't think there's any other chat questions.
I think there's one.
One.
Oh no, never mind. I don't think. Well, somebody's
No.
asking about it's David Phillips asking if you're watching the Jetta qualifying currently.
No, I'm not. I'm watching TSN's trade deadline coverage. It's great.
And
Bonky.
yeah,
oh my god.
And Rayan also asked a question about Robertson for Savard 1-for-1, which no.
Easy. Yeah, easy yes for Toronto. Easy.
It'd be an easy yes for Brad Treliving, but
yeah,
I would not do that.
Someone asked about Leaf moves, like any moves the Leafs could make. I mean,
I would stand pat personally.
I think they might be done. Like otherwise, like they kind of have no more room unless you waive someone. Like they're carrying 3 goaltenders. You know, who knows if Matt Nyes is injured? I don't know.
Yeah, and that was a big part of last night too. Like he got hurt. But it's not that all of a sudden you lose Matt Nyes until the playoffs and the millions of dollars in cap space you have. No, it's an entry level deal.
Yeah. And even then it doesn't matter because he's only been hurt he would only have been hurt a couple of days.
Yeah, so I just don't see what they do without really altering the group in probably a way that I'm not going to like.
Like the only thing I can think of is that they are a team that sort of comes out of left field with something that moves parts to get a good one, right? I don't know how. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that looks like because I feel like Toronto has a lot of like so much money tied up in so few players. Like they're not gonna like what is a team gonna want in like a I don't know if they package a Calle Yarncroke with some
they're not going to package
stuff.
a Calle
they're not and they're not
right?
going to do that.
The only name that kind of comes to mind is Liljegren, but I still don't think they'd ever do that because they're really lacking on right shots.
Yes.
And even though you should never even be considering trading Liljegren unless it's for a massive return that's an overpay. Like they moved on from Sandin, right? And I liked Rasmus Sandin, not as much as I like Timothy Liljegren. I've always been on since I've seen them in Toronto, like on the Maple Leafs, I've always been on the Liljegren's a bit better kind of train, but
right.
That's the one thing I'd worry about. It's the one thing I'd worry about.
Yeah. And I mean, who knows? I mean, it's tough too. Like I feel for Nick Robertson. Like that's the guy that I think I'm thinking about the most with regards to Toronto because I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm blind, but I feel like he's been a really good NHL player, even if he's not scoring as much as people think he will.
They put him next to John Tavares recently, right?
Yeah,
John Tavares was a top 10 player when he got to Toronto for all of one season. And then that contract has not looked good ever since. Right? Yeah.
So he's on pace for like 60 points this year, 70 points, 65 points, maybe something like that.
Right. And a lot of it came on the power play and at the beginning of the year riding the coattails of a William Nylander. Like riding, like basically getting fed the puck or picking up sneeze points just by being there. Where
sneeze points,
but it's true. It's like he's not doing a whole lot to get it, and it's William Nylander who's like a top 25, top 20 level player in the NHL, just doing his thing. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like the only thing is if nobody really is going to pay a ton for a Nick Robertson anyway, and they need the flexibility.
And
so I don't know. I don't think Toronto does anything.
I think he is up this year, but he's not going to re-sign for much. It's going to probably be under $1 million or just over the $1 million
Yeah.
range, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's not going to be much. Yeah. For like a year or two. But in any case, I don't see the Leafs doing anything unless it is maybe a big move to get a big player, but they have enough of those that make a lot of money. So I don't know why that would happen.
So
Unless someone's like retaining a bunch of money and they get someone really good, really cheap. I don't know.
yeah, so let's go on to another trade because we got a question about this
Yeah.
one. The Sean
Yeah.
Walker deal, and we'll also extend this to the Bowen Byram and Casey Middlestat deal. So we'll focus a little.
Sure.
We'll focus in on the Avalanche here. So
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on all of this? Like Casey Middlestat
Yeah.
going to Colorado and then using some of that flexibility to, well, the absence of Bowen Byram on the blue line to go out and get Sean Walker and shed Ryan Johansson and only give up a first with a cap dump.
Yeah. Yeah, I look, Colorado, you can't screw around with the Colorado Avalanche. Like they are a team now. Like they are, well, not that they weren't before, but they are scary. Yeah, so I have it here: a first, 2/3, a prospect, who whatever. Jeremy Hansel, Bowen Byram, and Ryan Johansson go out. They bring in Trennan, Middlestat, Walker, and Duhaime. Like that's, I think, adding two good supplementary players in Duhaime and Trennan. You know, not massive players, but they're good sort of supplementary down the lineup guys
for cheap.
For cheap. Casey Middlestat fills something that I think they needed, which is just some more scoring forward depth, and he can play center.
A 2C, right? Like they really needed that.
Yeah, McKinnon, Middlestat, they can sort of let him play around, let him be Casey Middlestat. You know, he's a fun, skilled guy. You know, and I think losing Bowen Byram, like that kind of does suck, but Byram has had trouble staying healthy. He hasn't been having the best season anyway. They've already got Makar and Gerard and Devon Taves on the roster, and you know, Sean Walker now is there. Like it just, to me, the vibes for me are like, it just makes sense where it's like he's kind of the odd guy out now, especially with Sean Walker in town. And the weird thing to me is Buffalo, because now your left-handed defensemen are Dahlin, Power, and Byram. So I imagine that a couple of those guys could probably play on their offside, but that's just a lot of similar kinds of left-handed defensemen. So we'll see what happens there.
You know what's crazy?
Yes,
that's
I know.
Two first overall defensemen and a fourth overall pick defenseman on the Buffalo Sabres left side. Just the left side, right?
Yep. Yeah. The only thing is that what is Bowen Byram what Buffalo needs, and is Casey Middlestat something Buffalo has too much of? I mean, they do have a lot of forwards. They have a lot of forward prospects that could and have been chipping in. So maybe that makes Middlestat a little bit more expendable. But that's a pretty decent sized piece of the team. And what they got in return is a bet. I think they're betting on Byram to stay healthy and continue sort of being what he could be. And I like Bowen Byram a lot. Like I like him a lot. I always have. So it'll be interesting. I think Colorado, though, got better. I think they got scarier. And they didn't pay a ton to do it, right? Like they don't have any prospects anyway to begin with, so who cares?
Well, they have some guys, right? Like they have Gulyayev, they have Callum Ritchie, players that are interesting.
Yeah.
So,
but not like, you know, they're not super interested in a tremendous amount of futures right now. Like that's not the point.
But they're not. I like
it.
Futures, right? Which is, I think, a sign of a good team, understanding that you want to keep those guys around until you're like, as long as you can, realistically, right?
It's the difference between drafting a guy you like versus trading the guy you already have drafted because you liked. Like those are two very different psychological situations, and you get out ahead of the problem by trading your first round pick anyway. So they've got their guys that they've already liked. They can keep them. And if teams want a first round pick instead, then you're good. So I think for Colorado, it's a good move, a good series of moves. And I think they got better, especially Casey Middlestat. I think that fills a pretty big hole in their lineup and gives them a lot more flexibility to play around with, for sure.
Yeah, and then we'll now go into the Sean Walker side of this. I love Sean Walker. It's It's pretty obvious.
I didn't know. Do we? Is that a thing?
We
I
do
forgot.
love Sean
I didn't,
Walker.
Yeah.
Here.
I didn't know. I was
we've been-
unfamiliar.
We've been hoping for Walker to the Leafs all
Oh.
year, and then when the news came out that he was going to Colorado, I'm just like, well, there they go, doing the thing again, getting another great defenseman to shore themselves up. Like, as silly as this sounds, and Sean Walker is not Devon Taves level, but that's the parallel immediately I thought of. It's just like, well, here they go, getting a really good player that's going to be on their blue line. That's a good mobile puck mover and can defend pretty well too, right? So
yeah,
I really like the move. Yep, go ahead.
Not to interrupt you. Jason Zucker traded from Arizona to Nashville.
Oh, okay.
So Jason Zucker is now a Predator.
Interesting.
I mean, Nashville has made some moves where it seems like they kind of might be not thinking that they're going to rebuild, I guess. Like if they're going to make the playoffs this year, which is entirely possible, they're not selling.
No.
They got Beauvillier. They traded Trennan, but they got Beauvillier, and now they're getting Zucker. So I don't know what Zucker's contract is. I'll look him up.
It's
$5.3 million until the end of this season. So he's going to be a rental.
Yeah, and he's probably going to be retained, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would think so.
And
yeah.
I don't think it's going to be for like a high pick. Like I'd imagine it'll be a second
That's a
at
lot.
most.
Yeah, it's a lot of money for Jason Zucker right now. Even half retained. Like half retained, I think it's okay, but I don't think you're going to, like he's a 50-point guy maybe.
Yeah, in and
ish.
around there.
So I don't think it'll cost a tremendous amount.
So
and Nashville has a gajillion picks anyway. They've got how many picks here? 1, 4, 6, 9 picks before round 5.
Damn.
So they can do some stuff. They can
it's
do
quite
some
a lot.
stuff, but it's fine. Yeah.
So let's get back to the Walker stuff.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to interrupt.
Oh no, all good. You got to break news. Also, we've hit 9,000, or sorry, not 9,000. That'd be insane.
9,000.
900 concurrent viewers. So thank you all for joining us.
Thank you all
on this trade deadline and not watching other coverage, but maybe you are, but still choosing us, which we
don't watch other coverage. Watch ours. We're the insiders now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
We have sources like David Phillips and Jordan Millette breaking trades like William Nylander to Ottawa, which is not happening. So
yeah, exactly. We're the best fake news hockey show.
Oh,
anyway,
great. So what are your thoughts on the Sean Walker trade then, Phil?
Well, it makes a ton of sense. Like I've watched a bunch of Sean Walker this year, over the year, because I think it's fascinating. I've liked him since he was in LA, just as a solid guy, in a good way. And I mean, it's kind of also what Colorado kind of needs, right? Like Middlestad does give them more depth down the middle. And I think with Sean Walker, like they have a lot of guys that lean more in that puck moving offensive kind of vibe. And Walker is a little bit more balanced, like they've got Jack Johnson on the team. And if I'm sort of thinking about a player that is maybe a better version of a Jack Johnson, like a Sean Walker comes to mind, like not a massive point producer, but can chip in, and a guy who can play defense pretty well, just defensive, solid hockey and move the puck pretty well. Like just, a good guy to play off of a guy like a Girard or a play off a guy like a Makar, just that type of a solid defenseman. And again, like they didn't pay a whole lot to get him. They dumped a salary in Ryan Johansson, and I think that, when you're dumping a salary like that and only a first round pick, and you get a solid defenseman like a Sean Walker, who Colorado may very well be able to extend.
Yeah.
Like it's entirely possible. Like they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have 7 forwards coming off of the cap this year. And 3 defensemen. One of them is Walker. So like they'll have some flexibility. They'll have some money to play around with. Not a ton next season, but they could do it. It's possible. Devon Taves starts his new contract next year, which kind of sucks.
Casey
but
Middlestad,
it doesn't matter.
They're going to have to resign, and I don't know what that's going to be. Like that might be in the range of $6 million per.
Yeah, that could be tricky. Yeah, that managing all this could be a little bit tricky. But and if Gabe Landeskog comes back, that also might be a bit tricky as well.
Yeah, that complicates it immensely. Like he could be back for the playoffs, which would be insane. And
the thing with Get Landeskog is he signed until 2029 at $7 million. So if he does come back, I mean, I mean, it's not. I don't not to put the gears to it, but it's like he better be decent. Like he's missed a lot of time, and $7 million for a captain who may not be quite the player he was. That's a lot of money, and they're locked up for a while. So maybe that does limit their ability to keep a Sean Walker around. But I like the deal. It doesn't matter. Like the point is,
so the dream is still alive. Will he could come to the Leafs in the offseason?
It's possible.
It's still alive.
But yeah, it's still alive. But yeah, I think for Colorado, like again, you have to think about this like this is your job. Like winning the Stanley Cup is your job. And Sean Walker, I would argue, is one of the best defensemen available that reasonably could be acquired this season. And if you don't go out and get him, then you're not doing your job, right? You're not worried. Colorado's not worried about their first round pick, right? They're not concerned about their first round pick next season. They're concerned about winning the Stanley Cup again. So yeah, I mean, if that's and especially because they dumped a player on Philadelphia for that trade. So I like it. I think it's a good move for Colorado. For Philadelphia, I think it's also solid. They get another pick to play around with. They're in a bit of a rebuildy kind of vibe era, even though they're kind of on the outskirts of the playoffs. They now have 2 first-round picks this year and next year, a couple of second-round picks this year, a couple second-round picks next year. So they're cooking okay. And who knows if they're done or not. Mark Stahl is expiring for Philadelphia. Who knows if they're going to trade him. But that's about it. But because I doubt they're trading Bobby Brink, but who knows? So yeah, I like it for them, and I think it's a fine deal.
Yeah, fully with you, man. Just I think he'll line up. I think Walker will end up playing with like a Girard. So you'll have 2 really mobile guys playing off each other. One that's more solid and defensive minded, and then one that flies out a bit more and can be. Like, I'd like to see Girard a bit more unlocked and unleashed, and playing with a guy like Sean Walker will let him do that. What I also noticed about Sean Walker when, like, going and finding good highlights of him, he picks his spots really well to, like, actually just go up and, like, sometimes he gets on breakaways where he's able to score goals. Like, he's just a smart reader of the ice. He knows when to pick his moments, and it's always at a time where he knows somebody has him covered, like has his position covered. He just picks his moments really well and sometimes can score goals out of it. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what Sean Walker can do in Colorado. I think it's going to be awesome. Yeah. And they've rocketed right up my board again to like being true contenders again. Like there was a time where I was iffy, and clearly they must have also felt iffy on their prospects of being able to win this year.
Yep.
And not that the question's been put to bed that can this team really contend and compete for a cup this year, but I am fairly confident that this is a true force to deal with in the playoffs this year. And I really wouldn't be surprised if it's Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar lifting a second Stanley Cup.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't be surprised either. It's been pretty cool. It's a pretty cool deal. Sean Walker, to steal a term from Mike Babcock, he's just a good plur. He's a good plur, and can't fault him for that. So go Avalanche, go.
Just don't steal my phone and look at my photos, Will, please.
Okay.
Please don't do
I
that.
won't. I'll try not to. Where do we go from here, producer man? What's next on the docket, you think?
Okay. So apparently there's rumors for Parayko for Brody, which I think is not going to happen because that just would seem insane. There is a question about Colton Parayko, though, about how he's fallen off and what level of retention turns that contract into an asset again. I don't know. Like, it's got to be 50. It's got to be 50%. Like,
that's such a big deal. Holy crap,
at the most, right? Like,
he's signed until 2030.
Oh, then
at $6.5 million.
Then I don't think any level of retention is going to help you.
Yeah, like he'll be 37 or 36 when that trade's over, or when that contract is over.
Yeah, steer clear then.
Yeah, even at 3.25, like you're signing up for 1, 2, 3. You're signing up for 6 more years at 3.25.
I didn't even realize he was signed that long, right?
Yeah, that's... Doug Armstrong, man, the GM everybody wants is signed him to that contract. That's crazy to me. If St. Louis can dump him or trade him for something that they want, then I guess you may as well. But I don't know who's doing that. I don't know when the last time a trade with a contract that heavy with that many years left was moved. I don't remember the last time that happened.
Yeah.
So I just don't see it, especially in a TJ Brody trade. Like,
yeah, a guy that's coming off the books next year.
Yeah, I wouldn't understand how that would work, you know. And I honestly, I don't mind Colton Parayko. Like, I think he's a solid, you know, shot first guy, but I don't think he's like tremendous.
No.
And that's a long time to commit to a guy who already is 30. Like, that's, you know, like you could end up in a small mini version of like a Markov or Vlasic situation where it's just a boat anchor sitting on your cap. Even if it is half retained, like that's still a pretty decent chunk of change. So I don't see that happening. I don't know. I don't see it, but maybe Tampa or maybe St. Louis can find a buyer that pays a price that they're happy with. I don't know.
Yeah.
What else do we have?
I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I don't.
Thoughts on yesterday's Misak for Perreault trade?
I mean, I thought Montreal got the better player. I liked Jacob Perreault. Mishak, I think, is a player who I soured on the more I saw him in his draft year, especially once he came to Hamilton and played for the Bulldogs. Just a guy who was kind of like all speed and rush offense and not a whole lot else. So if the rush offense thing wasn't working for him, then it wasn't working. But I mean, where they drafted him, it was a fine swing to take. And who knows what's possible for him with the San Diego Gulls. So who knows? But with Jacob Perreault, he's having a good year this year in the AHL. Again, I don't think he's a massive upside guy, but I do think that he could play like a supplementary offensive role in the NHL, like a down the lineup guy who can shoot, you know, power play option as well. And I believe the Montreal power play hasn't been particularly great this year. I'm just going to double check that as we speak. But yeah, I do think it was a nice little move from Ken Hughes. Not a huge thing, not a huge deal, I don't think. I will say, though, it is fascinating to me seeing just how these guys I've watched for years are now in the NHL and at the point where push is coming to shove. So Montreal has a bottom 10 power play in the league. So a guy like Perreault not isn't going to fix that, but he can give you some weaponry in the offensive sense. But yeah, it's interesting to me seeing all these guys who I've watched for years get traded and see where they're at in their careers and see them developing and seeing them become, you know, NHL pieces that are kind of floating around. So interesting to see those two players traded for each other. I think they have sort of similar. I remember thinking similar things about them in their draft year. But I think Perreault has a bit more sort of creative pop to him than a Mishak does.
So next one I can see. Do you think Dylan Strome could be moved today? If so, what does a return look like? So do you want to start or do you want me to start?
You can take it away, actually.
Okay. So I think Dylan Strome is going to be a Washington Capital for a long time. It seems like he's found a nice home there, and they've really liked him.
Hey.
And to me, this is where he's been the most, probably like definitely the most productive or close to it in his career. And it just feels like that's the kind of guy that they're going to want to keep around to have throughout this retool process because he's a decent option. Like, he's not a special player by any means. Should he have gone ahead of Mitch Marner in the draft? No. But there's still a good player there, and he's
having a good year.
Yeah, you need guys like
all
that.
Things considered, yeah.
He's a good goal-scoring center. Like, a guy that you get the puck to, and he can, like, in close, and he can put it in the net. So you need guys like that. It's about now filling out the rest of the roster with, I think, more creative and faster skilled guys to play on the wings for them. So we'll see. I just don't, especially that they've moved on from Evgeny Kuznetsov today, and the fact that Nick Backstrom is probably not going to play another game.
Yeah.
I think you need a Dylan Strome around there to be their top line center for the time being, even if it isn't like He's not an ideal top line center, but he's a decent center.
Yeah, I mean, there's chatter out there about Nick Jensen. That's a guy who maybe I could see get retained and shipped out. Washington also has zero retention players retained, so they can play around a little bit here. I mean, I agree on Dylan Strome. I think if I'm Washington, I don't want to move him, especially because my forward depth or my center depth is gone. Like you don't have like anything now, so you need to have players to play on your team. And if you have, I'm not a fan of the tank job. The only way I see a Dylan Strome moving, because he could score 30 goals this year, right? Like that, and that's for Dylan Strome. That's a great year. And at $5 million, getting a 30 goal scorer for $5 million, like I don't know how many of those there are. There aren't a ton, I don't think. I could look it up, but I'm too lazy. But if Dylan Strome is a guy who a team is willing to just open their wallets for and play as like a third center on a really good team, and they just retain half and you get him at $2.5 million, like would you, if you're a Toronto guy, like would you rather have a Dylan Strome at 2.5 or David Kampf for multiple years?
Yeah, like 2.5 for Dylan Strome or 2.4 for David Kampf.
Yeah,
I'd much rather have Dylan Strome.
Exactly. So I would say that there may be, like, if I'm another team, I might pick up the phone and give them a call and maybe be willing to spend a little more than I might think he's worth to maybe try to pry him out of Washington. But I just don't think Washington will be easily swayed to do it. I find it really difficult to see that happening personally.
Yeah. So here I'm going on my on Yahoo Fantasy, sorting by centers and goals. So how many guys have 30 this year? 1, 2,
so far?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 of them, but Carter Verhaeghe doesn't play center that often, so he doesn't count. And Sam Reinhart doesn't either a lot of the time. So there's 6. There's 6 of them currently in the NHL that have hit 30. Right. There's definitely going to be a couple more that get there, because you have guys like Joel Eriksson-Ek, who's on 29, Brock Nelson, who's on 28.
Yep.
Dylan Larkin, who's on 26, Rope Hintz on 25, Bo Horvat on 25. Like, those are guys I could all see hitting that range this year, like around 30. So there's about like 10 or 12.
Yeah, and I think
Strome too, obviously.
Yeah, Dylan Strome has as many goals as Vincent Trocheck, right? Like, which is he's having a good year. Jake Guentzel, 22 goals in 50 games. Dylan Strome has 22, but in more games. But I guess the second part of that question is what's the package look like? And I feel like it's a lot. Like, I feel like it's gonna be, if he does get moved, if I'm Washington, I'd want someone to pay a lot more than they think he's maybe worth to get him out of my city. Because you're right, like, you're a building team, you're kind of going into a bit of a lull, so you got to have players. And unless Dylan Strome,
right?
And unless Dylan Strome is like, I don't want to play through that, I'm done, like, send me somewhere where I can win, then maybe I could see it. But you got to have guys. Like, you got to have a team.
He's signed for 4 more years after this one.
Yes.
Like, to me, that encompasses a package that includes like 2 firsts, possibly, because of like cost efficiency when you think about it, and like in terms of having a $2.5 million guy who you have and can score maybe 30 goals, right? And also, like, that's such a long retention for Washington to commit to if they were to do that. Like, could he get moved to a team and end up being your second line center at nothing retained, and maybe you give up like 2 firsts for him, or a first plus and prospects? It's possible. It's just, I don't see him getting moved. I don't think Washington wants to move him. He's 27 years old, so I think there's still runway with Dylan Strome in Washington, if provided this doesn't take too long to get going. Like, they have decent pieces still. It's just about properly retooling now, right?
Yeah.
Because you can always sign guys. You can always add guys through free agency. You can always look around for trades. Like, they got Rasmus Sandin out of Toronto, and he's decent. They're gonna have to find like a top end defenseman, which is hard, like for this next stage of the Washington Capitals, because John Carlson's kind of at the end here. Still good, but like you're gonna have to transition to somebody else at some point. I just don't see him moving. But I think we've talked this one to death a little bit.
Yeah,
so
probably.
There was a question about Alex Nylander. Have you seen
Oh,
any
was
of them
there?
still?
I watched a bit of him. No, I watched a bit of him the other day because I had a feeling someone would ask about him. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've always felt that there was something there with him, and he just kind of hasn't found the right fit or the right environment or whatever. And I'm not saying that this is what it is. Like, he's in Columbus now, and that's going to be it. But at least in Columbus, like, he has the freedom to sort of stretch his legs a little bit and kind of just see what happens there. And it seems to be doing okay for him. I mean, so far with them, he's got 7 points in 7 games, but 3 of those were a hat trick in 1 game. I don't know. I think he's I still believe that for Pittsburgh, Emil Bemstrom is the best player in that trade. But I think Alex Nylander, like, we'll see what happens with him. But generally, when you see a guy who is now on his 4th team, 2, 3, yeah, this is his 4th team in the NHL. Generally, it's like, okay, this is kind of, like, either it's going to be Columbus or Sweden at this point, right? Like, maybe he keeps getting chances elsewhere, but at a certain point, it's like, maybe it's just not an NHL projectable player. He's a shot first guy, which is cool. At least at the NHL he's been, but I don't know. I think it's not impossible for him to be a guy for Columbus. But I don't know. I didn't see anything where I went, oh my goodness, why would 3 different teams let this guy go for basically nothing?
Yeah.
That's just always been how I felt.
He's getting decent deployment too, based on what Daily Faceoff is showing him, like where he's been. I mean, he's playing on the 4th line with Texier and Cole Sillinger, but he's getting top power play.
Right.
So he's getting
that's a pretty decent 4th line too.
Yeah, right. Like, they're not. Like, with Columbus, it's just weird. Like, they should be better than what they are, but they just aren't. I think it's a lot. Honestly, I think it comes down to the defense with that team. It's just not enough for them.
Yeah.
But their forward group's pretty good overall. Like, you could upgrade for sure. But when you have Patrick Laine back, and if he can stay healthy, like, he's still a decent player, even though there's some frustrations with him for sure. Dmitry Voronkov's been awesome this year. You and I both like Kirill Marchenko. Cole Sillinger has a really good shot, and he's a decent playmaker too. And if Alex Nylander is a guy that ends up sticking, and I doubt he's going to be as productive as he has been, like, it's not bad. And hopefully Johnny Gaudreau can come back to full form, right? Like,
yeah,
there's enough stuff there. It's just the defense and goaltending.
Right. So you're right. He has been playing with Sillinger and Texier pretty much exclusively. So far, his results have actually been a lot better defensively. But that's neither here nor there. I don't know. I don't think there's like a steal there or a guy who's like all of a sudden going to be a huge player for them. But, decent guy down the lineup for them, I suppose. I see a question about Patrick Kane. I have seen Detroit a little bit here and there. He has been quite good. He's like, again, like, they gave him his job and he's doing it really, really well. I still think that Detroit is just ripping, and I'm not sure it's sustainable, but Patrick Kane's a big part of that. And the fact that he's been this successful after that surgery, which we walked people through, it's an unpleasant procedure. It's pretty amazing, even just to see him playing and scoring and helping them do what they're doing.
And Detroit's cooled down a little bit too. I think that has a lot to do with Larkin being out now too, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Because he is, based on what I was seeing on the fantasy list, I was looking through to find the goal scorers. But like, that team I think that team makes the playoffs. I think Patrick Kane he's been a lot better than I expected him to be. He's still the same crafty guy with such insane hands and a ton of deception with how he pulls guys out of position. Like, he's just a fantastic player that way. That'll never go away. It feels like, well, that won't go away.
Eventually it will.
Yes, it
will. Like, he'll die one day and then his hands won't work.
Yes, that is true. But like, that's not something I think is going to regress a whole lot, is what I'm really trying to say. Like,
Yeah.
because it's not that Patrick Kane was ever like a blazing fast guy. He's just always been really crafty. So he still has that. It's like how Jaromir Jagr still looked kind of good a couple of years ago playing in the Czech league, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I just noticed this, but Detroit actually has more goals than the Boston Bruins, Florida Panthers, and Tampa Bay Lightning this year so far.
That's
Playing
insane.
fewer games than all of those teams. They're 6-4 in their last 10. And I mean, like since Patrick Kane showed up, they seem to be hitting a gear. I think they've taken the place of Winnipeg as the team out shooting their likely goal differentials the most. I'll double check that, but I believe that that's true. But yeah, he's quite a player. Do you prefer Kane or Malkin? I mean, I go Malkin.
Oh, that's so tough. That's so
I'd say
tough.
Malkin. Like I think Kane is the more skilled and fun player, but I think Malkin is just a beast. Like he's just a monster. But that's just me.
It's so close though. It's kind
yes,
of
I agree.
It's kind of a coin flip. It's what do you prefer, right? And at some level, I think Evgeny Malkin, if he got to be the guy on a team, I think we'd look at him. I think we'd look at him differently, like as possibly higher up. Like I think I prefer Malkin to like Ovi all time, like over his career. I think Malkin probably was just a better player, but Ovi had a phenomenal career too. But they're all so close, though. Even those guys, right? Like, I think I lean Malkin, but you could convince me on Kane for sure.
Something incredible just happened. I got to point this out.
Oh no!
Elliot Friedman just retweeted from Minnesota. Minnesota acquired a player that I have legitimately never in my life heard of, and I watch a lot of hockey. Turner Elson to the Minnesota Wild for Nick Patan. If anyone knows who Turner Elson is, I would believe it if someone was like, he's actually fake, and it just like that's a joke about future considerations. And it's like some scout's son or something. But yeah, I mean, for anyway, for that discussion about Malkin and everything,
why can't we just appreciate players at some level?
Yes, let's just appreciate. Just
appreciate how great some of these guys are. Like all the guys we mentioned, even Ovi. As much as I hate on him, because I do a little bit, I will be the first to admit that I probably am a little too mean to Alexander Ovechkin. Like all these guys are phenomenal.
Yes. Okay. By the way, Turner Elson is a 31-year-old man. Learned that today. Who's been in the AHL for all but 3 games since 2013. So that's a guy that he exists. That's fun. I don't know. I just can't believe it. I don't know. I watch hockey in Kazakhstan sometimes, and I've never heard of Turner Elson. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Yeah, Zucker was for a 6th round pick. Let's throw that out there as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
yep.
See, that's decent deal then. Like,
yep.
They probably couldn't find a ton to move him for, right?
Yeah.
Because the cap hit was pretty big. So, decent move. I honestly would be surprised to see him re-sign in Arizona.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Barry Trotz is just conservatively adding guys that are useful for a cheap for cheap.
Yeah. We also got some comments about getting Kuznetsov and Guentzel in Carolina, that Koivunen's a bit of a loss, and he's either a career KHL or a top 6 NHL, or there's no middle ground. I mean, I think that's partially true. I think he could be a guy down the lineup, but you got to have the right coach willing to trust him down the lineup in the NHL. Like, he's just so smart, so good at both ends of the ice, and he's one of those like surgically precise players. Like, he's not the most skilled or the best skating guy, but he just times everything really well and has a good feel for the flow of the game, and everything works out really well. So maybe that's a job for a bottom 6 NHL player, but I agree. I think he's maybe a middle 6 guy or nothing. And with Kuznetsov, like, he didn't, like, again, like, we talked about this earlier, but Carolina has the ability to just trade a bunch of stuff Like they've acquired a bunch of stuff themselves over the years. So now turning around and going, all right, well, we sent out one NHL level player in Michael Bunting, and five of our prospects who we've been banking for years. And I would say none of them are like enormous level players. They're not trading a Seth Jarvis or a Bradley Nadeau or anything. But like they got Jay Guentzel, right, and Ty Smith, and now we have Evgeny Kuznetsov. And if it doesn't work, then you waive him at the beginning of the year or something and figure it out from there. But maybe this is what Kuznetsov kind of needs, because this year when I watched Washington, I thought he was not good. But who knows what he was dealing with? And if he can sort of turn it around and be at least take the pressure off of him a little bit and just say, hey, we got a lot of guys who can score, and we just want you to be one of those guys and just go out there and put the puck in the net. I feel like that should be a message that he receives. And with him and a guy like Andrei Svechnikov on the team, then good. And now you've added Jake Guentzel as well. So I think for Carolina, like, they did move a lot out, but I don't think they care that much. Like, they need, at some point, they've got to start, concentrating their talent after drafting so much and everything.
And you know what? If it doesn't work out this year, you buy him out next year, and he only costs $1 million for 2 seasons. So it's nothing. It's really nothing. And then Washington would also take that. Would also be hit by $1 million as well. But I'm sure they wouldn't care. It'd probably be better they'd probably be better off.
Yeah, I agree. How close is your top 3 in 2024? Is it still Celebrini, Cat, Demidov? No, it's Celebrini, Demidov, Cat now. But to me, it's very close. I did a game of Demidov yesterday because I couldn't believe how good he was in the game before that I did. But he was also outstanding. Like, it's not. He's actually in the Office Hours blog post I just put out for subscribers to the show or to the channel. So go to scouching.ca/subscribe and you can read it now. But it goes into Demidov a little bit just because of the changes that I've seen in his game over the year, how much better he's gotten in terms of north-south play. Like, he really has sort of turned into much more of a NHL style offensive player of moving the puck up the ice and playing off the rush. And if your rush chance doesn't work, fetch the puck, read where the puck is going, fetch it, and then turn on the perimeter game and sort of try to get pucks inside and all of that stuff. And he's doing a lot more of that. He's using his speed significantly more than he was. Like, before, it was all about his hands and all about the Mohawk skating and everything, which is all fun in games. But it doesn't really get you anywhere a lot of the time unless you know really how to use it. So Demidov, to me, I mean, Celebrini, to me, I think there's a discussion there. And I'd say Catton sort of like as a dark horse, but Celebrini is, to me, it's like, do you want, and AJ, maybe you could give me the layman's sort of belief, but Celebrini is a center who really, really smart, reads the game really well, plays at both ends really well. He's not going to throw his weight around and everything. He does from time to time, but he's not going to throw his weight around as a center. But he's a guy who will hunt you down at his own pace and move the puck well. He shoots the puck really well. He can make a play. He makes plays in the scoring areas, right? Like right around the net, behind the net. He loves to be around there. But Demidov, he's not a center, and I don't think you're drafting Demidov for his physical play at all. His defensive play, I think, is not terrible, but it isn't something to note. But the skill level and the creativity and the vision, the thing that I've also noticed about him this year is that he's not necessarily just throwing pucks around the ice sort of haphazardly. He's now sort of improved a lot with seeing the ice and hitting line mates. And I don't know. I if I'm picking one first overall, like, I feel like Celebrini fits a more important role, but boy, you always wish that you have skill and offensive talent like a guy like Ivan Demidov. So I don't, honestly, it's at the point where I think there's a discussion, but it is really hard to argue against a 200-foot offensive leaning center who thinks the game really well, skates well, shoots, passes, does everything you kind of want him to do. But boy, I don't know. It's tough.
And I think from my own experience of ranking Fabian first in 2021, you go with the safe center at some level that is gonna like his floor with Celebrini that I've seen looks much better than what Demidov's floor actually is, right? So there is something about being safe with that pick that I think would, well, a younger me would not have done. A younger me would have been more reckless, and I was.
Yeah.
But I think you just got to go with the safety at some level. But
yeah, like
it could still hit with Demidov, right? Like he could end up being the best player out of this draft for sure. But it's like making a bet on or investing in the stock market. All right, there are high risk stuff, and then there's pretty safe, good return stuff. Celebrini is like the employee percentage thing, like where you buy into your own company that you work for a little bit,
right?
And it's basically gonna go up for sure, right? Mm-hmm. Like you're gonna gain a good net return. Where Demidov's like kind of shooting for the moon a bit to an extent. Like it could definitely happen. You see the potential, but there's also the potential that it ends up catastrophically bad for you, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think also the thing to keep in mind is with but it's like the argument of like, do you take a I don't know, a Jonathan Taves type player, or do you take an Artemi Panarin, right? Like I mean, you could make an argument that a guy like Jonathan Taves is pivotal to a team just being a good hockey team. But you could also make an argument that Artemi Panarin for a winger is a guy who just drives results. He just goes and goes and goes and goes and goes and scores and scores and scores. So it's like, which one would you rather have? I think it just depends on who you ask. And I mean, in reality, I think it's Celebrini is like locked. I don't see anyone passing on Macklin Celebrini. But Demidov's not a bad like my concerns about him are a lot more alleviated. The only thing I'm concerned about with Demidov is that he's playing at a level that he just absolutely does not belong in. And I really wanted to see him tested against some better. I really did want to see some better competition for him, whether it was the KHL or the VHL or whatever, the Supreme Hockey League as they call it. Maybe one of those two levels, and I would have liked to see him play more there. But I mean, he finished his regular season in Russia. I think it was something like 34 points in his last 11 games or something stupid like that. So just an outstanding last stretch of games for him, and I buy it now. So it's close for me, but I think in reality, it's still not close.
Yeah. So Will.
Yes.
Because I know you wanted to take a break at some point. Did you want to take a quick break now, and then
let's do that now,
and then talk about some of the and we'll go into who we think's going to contend this year a bit more?
Yeah, sure.
How does that sound?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right,
let's do that.
So
we'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, we're back. Thank you very much for the patience. When you're on camera this long with no other cameras to cut to, no Farhanology to send your video to,
No
got to
other
take some breaks.
staff to make
No other staff.
content for us.
Yeah, we're a skeleton crew over here, and I don't know. Maybe we could have thrown to our Alberta correspondent Rayanne, the graphic designer, for his thoughts on the Edmonton Oilers. But we'll do that next year, maybe.
I think it would have just been complaining about how Ken Holland didn't added a forward. I thought I did that for him in the feature. So
yeah, I think we added another trade today. Radim Simek is going from San Jose to Detroit, I believe.
Ooh, huge blockbuster!
Yeah, huge deal. Yeah, blockbuster. Yeah, today is real full of blockbusters. I say that, and now I feel like something crazy will happen in 20 minutes. But anyway.
But yeah, thank you all for being here and staying with us. We've hit 950 viewers, so that's awesome. Concurrent, that's pretty fantastic. We're happy to have you all. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, it's a good time. Okay. Well, you wanted to talk contenders, so let's see what we got here.
All right. So who do you think in the West so far? Like, let's go through it. Who do you think has got a shot right now?
In the West, I mean, I'd say Edmonton is the team that I could just look at and go, the only way you lose is if Connor McDavid dies in the playoffs or something.
Wow.
Okay. Well, I mean, like if you mob him or something.
Oh, I don't mean like that. I'm just surprised that's the first team that comes to mind in the West.
They've been consistently throughout the year. They've been driving play the best out of anyone in the league. They have arguably the most dominant group of players up front on their lineup in the league. They're getting better goaltending than they were in Stuart Skinner. They've, added a bit. I like Adam Henrique, who knows if they're done. I think that it's going to be a bloodbath. But they're the team that jumps to mind first because it's like, also, man, if I'm Connor McDavid, if I know anything about Connor McDavid, that guy every single year, I think every year wants to win the cup even more than he did the year before. Like,
he just gets more and angry.
He just gets more and more angry. And I feel like at some point he's just going to go off and just, I don't know what move, like heaven or hell. He'll do whatever it takes to drag that team in deep into the playoffs. So that's the first name that came to mind. The only other, the other ones that but I'll throw it over to you. And
I agree with Edmonton to an extent. It's just, I was just more surprised that they were the first name, like the first team that came to mind for you.
Mm-hmm.
We talked a bit about Colorado earlier. So like to me, I think that's a team that should be now top of mind. Like I've talked about how Dallas, I think, was the number one team in the West. I think Colorado might have just eclipsed them with the moves they made. We'll still have to see, but like to me, those are the two that I'm looking at really kind of scared about if I'm coming out of the East. Because I think with Colorado, as we mentioned earlier, their blue line's fantastic. It got better.
Yeah.
Even if they gave up a really great young piece in Bowen Byram, they got a 2C out of that, which is something they desperately needed. And they got Sean Walker to fill the gaps for the departure of Bowen Byram, as well as got rid of Ryan Johansson. So they gained cap flexibility. And then they acquired like decent depth guys like Brandon Duhaime and Yakov Trenin. And I really like guys that they have in their roster like Ross Colton. He's a really good player as well. Like that team's going to be scary. Like think about the top six. If Gabe Landeskog comes back, right?
Yep.
Let's say they load up the top line just for the hell of it. That it's Landeskog, McKinnon, Rantanen. All right? That is nuts. That's an insane line.
Yes,
you go down the lineup and you have Nichushkin, Middlestat, Lehkonen as your second line. That is a great line as well. That's a great second line. And then we're talking about Brandon Duhaime potentially with like a Ross Colton on your third. And they have some other guys too. I'm just not remembering. I'm going to pull up the Daily Face-Off, like just how they line up because it'll refresh my memory. But I know
Miles Woods down there,
Miles Woods, Zach Parise,
Andrew Cogliano, Jonathan Drouin,
Yakov Trenin, right? Like
they got all kinds. Yeah,
they're just so stacked. I think, and Justus Anninen's been kind of decent for them as their backup. Which like Georgiev's a good goalie. He just needs rest, I think, more than anything. So to think about what they have as in a potential, like just the potential of that roster to me freaks me out. They might, if Landeskog comes back and is actually what he was beforehand, which that is a big if. That team should win the Stanley Cup or at least get there and face the Florida Panthers. Because I think it's, to me in the East, I think it's Florida.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The other team I was gonna say was Dallas.
Yep.
Dallas is a team that I think could do some damage. Again, the playoffs, so much comes down to goaltending. If you get just good goaltending in the playoffs, you could go deep. Dallas with Jake Ottinger, like he had that one magical run of playoff games where he was basically unbeatable.
He almost stole a series from Calgary.
Yeah. And so, but Dallas, I look at and just go, they're just like, it's kind of like Colorado in a way where they just don't have, the Nathan McKinnon type player, right? But they're just so deep, like every line, they've got something that you have to worry about, right? Who knows if Stankoven's a guy that sticks around for the rest of the year? It sounds like he's going to be around.
Yeah, I think he will.
But you've like Rupe Hintz and Jason Robertson and Tyler Sagan and Mason Marchment and even Matt Duchene down the lineup is an
definitely.
okay guy
he's
to have.
Awesome. Like he's been great this year, Matt Duchene. It's a guy that brings a lot of speed, and that's something that I obviously highly value.
Yeah. So like the question is going to be like, is it enough? It's going to be like, is it enough to get over a team like Colorado? Because I mean, their first round series looks like it's going to be against Colorado,
right?
So, which sucks so bad.
But that also depends on what you think of the Winnipeg Jets, right? Like, do you think Winnipeg is going to be able to hold on to first in the division? I'm not so confident in that. I still really like the Winnipeg Jets, and I actually view them as maybe not in the same tier as a Colorado and Dallas, but but I think they can hang with them for sure. I think they're right in the mix as a potential, like especially if they are able to achieve that first seed. Like that's going to be awesome for them because it's going to mean that one of the better teams in the West is going to go out in the first round for sure in either Dallas or Colorado, which, man, if that's the series, that's going to be insane.
That'll be the if you're in Eastern time, it'll be the game to watch after your Eastern time game is over. Like those games are going to be insane.
So apparently Max Pacioretty might be heading to the New York Rangers. Let's see if this is
interesting.
That's interesting.
Okay.
I like that
cool.
if that's the case.
Yeah, that's a neat pickup. But also, I think with Winnipeg. Oh, sorry, if you had more.
No, it's okay. Talk about Winnipeg because I was going to bring up a different team, so I'll let you finish.
Okay, I was going to say with Winnipeg, like down the stretch, if Connor Hellebuyck becomes a human again, then I think they will kind of slow down, and maybe another team could, maybe Colorado finishes second in that division instead. But who knows?
Yeah.
The point is, I see Winnipeg somewhat similarly as I do to Dallas. Like they've got a lot of depth. They've got a lot of solid players. They're adding more solid players this season. Monahan and Toffoli, really solid. Dallas is deep. Winnipeg is deep. Colorado has like Nathan McKinnon and also is deep. So it'll be a test, like I wouldn't count out those teams if they're playing against Colorado at all, especially because I feel like I would take Ottinger and especially Hellebuyck in a goalie battle over Georgiev. But Georgiev has the capability to steal some games. It's happened before.
Yeah.
So it's not impossible.
No, it's kind of like you look at the West, and I think there's 6 teams that could realistically make it to the Stanley Cup final out of the West. I think Vancouver's in that mix. I think Vegas is in that mix. I know they haven't been as great recently, but still, like they could definitely get there. And at the beginning of the year, we were talking about LA as a potential Cup contender, and they're still hanging around. Yep. Like I'm going to be honest, I don't see how Nashville survives without UC Saros standing on his head, which he very well could. But I think now, of all the teams in the West, Colorado just has, like, to me, they have the best core in the NHL. They do. You have 2 top 5 players on that team, and Nathan McKinnon and Kel McCarr, or actually 2 top 4 players. That's how far I'll go. 2 top 4 players. The best defenseman in the league, right? Like, you got Mikko Rantanen, who's a top 10 player, or on the very fringes of top 10, like close to it. You got a good goalie in Alexander Georgiev.
Yeah.
You have the best decor in the league. You got great forward depth now because they've added a ton. How do you bet against Colorado? Like, how do you actually go about saying, no, I don't think they're gonna win, right? Like, they don't have Nazem Kadri anymore to like get suspended, and it didn't matter the year they won because he was awesome. So what can you poke holes at with this roster?
They've got the best offense in the West now. They have the most goals scored by quite a wide margin, or well, not quite a wide, but it's decent. The thing about Winnipeg that kind of bothers me a little is that they have like they've scored fewer goals this year than Minnesota, and so like they're kind of it's the Connor Hellebuck show. So how long can that stay going? I think Toffoli and Monahan help, but that's kind of the X factor, right? Whereas with Colorado and Dallas and Edmonton and such, I feel like that's not really the case. I don't know. Like Vancouver's going to be fascinating in the playoffs. I don't know if they're going to win, but I think they're going to be fascinating. The team they're lined up to play looks like LA, I believe. Yeah, LA or no, Nashville.
Oh, Nashville. Okay.
Yeah, Nashville. And I mean, I don't know. I feel like that series could be a lot closer than people think.
Yeah. I will also say, because I'm seeing comments about me thinking that Colorado like having other teams' blue lines ahead. I think it's, at some level you can put other teams ahead for decor. I wouldn't though personally, but I think at least they're in the conversation for best decor. At the very least they're in the conversation.
Yeah.
And what really puts it over the edge to me is you've got Cale Makar, who is this generation's Bobby Orr. Even by like scoring rates, he's this generation's Bobby Orr. He has Devon Taves on his left side, and Devon Taves is a monster. He really is. I really like Sam Girard. I really like Sean Walker. Josh Manson has been good with them. Like, I know their bottom end is not necessarily the greatest, but it's worked. We've seen it work.
Yeah.
I just like the high end talent of their blue line so much, right? Like, and to me, it's how good Makar is above everybody else on teams like Vegas, right? Like, nobody's in the same stratosphere as Cale Makar as a defenseman.
Yeah.
Like, he's almost 2 or 3 tiers above the next best defenseman. Like, it's probably 2, because that's how good he is.
Yeah.
So that's where a lot of that best decor comment comes from. I just like, and they have, in my opinion, the best core in the league.
Yeah, I think there are teams out there that are like more physically solid.
For sure.
But in terms of actually good at hockey, like I feel like Colorado is right up there. Like I'm looking at the Rangers right now. Like Lindgren, Fox, like, Miller, Trouba.
So some
may
of the,
not be the
some of the decors that were put out there are Vegas's. Like Vegas has got a great decor.
Yeah, Vegas does.
But they don't have like is Shea Theodore. Like Shea Theodore might be a top 10 defenseman. Like he might be in that mix, right? But like Cale Makar is the best defenseman ever, possibly, right?
Right.
And
yeah.
they've got a lot of really good guys that are similar level to Shea Theodore, but just a smidge below. And like same thing with Carolina. I love Jacob Slavin. I think he's an awesome defensive defenseman. But again, like who on the Carolina Hurricanes blue line is in the same stratosphere as Makar? Who on the Dallas Stars blue line is on the same stratosphere as Cale Makar? That's just where that opinion comes from on my end.
Carolina is deep. Like they're like I'd say 5 defensemen deep.
Yeah.
Which is great. Like they're up there, right? Like, you know, just because a team is say a top 3 or 5 doesn't mean they're bad.
Also,
but
Will,
1,200
viewers all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. I did retweet the link. I don't know if this is.
So,
I don't know if are these concurrent viewers?
Yeah, these are concurrent on my end, like YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. This is awesome.
Wow, very cool.
Thank you guys for showing up.
Very cool. Yeah, welcome to the party. But yeah, I think it's an interesting question. Again, it's like so many of these things come down to like what your philosophy is in a way, or it's like, well, 100%. You know, like how much do you value a Cale Makar on a team when other teams have a bunch of guys that aren't on the same level but are, you know, they're good, you know. But I mean, I don't know. Like there might be teams out there where I take their bottom pair over Colorado's bottom pair.
Oh, for sure.
But
the top four though on Colorado.
But,
Like, how do you
but at
compete
the end
with
of the
that?
day, it's really hard. Yeah, I mean, I think Carolina can hold a candle. I think
For
Vegas also, but just they're different. It's like a different style of play in a way.
Yep.
In general.
So yeah, I
But-
think going back to the contender talk,
Yeah,
6 teams in the West could genuinely make the Cup final, but I'm the most confident in Colorado. Vegas is
Yeah.
one that I might be sleeping on a bit because, you know, they've had a bit of a rough go recently with all the injuries. But also Mark Stone might not be back for the playoffs, right? So that puts a big wrinkle in all of this for them.
yeah. Wow, they're doing a mock draft lottery on TSN, by the way. Just so you know, that's where they are. But yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I think I'm a little bit, you know, like I don't. It's just going to be so interesting to see who rises to the top there because I think it'll be not what you expect.
I think this is the most
at all.
competitive year that I've watched hockey, like in terms of how good all the teams are in and around, right? Like I've never felt this unsure about who's going to come out, like not even I hadn't felt this unsure about who's going to come out of the West until Colorado like did the thing and pulled all the trades, like pulled off all these moves. And even then, like I would put that at like a 40% confidence that they come out of the West, maybe even lower, just because there's so many great teams in the West that could really challenge. So that's why I wanted to go there first and really examine it. So what do you think of Vancouver? Because I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on Vancouver as a potential team that could go to the finals and maybe even win.
So Vancouver is interesting. I think that they're a team that is kind of in a similar boat to Winnipeg, where if or like Toronto the last few years, where it's like if those big boys aren't going, they are going to have a hard time. Like if that top unit for Vancouver isn't continuing to just fire on all cylinders, and Thatcher Demko is anything but excellent, they're going to have some problems. Their opponent seems to be one of Nashville or LA at this point. Maybe it's Vegas. And if they play Vegas, I think that's going to be a tough series. I don't know who wins that one, honestly. I love the top unit in Vancouver. But I don't know, like Vancouver's just had a season this year that has been honestly just lightning in a bottle, like just magic. They just score and score and score, and they shouldn't, but they do. They're getting great goaltending. They've added some good players in Elias Lindholm, who might be on the move again today. But I don't know. I don't think that they're like far and away a favorite in the West. I think that they're going to match up. If they match up against a team like Vegas, that's going to be tough. You know, like a team that can grind them down, a team that's won before, a team that will want to kill them, and a team that will want to make a point of, we finished X number of points behind this team in the regular season, but we do not care. This is the playoffs, right? Like that's a matchup that I'd be a little bit spooked of if it turns out to be the case. But could they take on the Kings or the Predators and win those series? I think so. But then the next round, like, are they going to get through a Chicago or a Colorado? They'll get through Chicago. Are they going to get through like an Edmonton, right? Like, are they going to get through a Dallas? You know, Dallas maybe. I don't know. They're like, I just look at Colorado now, especially with Middlestat on the line. Is also looking pretty good. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I don't know. Are you bullish or bearish on them, do you think?
I don't know. I feel like there's potential that they could do really well. But I look at Vancouver as a team that, even though they made a lot of moves trying to go for it this year, I just think they're a team that is in a really solid position after you re-signed Elias Pettersson, which was huge. That team, I think, is going to have multiple runs at it. And I'm not sure necessarily that this is going to be the year for them with, like, it's crazy to me. The West has now become, I think, the best conference again. Like, I think I'm ready to say that now, that the West is the better conference again.
Different teams, but yes.
Yeah, and for years I've been going, oh, the West sucks. Oh, the West sucks. That side of the bracket's not that tough. I always felt like it should have been Colorado or Vegas coming out of the West. And this year, it's really flipped on its head in a lot of ways. And I look at the Central is such a stacked division. The Pacific, I used to call the pathetic division, and now it's like it's doing pretty well, right? Like, and then
Parts
you look
of it
at
look good.
then you look at the East, and I used to think the Metro was really competitive. Now I think it's competitive, but it's kind of the midtro now at some level.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
Atlantic's still really, really difficult with teams like Florida, Boston, and Toronto. And Detroit's on the rise, and Tampa's been
Tampa's still hanging around.
And Tampa's still hanging around. They're
hanging
still,
around.
They still have potential to do stuff, right? Like
Yeah.
not that I would pick them to win by any means, because I think they've aged out of their window a bit.
Yeah.
But it's still like they're a good team at the end of the day. They're still pretty decent.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree.
So why don't we take a look at the East now, and then we'll get back
let's
into
flip over
some
to the
chat
East.
questions.
Yeah.
I think the best way to start is with Florida. They're my actual pick to win the Stanley Cup. Will that change? Possibly, because I really do like Colorado, especially now. But to me, Florida is just, they're suffocating. They come at you with so much speed, so much intensity, and violence, right? Like, I'm not a guy that is out there to say, oh, you need to get like more physical and tough. Florida does it in a way that aligns with how, like, even aligns with my philosophy of kill with speed, but then they also kill you after the play. Like, I've never seen anything this cool, like the way they play, like this cool. Like Colorado, back when they won, were just super fast and suffocating, but not as physically punishing as the Florida Panthers. Like, that team can kill you in two ways, on the score sheet and like physically, and it probably kills you mentally too, just to be like dealing with the amount of pressure and the amount of wear and tear they put on you. So to me, like Sam Reinhart's having an insane year. Alexander Barkov is incredible. Matthew Tkachuk has really picked it up again, and he's one of the best players in the league. Like, he's nearing like a top 5 level player in the league. I would say more on like the top 10 range, but there's an argument to be had that guy is a top 5 player. Carter Verhaeghe's sick. Like, I can just go on and on about how good they are, and they have Gustav, and their blue line's pretty good too. Like, you have Aaron Ekblad, Brandon Montour, Gustav Forsling. OEL's been much better this year.
Yep.
And Sergei Bobrovsky, like, we saw what he did last year. This guy's won 2 Vezinas beforehand. Is he that caliber of player still? I don't think so, but he's still a really, really good goalie.
Yeah.
And they've given him sufficient rest too, with getting a pretty good backup in Anthony Stolarz.
Yep.
So what are your thoughts on it, Will?
Well, I mean, the Panthers are a team that I think certainly positioned themselves as a Stanley Cup favorite. I think it's the easy one. I think they've been the best team since February 1st, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. They're 12-2. Yeah, so they're the only team in the league that has won 12 games since February 1st. I like the Panthers. I think they're going to go in and, want to just destroy everyone, which I think is not a bad strategy in the playoffs, and they have the guys to do it. Adding Tarasenko is a nice little scoring touch that they can work with. I look at a team like Boston and Detroit and see teams that they're among the league leaders in wins when you're getting outshot, and I feel like in the playoffs that's tough to sustain. So to me, I don't know. I think Florida is a team that could find their way through the playoffs. I know you're not a fan of this team as much as me, maybe, but recently I've actually kind of liked how the Rangers have been doing their thing. Mm-hmm. They're 10-2-1 in the last couple months. They're going out. If they add Max Pacioretty, then that's a decent add.
Yeah, still waiting for confirmation on that.
Right. We were looking at Florida last year as a team like, well, how the heck are they winning? How is this possible? How is the Florida Panthers, like, they're killing everyone, but like the Leafs were out shooting them all the time and losing. They were, the Panthers were, I think, if I'm recalling correctly, a little bit of a surprise to go on the run they went on.
Massive surprise.
Yeah, but so to me, I look at the Rangers and go, well, they can look at that and go, well, why can't we do that? And I think they could. Like, I look at the Rangers and go, I legitimately might be scared of some of these guys, like Ryan Lindgren and Jacob Trouba, even K'Andre Miller. They just got Chad Ruhwedel, who's an okay depth defenseman, but that's not really the same caliber. But like, you throw Will Cooley over the boards and you throw Barclay Goodrow over the boards, and you throw, even if you play Matt Rempe in the playoffs, like,
Oh, he'll play.
why
He'll
wouldn't
play.
yeah, why wouldn't you, right? Like, if you want a team that will win by pummeling you into submission, then I think the Rangers could do it. And they've got Shesterkin in net, who is quite a good goaltender.
Yeah. My hesitation, like the difference I think between a Florida and a New York Rangers is the pace they play at. Like Florida just comes at you in such a smothering, and like you have no time to think.
Mhm.
The Rangers are more of like this like not, I guess, meandering, but it's just like it's a lot more laid back style of hockey, right? They don't challenge you as much necessarily.
No, that is true.
And that's where I think like that's really what I think separates them. And this big run by the New York Rangers has been a lot on the back of Igor Shesterkin. Like Shesterkin didn't start off the year all too amazingly, and that 10-game win streak was a lot of Igor Shesterkin until Jonathan Quick then blew the win streak against the Columbus Blue Jackets, right? Like, and Jonathan Quick was good to start the year, but it's like, Igor might be the best goalie in the league. Like there's a case to be made, and there are a lot of guys that you can put up in that echelon, like an Ilya Sorokin, like a Connor Hellebuck, like a Thatcher Demko, but I just don't see that team forcing other teams to like play a different style against them. And that's my reservation with the Leafs too. Like they don't force you into playing a different style. So those are teams that I'm not really viewing with a real good chance to win, because you can play your style of hockey against the New York Rangers and the Toronto Maple Leafs. Against the Florida Panthers, you absolutely cannot play your style of hockey.
No. Yeah, they don't let you. They don't. And that's like, again, and this goes back to, I think, why you and I get along so well. Like we people come at me sometimes and saying like, oh, you don't like physical players. You only want skill. You only want this and you only want this. It's like, no, that's not what I want. I want guys who are applying pressure, great forecheckers. I want guys who can play with skill when they've got the puck. I want guys who can, put the puck in the net for sure. They got to be able to do that. You got to win. But I also want guys who are going to give opponents no time to think, no time to prepare as often as they can. So to me, a lot of that comes down to like speed and skating ability and ability to sort of cut down gaps and read play. And just play defensively. And I look at Florida as a great example of a team that kind of plays in a way that I kind of would want to emulate, where it's, they've got skill, they've got guys who can score, they got guys who can play the game, but they do it in a way where it's like, well, but if you get the puck, we're gonna kill you, we're gonna get you, And I love players who play like that, and I think a lot of people do. But that's not, but they also still have to play hockey.
Yeah.
And I think again, like you watched the Leafs last night against Boston, like you can easily tell that the Boston, there's a mentality. I think
there's
plan.
There's a game plan to unhinge Toronto, and it's forecheck them like crazy.
And it's been the same ever since you were in diapers. Like you just forecheck the Leafs like crazy, and they panic. They have no solution. They will not throw it back at you if you throw it at them. They tried last night, I guess, right? Max Domi going after
like now
guys.
They get more physical with teams, and like they'll actually hang in terms of a physical battle, but like they don't play fast enough. They don't play fast enough. And yeah, you're right. It is a reaction.
It's always reactionary.
Trying
it's
to
never
counter what the opponents are doing instead of forcing them to play a different style of game.
Yeah, like the Bruins didn't leave that game going, holy crap, the Leafs came out and just hammered us. They went out and said, oh, they have a bit of a backbone now. Okay. But they still came out and were crushing them in the first 10 minutes physically.
And
right?
I look at the Leafs, right? And I don't think it's a talent problem. And I don't think it's even a personnel problem. I think it's a coaching problem. I think it's a system problem. I think if the Leafs, if the Leafs got a little faster, maybe added some more puck movers, like a guy like Sean Walker, why I was so into the idea of him going to the Leafs is because more speed allows you to play faster, allows you to apply more pressure to other teams and really play your own style of game. And I think while this sort of coaching has worked for Sheldon Keefe at every single level, when you get to the very best level of hockey in the NHL, where guys are faster, quicker, well, that's the same thing, right? But like they make quicker decisions, and they're smarter.
Sorry, I'll let you finish your thought. No, finish your thought.
Okay. But when you're dealing with so much pressure and the very best, guys who are way more accurate with their passes, way more accurate with their shots, smarter players, quicker players, it's hard to have that sort of counter system where you play at your own like lower end speed and try and do everything that they do.
Yeah.
And they're always looking for the perfect play, right? Like it's never pucks to the net.
Oh, yes.
It's always like, did you see how Mitch Marner didn't even take a shot yesterday?
Yeah. And he almost injured himself.
I screamed at my television. Hey, how would you not shoot at an open net like that? Oh, I gotta look for
when
the
he does that,
play.
when he does that in the NHL, when he does that in the playoffs, people are going to lose their frickin' minds, and people are going to wonder why Toronto can't win. Like
they're going to think it's a physicality issue, but it's actually
not
an issue of playing too relaxed. It's not that they don't care; it's the system they play in. You don't think those guys don't want to win? They absolutely want to win.
Yeah. I think you can just tell when you watch that team too that they play a way where they need to play their way to be successful, not adapt to what other people are doing to them. Like they have trouble adapting to other teams playing their way against them, and I think if you hate to say it, but it comes down to who wants to win more. And I feel like teams know that against Toronto that you can have the advantage in the I want to win more battle. I know Toronto Maple Leaf players want to win, but there is also like, if anything, Toronto's an interesting case study of when analytics and data science might be a little bit of a disadvantage in a way where it's like, well, now teams kind of know what you're looking to do. Now teams know that you're a team that loves to generate those chances from in the scoring areas because you know that those statistically lead to more goals. But how many times last year did the Leafs get 4 or 5 grade A scoring chances on the Panthers, and shots would get blocked, or Bobrovsky would be there, and then Sam Bennett comes flying the other way, shoots one from inside the blue line, and creates a great scoring chance there.
It's because they're completely predictable, and that's the
they're
problem.
predictable.
There's a reason an analytics team and a contender that we're going to get into, I think, after this in Carolina is much more successful, and it's because they lean into the chaos of the NHL. They will throw more shot attempts at the net. A team like Florida is a quality team. They're looking for a lot of quality while also being smothering. But Carolina just goes, and they're trying to force like the biggest sample they can a lot of the times, and they do a really fantastic job of it.
Yeah. By the way, Jake Allen seems to be going to New Jersey, so the Habs are doing their thing there. So that could be interesting.
Interesting. Just what would that return be? Like that's something
well, he's not. It's not. Let me look at his contract because I don't think it's terrible.
I think it's for one more year at around 3.
Yeah, 3.85 for another year.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean he's a below average goaltender. He's been below league average this year and last year, and I think the year before. But he's still better than all of the Devils goaltenders this year. Like he's got a better save percentage and a heavier workload than Akira Schmid and Nico Dawes, and Vitek Vanacek. So we'll see what happens. I don't know what goes the other way.
I just don't know why you'd make that move necessarily.
Because you're desperate.
Yeah, but why?
Because you're desperate. I don't know.
But
you're desperate
for what? A below, not even a mid goalie, a below average goalie in terms of the numbers, right? Like that's what, and that's just
below average is better than bad.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But I don't know. Just why wouldn't you? Like, why would you do that? I just don't get it when you're trying. But you can punt. Like, Markstrom is a potential guy you go for in the offseason. Samsonov could even be available because the Leafs cap situation. Like, that could be a guy you target in free agency. Why go after Allen? That's something that I'm... Oh, okay.
Maybe he's dirt cheap. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Traction on Allen. So he's not necessarily going at...
Okay, but if usually when people say there's traction, things happen, especially when Friedman says it.
Okay. Apparently.
Okay, so yeah, it's going.
I don't know if it's that one. I think it might be the
Nope. Pierre
Oh, no,
LeBrun pending
never mind.
trade call Montreal since Jake Allen in New Jersey.
Okay.
So there's that. I don't know. I mean, look, he'll have an easier workload than what he was getting in Montreal. That counts for something. Is he going to fix all their problems? Yeah. Is he going to fix all their problems? Probably not. But I don't know. He's going to have enough on the cap where maybe you can add another goalie and play it with him, but it's not going to be easy. Yeah, a conditional 3rd round pick going to Montreal for Allen. So it's a draft pick. So you're just getting something.
And what about the retention? That's also something I'd be curious to know about, if there's any at all.
So the 3rd round pick becomes a 2nd round pick depending on games played, but that's all it says. There's no
nothing
news
about
on retention.
Okay.
Not yet. I don't know if that's changing, but I don't know. But welcome to your starting goalie job there for sure, Sam Montembeault. That's definitely interesting. But I don't know. It seems like the Jake Allen thing was percolating for a while, I suppose.
Yeah.
But if it's for a mid-round pick that maybe is a second, I would think that there might not be any retention, but who knows?
Yeah, then fine. It's a swing. It's just, I don't think it's a needle mover at all. I think Montreal is very happy with that deal.
Yeah, for sure.
You had Caden Primo, you had Sam Montembeault, and Jake Allen and Jake Allen really wasn't getting that many starts even this year.
No. Yeah.
So he's going to get a job, as we say around here.
Job. J-O-B.
Yes. So good on the Montreal Canadiens for flipping him, and we'll see with the Devils what that does.
Well, we talked last episode. That's what they need. They need a guy who can stop the friggin' puck, and that will help quite a bit.
Below average in your own words.
I know, but
right? Like,
if it's better than bad, it's an upgrade. I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, we'll see what happens. Who knows?
So yeah, do you want to go into Carolina now and more? We can
sure. Let's take a look at Carolina here. Yeah. So
I think they're probably the team to beat in the Metro. I still think that they're going to have challenges.
They're right
Florida,
there.
but I see a world where they beat Florida for sure.
I mean, they're likely going to play Philadelphia, probably. Philadelphia or the Islanders.
Yeah.
Outside chance it's the Islanders, I'd say. Well, not outside chance. They're it's possible. And I think Carolina could take both of those teams. I don't think I think that's reasonable. But yeah, just like looking up and down their lineup, again, they're another one of these teams where they're just deep. Like they've got a lot of good players. And a lot of players that I'm a fan of, which means that they're actually bad.
Don't sell yourself short, Will. Come on. We've got a bigger audience today. You can't.
Yeah, I know that's true.
You can't be doing self-deprecating stuff now. You got to say I'm the best authority,
the greatest,
on this thing.
The goat of all goats.
Exactly. That kind of.
But yeah, like up and down their lineup, they just have a lot of really good players. Jarvis and Kotkaniemi further down. Necas and Aho and Svechnikov. If Kuznetsov comes back and is at all useful, like in a good offensive way, great. They got Guentzel, great.
Yep.
Apparently Denis Gurianov is on the move now. For what? I don't know. Oh, Wade Allison. Okay, so a guy for a guy. Cool. The Habs are retaining on Allen. All right, there we go.
All right, makes more sense now to me.
Yeah. But yeah, I think with Carolina, like they're just deep and they're scary top to bottom. And they play the style of heavy possession game that you really need, to have. It'll just their weakness, like so many teams, their weakness seems to come down to what's in net. Like right now, they've got Kochetkov and Antiniemi, who's been on waivers here and there. Frederick Anderson is coming back.
Ranta.
Right, Ranta. Antiniemi is 48 years old at this point, probably. But Frederick Anderson, like, who knows? Because he's been out for a while. Kochetkov is a wild card, I would say. And Niemi or Ranta, I keep saying Niemi, but Ranta, who knows? So I don't know. Maybe Carolina's not done. Maybe they've got a goalie in their back pocket they're thinking about adding. I don't know. But I don't know how they would make that work with three goalies already on the roster.
Well, they waived Ranta, and Fred and Anderson's been
that's true.
activated. But
yeah,
how effective is he going to be in a playoff run? That's a tough. Like, we don't know because he's been out for quite a while. Frederik Andersen was a fantastic goalie, and he's dealt with a lot of injuries in his career, and I'm rooting for him. I want to see him do well. So hopefully for his sake and the Carolina Hurricanes' sake that can work out still.
Yeah.
But I like that team a lot. This is another team that's right up there for best decor in the league. Like, they're right in that mix, as we were talking about earlier. I love Dmitry Orlov. I know it hasn't really worked out as much this year, but I looked at that ad in the offseason. I thought, wow, that's a really smart pickup. So, and I wouldn't be surprised if next year we're looking at Dmitry Orlov and thinking, yeah, okay, I see why they paid him as much as they did to bring him here.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but again, like, that's a guy also that even if he is just like a decent version of himself that we're used to, like, that on your third pair is not bad to have.
Exactly.
So it's not so bad. I think Carolina does have a pretty spooky looking team. The only thing for me is, like, I brought up the Rangers first because putting on your NHL hat, like the NHL playoffs, like, Carolina does have some heavy defensemen, but the Rangers are going to want to hurt everybody. Like, I think they're that kind of a team. So is Carolina going to be able to play ball with that at some point if they meet? I think they could give them a run for their money.
They do have like physical guys too, right? Like, Orlov's no slouch that way.
Yeah.
You know, like Brent Burns is a big boy on the back end.
Brett Pesce and Brady Shea also do that kind of thing.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, they've got pieces to do that. So I just don't think that the Rangers are going to have, like, I just don't see how they'd beat Carolina. It's possible if Igor just goes nuts in the playoffs, which is possible. But like the New Jersey Devils, when they game planned the New York Rangers last year, like, that's what it was. They were able to beat the Rangers with Akira Schmid in net. Because I think ultimately, like, the talent level on New Jersey, like, all throughout the lineup last year, was even a little bit better than that of the Rangers. Like, especially the depth. Like, the depth on the Rangers has always been a problem for me, right? Like, I like the Wenberg ad.
Yep.
But I like a Barclay Goudreau for the price that they're paying for him just doesn't move the needle at all, in my opinion. Like, he's just not what they need at all.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Rempe is interesting. He'll be out there to kill people, but how effective will he actually be in that playoffs, other than for being out there to crush guys? Same thing with Edstrom, I believe it is, who he also plays with. Like, I'm just not as confident on the Rangers, and they need power play chances a lot of the time to score. I find, like, they consistently get outshot, or a decent amount outshot at 5-on-5. Like, they've struggled with that the past couple of years, and it still hasn't been addressed, right? Like, I just don't have a lot of confidence. There's still the ability with that team. Like, they have some really great top end guys, like Adam Fox, right up there with, like, in that next tier of defensemen below Cale Makar. Like, he's awesome. Artemi Panarin can be a wizard at times, but there are other times where I watch Rangers games and he's invisible until he isn't, and then he appears and does something amazing. So that also spooks me a little bit with Panarin, but he's still, like, a very high-end quality player.
Mm-hmm.
I like Chris Kreider a lot. Mika Zibanejad at times I find, like, he's good, but is he really elite? I don't think so.
Right.
But we'll see. Like, they're still a solid team overall. I'm just not sold on them as contenders.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, my only real reason for throwing them in that discussion is because they make Smash, and if they can make Smash and everyone else can't handle it, who knows?
Yeah. And I think with the like,
Eric Johnson to Philadelphia, by the way.
Oh, so he's moved.
Yeah, no more Buffalo for you.
He can go play with Risto.
Yeah.
I think.
Match made in heaven.
Is he a lefty?
I don't know. Another one of those guys who has been in the NHL forever, and I keep forgetting he's still there. He is a righty.
Okay, so he can't play with wrist though. Never mind.
Nor should he.
Yeah. Let's move on to Boston. Like, I don't know, because they're one of the better teams in the East, but do you really believe in them as like a cup contending team this year?
Well, again, I go back. I know it's a 1-game sample, but I go back to last night and I look at them against a team that up and down the lineup I think is more skilled in Toronto, but they don't care. They do not care. They like, I don't know. The Bruins just are a team that always finds a way. I don't know how. They want to destroy you. I know that. You can tell that they are a team that wants to destroy you. And anyone who goes out there with the instinct of, I want to destroy you, plays on the team. Like Justin Brazeau last night, I was watching him for a bit because I went kind of like, what's this guy's role in the NHL going to be? Because I always saw him as like a really tall, skilled guy with a pretty decent shot, but just kind of wasn't driving a ton of results. But then I sort of went, okay, someone must have gotten his ear and been like, bro, you're huge. We know you have some skill. So use it to pass pucks and get pucks up the ice, but your job is to be big and hit guys and use your size to your advantage. And I feel like in a depth role, he's kind of doing that. I mean, I'm not answering the question really, but in my mind, I look at the Boston Bruins and go, yeah, I feel like on paper they don't line up super well. We'll see if they're done today. If I'm Boston, I might add a bit more offensive pop. But like at the same time, I just think that that's a team that's going to grind you down, and they've got some good defensive players. Like Brandon Carlo is a very good defensive player. Charlie McAvoy is one of my favorite defensemen in the league. You know, I don't know. I feel like with Boston, they are gonna I think they're going to give every team a real push. They're going to give everyone a run for their money, regardless of who they are. I think the first round series against Toronto, if that's what happens, is going to be fascinating and illuminating. I hope that's what happens because I think Boston-Toronto series are always just insane.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
So yeah,
I'd like to see that series.
I liked the Bruins this year, but I don't think on paper they can line up to a team like Carolina. But they have the goaltending to win. They have, some physical players. And in the playoffs, again, like, can you muck it up? Can you get to the net? And can you smash a puck in the net from the crease? Like, that's kind of playoff hockey, right? And I feel like Boston can do that.
So I think the one thing you missed is that I think they're a really well-coached team. I really like Jim Montgomery a lot. And that's not to say anything against Bruce Cassidy, because he obviously won a Stanley Cup in his first year with Vegas, because he's also a fantastic coach. But, like, I really like Jim Montgomery's play, like what he's done. I feel like in a lot of ways, that's what's allowed the Boston Bruins to be as high up in the standings as they are alongside the goaltending. Like, they just, with them, I'm not sold on, especially this recent run of form, minus the 2 games against the Leafs. It's been a lot of overtime losses, right? Like, they're the team that has been the least clutch this year, right? And that's a problem. Like, when you've blown the most third period leads, or I think if it's not the most, it's close to it with them. That's a problem. Yeah. That's absolutely a problem. And it seems like their confidence, and maybe this is an advantage that they'd be playing Toronto, and they just seem to have the confidence level where we'll be able to beat Toronto no matter what for them. But, like, let's say they do beat Toronto, and then they play Florida. Like, I don't think they can hang with Florida this year. I really don't think they can hang with Florida this year at all. Like, I just don't think they have the talent level. Like, even against Toronto, if Toronto was better coached, I would be picking Toronto right now. I would be. But
right.
I think the style of play Toronto plays, like, Boston should be able to win that series. And Toronto will do what they do and probably make it a 7-game series because the talent level's awesome on that team. But, like, then I think Boston would play Florida and probably go out in 6 games.
Right. The playoffs are just so hard to predict. Because honestly, like, the fact that they are the team that has blown by quite a margin 2 games, that have blown the most leads in the second period. They have 8 overtime losses leading going into the third period.
And 15
which is
overtime losses this season.
Yeah. So, it's tricky, but I also feel like in the, like, are those shootout losses or overtime losses? Because the shootout doesn't exist.
Let me take a look.
Right? The shootout doesn't exist in the playoffs.
I think it's a lot of OT losses though, for the most part.
When did Klim Kostin go to the San Jose Sharks? Oh, it was the Radim Simic trade. Simic in a seventh for Klim Kostin. Okay. I mean, dude, Mike Greer with the San Jose Sharks is just totally transforming the way that team wants to play. It is wild to me. Like, Klim Kostin is so modern Sharks. It makes sense, but boy, there's a lot of players in the Sharks system who are gonna be boxed out by guys like Klim Kostin, right? Like they've got Daniil Gushchin doing really well, and every time he stepped on an NHL ice surface, I've thought he's played really well. And is Klim Kostin going to take a job from him? Is Kasper Haltonen going to take a job from him? Because they're big and heavy and physical and tough and hard to play against, and they have grit and sandpaper. Like, that clearly is what San Jose is going for here, and that's kind of interesting.
Sorry, so they're 3-3 in the shootout this year.
Okay, so they've gone to the shootout 6 times in the last half of them, which is
6 times. So out of their OT losses, 12 of them came in overtime proper.
Yeah, that's not great. That's still not great. That's not great in their favor. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I see what you're saying. I don't disagree. But again, it's like with the Rangers. I'm putting on my Neanderthal troglodyte hockey NHL hat, and I'm going, yes, but also got no, never mind. Yeah, it's like, yes, but in the playoffs, like, are they gonna just, like, I don't know. As silly as it sounds, like, is the playoffs this year just going to be who can be the Florida Panthers better than the Panthers? And if not, the Panthers are probably going to win, because if the Leafs play the Panthers, it's going to be the exact same thing all over again. To me, Toronto will be a little more physical, but Florida will punish them. Florida will punish them over and over and over again. And it'll be a big test for Toronto, as they are. And if they do it, then great. But even if Toronto plays Florida in the first round and wins, they're going to be going up against another gauntlet in New York or Carolina or Boston or whoever. So it's going to, I don't know. But with Boston, I look at a team like Boston and go, yeah, but in the playoffs, like, again, like the skill kind of doesn't really matter as much. So the lack of skill and lack of offense kind of doesn't bother me as much.
I just think that so much of their offense runs through David Pastrnak too, which is a very sensible thing to do right now, especially with the limited amount of guys that they have that are real high-end offensive pieces. Like Brad Marchand's one of the guys too that's up there for them, but it's like Pastrnak is so much of their offense. In the first game this week, like on Monday against the Leafs, it was Pastrnak who just won Boston the game with the way he played, like, truly. And then Jeremy Swayman was outstanding in net. Like, they have the goalie. They have a really good, like, an upper echelon player who's in probably the top 10. And can you game plan that in the playoffs?
Well, the thing is, here's the thing about Boston last year in the playoffs. David Pastrnak had 5 goals in 7 games, but he was outscored by Marchand, Zacha. McAvoy had 5 points. DeBrusk had 6. Taylor Hall had 8. Tyler Bertuzzi had 10.
Yeah.
Tyler Bertuzzi now obviously on the Leafs. Nick Foligno scored quite a bit as well. They spread it around
team,
decently,
right? Like, they had more offensive options. Like, I think you and I would both agree, and most people would agree, that Boston took a massive step back from their President's Trophy team because that team was built to win.
Well, that team was wild.
And then you lost Bergeron, Krejci, Taylor Hall. You had to cap dump, right? Like, Tyler Bertuzzi, you also lost. So that's a lot of the offensive players you're even talking about. Like, Zacha is still there, Marchand's still there. Mm-hmm. But even if those two guys score more than Pastrnak in the playoffs, it's like you don't have supplementary guys doing that elsewhere.
Yeah. We'll see. I don't know. The playoffs just are so different. They're just so different. And it's Like I don't know, just watching maybe it's recency bias, but just watching the Bruins last night, I sat there and went, God damn, no wonder this team can win in the playoffs, even though they didn't last year. But that was kind of written in the stars based on how absurd they were in the regular season. Newsflash, the regular season doesn't really matter all that much, even if you win 80 games. But also while we were chatting, two things happened. Andrew Peeke is now a Boston Bruin, apparently.
Okay.
So that's a thing, I guess. He's a guy. And Ken Johnson has undergone shoulder surgery. He's out 6 months. So there goes Ken Johnson until probably training camp next year. So they just swapped defensemen. Jakobs Borrell out the door for Andrew Peeke.
Yeah, and it's like
who has not had a good year.
And it's like, have they added anything massive to their team? Honestly, it feels like Nashville did more so far. And it's not to say that Boston can't go out and do it, but it's like, what are you going to move right now? Allmark is the biggest piece that would generate interest, but you can't get a guy to waive that. You're probably not going to get him to waive his no trade clause or whatever restriction it is mid-season, right? Especially when you're on a team that is like, even though I don't necessarily view them as like the highest end contender, they still have a chance, and they're still in the race here. Like
everybody has a chance. Everybody's got a chance.
It depends on who everybody is. Like the San Jose Sharks and the Chicago Blackhawks do not have a chance. Let's be real.
Well, okay, yeah, those guys will probably not make the playoffs. That's true.
Right? So
yes, that's true.
At some level, they seem like a team, and I think they're doing the right thing here, not necessarily going out and making a big splash if they can't find anything for good value, because I think this team requires surgery in the offseason. And I think it could possibly, you could look at them next year and we could think, okay, they've got a good shot at winning the cup again if they make the right moves.
I guess with Boston, I agree. Like, I think it depends on how their playoffs go this year based on like sort of a long-term strategy. But again, I can see the Bruins getting through the first round, like going up against an insanely skilled team like Toronto, getting through them, and people going, you know what, maybe this mix could do stuff. You know, maybe there's something here and we don't need to just panic and blow it up or whatever, or reboot. Because I don't know. The Boston Bruins are an interesting team, and I think in the playoffs they'll be very interesting, because they have their style of play. They will not make winning easy. And, you know, again, any team in the playoffs, the message to every single team in the playoffs, day one, is the regular season is over. It doesn't matter. Like, this is a new year. It's the season starting over again, but it's a tournament, and we got to win the tournament, right? Like,
yep.
It's a very different mindset. And I think on the teams at the bottom, it's like a motivator. And for the teams at the top, it's a reality check. And it's like how you respond to that can make such a huge difference. You know, like, I've been alive long enough to remember some incredible upsets in the playoffs over the years, just from teams punishing other teams, or, you know, maybe a goaltender doesn't have the best couple of games, and next thing you know, you're down 3-1 in the series. We'll see. Who knows? It's going to be interesting to see. The Ottawa Senators are going to make the playoffs now because they just claimed Boris Kachuk off waivers from the Chicago Blackhawks.
Oh, wow.
So there's that.
Oh, they're going to make the playoffs now, huh?
Yep. Go Sens go. Yeah, they're going to go on. They're going to go on a run. They got 21 games left. They're at 54 points. Even if they win all of those games, they won't hit 100, I think. So there's that. But it's not impossible, technically. And now that they have Boris Kachuk, anything is possible. I don't know. Yeah, what? Go ahead.
So feel free, producer boy. About Philly in the playoffs potentially. How far we think they can go. It's just,
they're tricky.
They could be competitive with Carolina if Carolina ends up being the second seed, but I don't think they win. I don't think so either. I'd be interested to see what happens in a Rangers versus Flyers series. I think that they have a better chance in, because, like, as is mentioned, like, they're a hardworking team, right? Like, that's the way Torts likes to play. I like guys like Owen Tippett. I like guys like Sean Couturier. Travis Konechny is a really good player too. and I'm sure I'm missing some, like Joel Farabee.
Oh yeah, like Tippett and Lawton and Morgan Frost is having a pretty good year.
They've got good pieces, but
they've got 2 players over 40 points though. Like it's they're I don't understand how the Flyers are winning games, honestly, if I'm being perfectly honest. They've got league average goaltending. They're not scoring a ton of goals. They've got 2 guys over like 2/3 of a point a game. Whereas Carolina is just top to bottom. They've got skill, they've got physicality, they've got speed, they've got, everything basically. Like Carolina has 5 guys at the scoring rate that Florida or Philadelphia has 2. So that matters. And now they've got Guentzel, and now they've got Kuznetsov. So who knows what happens there?
Yep.
So I don't know, honestly, but I don't think I give Philadelphia a ton of a chance there.
Yeah.
The only way they win is if they do the Florida thing. If Carolina's Toronto, they do the Florida thing against them and just pound them into submission and get great goaltending.
But even with Florida, it's like they had signs that they were a better team than they were, and that team the year before won the President's Trophy. It was a surprise, but at the same time, like they still had a lot of the talent level that was there, and they got a better player in Makachuk over Jonathan Huberdeau, right? Like Philly is a complete, like this is a not a team with a lot of history or past results to point to that would indicate that they could really do something like that. I think the only way it happens is if Carolina gets goalied, goalied. It's like, is Philly going to be a cakewalk? No. But there's also a possibility they don't make the playoffs, and that we're looking at a New York Islanders in this position.
Philadelphia also did just drop arguably their best defenseman. And the second best, I would say. Sanheim's probably their top guy, but they just dropped Sean Walker, right? Like, I don't even think the Philadelphia Flyers think that they're a huge contending team. Otherwise, you probably would have kept Sean Walker. But I don't know. Who knows? It's going to be interesting. But I don't think there's a huge chance. And
Drysdale's out too. Right, like they're thin right now.
By the way, AJ, William Lagesson is gone. Lagesson got claimed by the Anaheim Ducks, so no more William Lagesson for the Toronto Maple Leafs. So out goes Lagesson, in comes Edmondson.
Okay,
there you go. So they lost some defensive depth they have acquired defensive depth, and in doing so, they now have lost defensive depth. So take that for what you will.
I mean, Lagesson wasn't really a needle mover for me this year. Like I would get concerned when he was on the ice at times.
I'd rather have him than like Max Ellis out there, right? Whatever.
Right, but it's like, are you taking an Edmondson or are you taking a Lagesson?
I don't care.
Fair enough.
I don't care. I don't care. Probably Edmondson because he cross-checks harder. I don't know. But I don't know. In terms of contenders outside of those teams,
I think we've hit on everything.
I think we've kind of hit on everyone. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else really kind of sticks out a ton.
So if we want now, we can go back to chat questions. There was something that came in before our intermission that I wanted to get to.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to scroll up quite a bit. So give me a quick second. Okay. So this person commented that they're in awe of Demidov's skill, but wonder about his adaptability. Love to see his translatability into pro hockey. So what are your thoughts on that?
Let me reread that again.
It's Steven Oshiro or something like that. It's a little high up.
I feel dumb. I can't see it.
It's pretty far up.
Sorry. Okay. Oh yeah, wonder about. Okay, I see it. Well, that's the big question mark, right? Like that's the question mark. I would say that in my years of watching Russian junior hockey, I don't think anyone is as good as Demidov, and that goes for I'd say Matvei Michkov. But Matvei Michkov in the KHL was a very different player from when he was playing down a level or two. Like he just turned it on and started playing hockey, which was pretty incredible. But Demidov, like the thing about that is you have to think about, what does Demidov do that is so good? And is it good enough that you could see it working against better players? And I would say much better players than a typical Russian junior hockey league defenseman. I would say that Demidov Demidov is a guy who I think is up here, like in terms of skill and upside, but probably settles in a little bit more of a reserved version of himself against NHL defensemen, just because they're bigger and physical and like he tries to do a lot of these like the put the puck behind you and put it between your legs NHL 24 kind of skill move and tries to get around defensemen that way. That probably won't fly in the NHL. But with Demidov, the good thing I would say is that from the beginning of the year until now, his style of play has really refined itself a little bit more. And if that trend continues, then I'm really positive about him translating to pro hockey. Like the problem with him in the KHL this year was he was very limited because he wasn't using his feet as he probably should. He was retrieving pucks, receiving passes, and sort of being a little bit slow to make a move and make a play. And he kind of got limited to being a pass first guy, which he can do, but that's not really his style of play. But now he's sort of in motion a little bit better, getting the puck up the ice a lot better. He's carrying the puck a lot more than he was. He's using his speed to push defensemen on their heels a lot. I time, if you don't know, I time players blue line to blue line on the rush just to get a gauge of what they're doing out there. And he's been among some of the faster times blue line to blue line of prospects in a game that I've tracked. I don't put a ton of weight into that, but it's something to note, especially for a guy who's had some criticisms of his skating ability. But I'd say that's the big knock on him for me is he's a guy who is too good, far too good for playing where he is. And he can get away with a lot playing where he is. And he hasn't really been tested as he is now going into the draft. You don't have that sample outside of in September when he was not particularly good. So it's the only concern. I'm not super concerned about it, but I could see why NHL teams would look at that and go, yes, but we've seen a lot more of like a Sam Dickinson. Or you could look at him and go, yes, but we've seen Anton Salayev in the KHL all year long. He doesn't necessarily look out of place there. And the potential for that guy in the NHL as an NHL player is super high end. Personally, I look at it and go, okay, that may be true, but would you rather have a Nikita Zadorov or would you rather have a, friggin' Artemi Panarin, right? You're taking a risk, and Panarin took until he was 25 to hit the NHL, but I don't think anybody cares at this point. So for me, I always will be optimistic about Demidov. Like, if his level of skill doesn't work, then you should not draft out of the Russian Junior League and expect an NHL player. Like, it's so out of control good for that level. And I'm confident based on how much he's improved over the season, for sure. Let's see.
Okay, so Squeegee Dude is the next one.
Oh, cool.
What are you guys' thoughts on Nashville bringing in vets like Bo and Zucker? Also, sorry, I gotta scroll through this. Also, How do you guys value youth? Is having a great year with multiple guys that look like they could be in the NHL?
Who's MK? Oh, Milwaukee.
Milwaukee, okay.
Yeah, the Milwaukee Admirals. I mean, they've been on an unbelievable run. I mean, I don't know about what you mean by value youth. I value good players. Like, I don't like, I'm of the belief that I think a major fallacy in hockey is we can't play this good young player because they don't have the experience. Because the irony is like, well, okay, but when do they get the experience, right? Like, how do you give someone playoff experience if they don't have the experience? It's like, it's like we want an entry-level job position for someone who's been working with 5 years of job experience. It's like, you're just looking to underpay someone, right? Like you just want to undervalue someone on purpose. And for me, I look at it as, you got to give them a test. Obviously, the test in the playoffs, if you lose, you're out. But 15 of 16 teams are going to lose anyway, right? Like, the odds are not in your favor. So if you've got a young player that you feel like deserves a shot, then you may as well give it to them.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is coaches who value the known quantity, right? Like, coaches don't have time to go and always look at their own players that are coming up. And so a lot of the times these guys get put to the wayside a little bit. Like, Nick Robertson to me is a guy who should be playing a lot more. I know Sheldon Keefe's seen a good sample of him now, but like, you look at what that guy can do, and I personally think he'd be better suited playing in like a top 6 role sometimes. Even though he's good on the third line and I like him there, it's just like a guy like John Tavares is gonna suck the life out of him a little bit. Like, he was much better with Max Domi because he could play off the speed. Like, they both have good speed, and there was something to work with. Like, John Tavares was a fantastic player in his prime, but a lot of that's evaporated, which is what happens when you get older. So I feel like in some cases it's just they give these players limited roles in positions that they're not necessarily going to succeed in, and then they get traded to teams that aren't necessarily as good at the time being, who have way more opportunity for them, and then they show up there and they play awesome. Like, look at Daniel Sprong going to Seattle and how much better he was there, and how he's earned himself a deal in Detroit and has looked really good in a bottom
and is arguably still undervalued.
Yes, right? Like, that I think is the issue, that it gets in the way of coaches' jobs, right? Like, we're asking a guy who's trying to keep their job in this league. And it's the same thing with scouts, right? Like, with safety as opposed to actually really swinging for the fences. That in order to preserve your job, you're going to go with safety a lot of the time.
I mean, how many players have made a living that you would not expect them to make a living by turning into players that don't screw up, right? Like, that's like, if you're a young player and want a development path to the NHL, just be a guy who, no matter what, does not screw up, right? Because that's what people seem to trust. For me, I mean, I saw someone comment it's their job and they would lose it if they risk it. It's not about like blindly just playing your youth, right? But it's about, like, for example, I can't think of a good example off the top of my head, but like, looking at a young player, like, your job as a coach is to put the best team on the ice that you think can win. And I think there's a fallacy out there with really high-end players or players that drive play really well, that if you drive play really well, you're going to make mistakes. Like, if you're a good play driver, you're going to have the puck a lot. And just by virtue of that and the fact that your job is to drive play a little bit better, you're going to make mistakes. Like, look at how much criticism you see about William Nylander.
Yeah.
Arguably one of the best line drivers in the NHL, in my opinion.
Exactly. You could argue he's a top 15 player in the NHL, period.
Like, with the puck on his stick, very few people can play like he does. And the thing is, like, but he screws up. But he has the puck so much, and he has such a high-level mind and ability for the game, that if you have your head on straight, in my opinion, if you have your head on straight, you go, yeah, that sucks. Like, for every time William Nylander gives the puck away like that last night and causes a goal against Boston, there's 20 opportunities that William Nylander creates offensively that are super high end.
And now he's been way better defensively too. Like, the way he's forecheck teams, it's insane.
Yeah.
Like, I was losing my mind how well he was doing, and then I saw that and I'm like, well, here comes the one blemish that people are going to point to and be like, he's not good enough. So only cares about his hairstyle. Thanks to my uncle and his rhetoric.
Right. And my point is, like, do you then turn around and look at a William Nylander and go, well, we can't play him very much in the playoffs because he's unreliable or something? It's like, well,
no, obviously, because he plays he's the best.
Yes,
of all
he's the
of
best
them
player in the playoffs. But to me, I guess the point is, like, if your philosophy is don't screw up, like, you're gonna just have a mid hockey team, really,
and you're gonna screw up, right? Because that's all you're thinking.
And you're gonna
about.
Screw up regardless. Yeah, like, look at like an Eric Goodbranson, a guy who's made a living out of playing in his own end because he can't move the puck out of his own end. Like, all he does is play solid defensive hockey because he gets so much practice doing it. But is he valuable to teams? Clearly, because he's, getting contracts that are quite expensive. So to me, I look at it as, if you're worried about your job, it is, I don't know. I can't think of a not negative way to put it, but to me it's like lazy to then go, okay, well, we're just going to load up on guys who can, hit guys and then pass the puck to their partner or pass the puck to a winger and then sit around and wait, right? Like if that's your goal, then fine. But you have to, and this is why I track data. Like you have to take the good with the bad and understand how much good there is and how much bad there is. Because if all you're looking for is as little bad as you can possibly find, you're going to miss out on a lot of potential upside, right? Like you still need to score in the playoffs, right? And I don't know, it's tough. And so the big thing for me though is like you've got the argument of, well, we can't play this guy because he doesn't have the experience, so let's go get a league average or replacement level player to just eat minutes while we let the younger guy play less minutes or sit out because we're worried that they're gonna whatever.
Yeah. They're gonna
So
screw
yeah,
up.
I don't know.
And I
Yeah.
think the last point to cover on this, because the question is specifically Nashville focused. I don't think this necessarily fully applies with Nashville in what they're doing. Like, who of the young guys are you really gonna play for Nashville? Like, this is a team that went out. Their trip to the Sphere with U2 got canceled, and you got to give them the reward. But it's true.
Yeah.
Like, you actually have to reward those guys for going out, realizing that they weren't playing well enough, and have propelled themselves probably into what's likely almost a locked playoff spot. Like, it really looks like we know what the picture is in the West. And I think Nashville is going to round it out. So to me, adding guys like Anthony Beauvillier for a fifth, I think is what they traded for him.
Oh yeah, that was the question.
And a sixth for Jason Zucker. Who cares? Like at some level, it's just rewarding those guys. Like they'll bring along their youth. They've got some decent and interesting guys to work with. Like you're not going to bring up Askarov now. Just let him develop because goalies take longer. Like Svechkov, are you really going to bring him up for a run? No. With Nashville, I think they're approaching this correctly so far. Like I don't think it's hindering any of these players' development. Where we're going, well, these guys need to be somewhere else. Like I think the big mistake they made was Tolvanen. Like they should still have Tolvanen, but
sure,
that's like the one you can really point to. And they were more in compete mode than still. I think like now they're just let's reward these guys. Let's make small moves to help out this team and maybe do something in the playoffs, though it's still unlikely, right?
It's unlikely, but possible. But yeah, I mean, I think the moves they've made are just, here's some extra help, right? Like here's some help to help this team stay in a playoff spot and see what happens. And yeah, they have tons of draft picks. They drafted a ton last summer. Like they're not in any trouble at all, I don't think. So they can afford to sort of go, hey, we're having a better year than we expected. Like let's see where this goes. And just keep pushing and see where things land for sure.
Yep, I like where they're going.
Yeah.
So
okay. What else do we have here? Opinions on the Guentzel trade. I mean, we kind of went over that already.
But we can.
I mean, the return. I felt the return was pretty good. They got Ponomaryov, who I think could be an NHL depth player pretty soon, if he isn't already. Just a hardworking, guy with some offensive pop. The other guys they sent, who were the other guys? Koivunen. I think Koivunen's an NHL player, like maybe a middle six, good third line guy, something like that. And I mean, you're probably getting a first round pick, right? No, second round pick, unless they get to the Stanley Cup final, and it's then a first round pick.
Yeah, and Pittsburgh was looking for more prospects, anyways.
Yeah.
And you and I both like Michael Bunting to an extent. Like he's not the biggest needle mover, but he's a decent complementary player. And it made sense for Carolina to move on from him because he was occupying that role on top power play that Jake Guentzel will occupy, I imagine. Yep. So to me, that made a ton of sense.
Yeah, agreed.
And I like what Dubas did there at some level. You get a ton of shots here with some decent guys.
Yeah. I did see this. Apparently, Craig Button had the Sens picking Zane Parekh if they win the lottery second overall. Hey, good on them. I don't think they would do it, knowing. I mean, the thing about the Ottawa Senators, then I've talked to a few people about this. Like, all of their scouts are the same. So unless there's a direction from above of our priorities are different, the scouts are all the same. So I don't know how I would feel as a scout if that the organizational philosophy needs to be different from unless I have been scouting in a way that favors players I don't like as much, and maybe the new direction is more up the right alley. Like maybe Pierre Dorion was like, no, we got to draft guys who are pesky, physical, jerks. Like that's what we're looking for, and above all. And the scouts went, okay, like fine, here comes Pierre. And now for them, it's a breath of fresh air with Steve Stais, who maybe comes in with a little bit of a different frame of mind. We'll see what Ottawa does today, if anything. But I don't know. I think with that, it's an interesting thought experiment that all of their scouts are the same. So they don't strike me as a group that would look at a Zane Parekh at second overall. But I mean, who knows? I also just look at them and go, they have a lot of young defensemen already, and like adding another one to that. Not that you draft for need, but you look at their roster and you kind of go, if you have second overall, are you going to really use it on something where you've got a bunch of young players already who are NHL players and looking okay doing it?
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of what you said about scouting for a specific fit, like being asked to scout for something. I know that is a reality in the NHL, that you're told sometimes at the top from the top rather, that this is what we're looking for, find us this.
Right.
And it's not necessarily about what you value, it's find us this. And I've heard that from somebody pretty high up. So
yeah,
I'm like it's a real thing that happens. So maybe their scouts will change the values or the things that they're looking for in players, and maybe it'll improve, but time will tell.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I always find that the organizational direction, scouting wise, I mean, if you don't trust your scouts for the way their brains work, then what do you have them for, right? Like scouts aren't, in my opinion, a scout shouldn't be a minion for the management team, right? Like that's not their job. Their job is to find the best talent out there, right? And the general manager is the one who's supposed to understand what's going on and trust them to make the right decisions. But I don't know. I don't work for the Senators. I don't know how it works for them. I'm sure it's different, just like any company can be different from any other company. Who knows? But in my mind, if your scouts are the same year over year, ideally you should be getting similar philosophies year over year from those scouts. Otherwise, you're putting your thumb on the scale, and I'm not sure how useful that can be. But anyway, I guess the squeegee person also had a follow-up. Is Nashville hurting their youth growth by doing this veteran move for the playoffs? I don't think so. It's a playoff run. Like I don't think anyone's gonna addressed it too, right? Yeah, I don't think Zach LaRue's gonna care that he's not gonna play in the stretch. Like I just don't think it matters. I don't think anyone's gonna do it.
Now we're caught up all the way to the very last comment that we got.
How does a scouting department make a decision like Chase Stillman in the first round? Well, that was the pandemic year. I watched a bit of Chase Stillman that year. I think he played in Denmark for a little bit, and I saw a little bit of him, and I thought he was a guy for sure. I don't know, but the 2021 draft was crazy. It was weird. I don't know. I mean, I look back at my 2021 list and I feel pretty good about it in general, in retrospect, if I'm recalling it correctly.
Yeah. I think it was pretty good from what I remember of it too.
Right. So I'm pretty happy about my ability to get a gauge on the marketplace when nobody could go to the rinks. Like I had Beniers at 1. He's not having a great year, but nonetheless. I didn't have Stillman ranked, if that's what we're talking about. But also it's still early. Like none of these guys are done developing. A lot of these guys are still like 20, 21 years old. So it's not, it's nothing is set in stone for any of these players yet. So I don't know. But Chase Stillman was always a weird one for me. Yeah, and someone also says bloodlines. That also can't be forgotten about, is bloodlines. People love bloodlines in the NHL. Loved the behind the scenes of the 2022 draft of the Minnesota Wild. It seems to be just Bill Guerin asking Judd Brackett, he's the best guy, let's take him. Yeah, that's how it should work. The general manager's job is to put the right person in place to pick players for him, right? Like the general manager cannot possibly, with all the other, not that I know what a general manager does all day, every day, but I don't imagine that a general manager's major part of their job is to understand the prospect landscape, right? The draft, all it is just we're adding a few guys to our team that cost us nothing. Like they're free. We just get to pick a couple of guys and that's it. Like they're all long shots in general, statistically, almost all of them. So who cares that much? You got to put a guy in place who knows what they're doing and will make the right moves. And Judd Brackett is one of those people. So that's kind of how it should work. And you don't let your influence get in the way. Your job is much more important in terms of, do the guys have the facilities they need? Do we have enough money to pay for what we need to pay for next year, right? Like you're the general manager of the team. You're not just the player guy all the time. You're what the resources guy as well.
And you should find guys who align with your own values, right? Instead of forcing them into something else.
Well, and you and I talk about this all the time, right? Like how if we were in the NHL, it would be so pivotal that everybody was on the same page of like what the team is supposed to be like.
Yeah.
Like what is this team's general strategy and tactical angle? And you just dive into it, right? Because I don't know. I get like the famous saying is Lou Lamoriello saying that an NHL team is like an orchestra. You need guys who play tuba. You need guys who play first violin. You need people who play whatever, which I think is true to a point. But you have to all agree on what kind of orchestra you are, right? Like you can't have, you have to have a balance. But if there's no orchestras are made the same, and you have to kind of know what you want at the end of the day and go for that, right? Like what kind of music is this orchestra going to specialize in, right? And sort of making sure that you have the best people in place to do that. So that's always the thing that sticks out with me. And yes, Sean follows up by saying, who knows, the same thing happened next year with Charlie Stramel at 21. Well, who knows? They did draft bigger last year. Guys like Stramel and Kupalainen come to mind. But also, I mean, knowing Judd Brackett and how his brain thinks over the years with how he's been drafting for them, the Minnesota Wild specifically, like they seem to just want guys good at everything, right? Not that Charlie Stramel's like an amazing player, but he's big. He's got some skill. He can skate decently well. He could be a physical player. Liam Ugren is another one. He's been on fire lately, by the way. I think he had 3 points in his first playoff game for Rögle. And he's looked really good in Sweden this year when I've seen him. And he's a guy who's very well-rounded. Murat Husnudinov is a guy who's very well-rounded and plays hard. Marco Rossi, very well-rounded and plays hard. So that's the kind of vibe that you're getting with Minnesota. And with Charlie Stramel, I will never count him out until he's in the American Hockey League or something, because I know Wisconsin's having a good year, but you could see, especially at the World Juniors last year, you could kind of see the role that he could play. So he's a guy who I think if you're Minnesota, he reminds me a little bit of like a Jordan Greenway, but Jordan Greenway took some time to sort of find his footing and get going. And I feel like something similar could be there for Stramel. But that was, I mean, would I have picked Charlie Stramel there last year? No, not at all. I don't think so.
So one more point to that, but also Kevin Weeks tweeting out eyes emoji at Vegas.
Oh
boy, do another move, but clock as well. So time is ticking. But going back to what you were saying, I know there's a lot of people who are like, oh, this league recycles all the time, or oh, Dubas is bringing his guy there, right? Like,
yep.
If I was in the NHL, the first person I would call is Will, and I'd be like, Will, you're coming with me, because I know that's somebody I can trust. It's like this is the way that it works at some level. Like you network with people, you find people that share your interest, and you're gonna bring them with you. right? So I see a lot of people getting upset about it. But to me, it just makes sense. It's like, I'm gonna hang out with the guy. What am I gonna do?
Yeah.
Search for new friends when I already have ones that I trust and are close. I'm not shutting my door to other people. It's just, why do you think Jason Spezza followed Kyle Dubas?
Yeah.
Right. It's they're boys.
Well, and also, like, being a person who's in their 30s, you think it's so simple, right? You think the world is all so simple and that blah blah blah, but when you're in it, you'll see that there's a reason why these kinds of things are the way they are, right? Like, oh, I hate my boss, I hate this, I hate that. It's like, but then when you're a manager, man, it is different. Your equation of how to work is very different. You know, handling people and networking and trust and all of that stuff matters. Like, I'm not saying that NHL people are like the most brilliant people ever now, but it's like they play by the same rules that almost everyone else does in the world, where it's like, you're going to go with someone that you trust. If you I don't know, are there people who shouldn't be in the positions they're in sports? Yes, but newsflash, that's true literally everywhere, right? Like, you could argue some of the most powerful people on the planet are not necessarily qualified to do the job, right? Or at least not very good at it.
Yep.
So like, welcome to the world, right? Like, if you can either complain about it, which I am certainly guilty of. I think all of us can be, but it's either that or you really sort of find an attack angle and an angle to go, okay, well, how can I
get in,
make myself more attractive make myself more in demand. Like, why I started this YouTube channel, right? Like, all of it was based around everyone is writing long form data heavy analytics articles and everything, but no one is doing stuff like this on YouTube, especially with regards to the draft. There's a hole there. And I like the draft. I like watching players around the world. I like watching different leagues, blah, blah, blah. Matt Dumba's to Tampa Bay, apparently. So we'll see what that looks like. Yep. But, like, you identify a gap to try to get your foot in a door. And otherwise, like, I don't know, like, you could complain about it, but other people will do it for you instead. So I get it in a way. It's frustrating, to say the least. But yeah, like, it is a lot easier to pick up the phone and go, hey, I know this guy and he at least will give me everything. I know what I'm going to get out of this person. Maybe there's better candidates, but you know what I'm saying anyway.
Yeah. You just got to make connections and keep going at it. It's something I've learned from my dad. I think my dad is the most connected person I've ever met in my life. And it's just like, how do you know this person, Dad? Oh, because of this, and this. And I just kept in touch with them. And, it landed me here and here. And well, Dad, good for you.
Yeah.
And like, he does okay. He does okay,
Yeah. No. But anyway, so that always is that's been, as I get older, that's definitely something you see a lot of. It's like, yeah, like, stuff is unfair, right? Like, sometimes things are unfair, but too bad, right? Like, that's, welcome to the planet. That's, it's how it's always been. But anyway, Matt Dumba to Tampa, that's pretty interesting. So
Tampa
how do you feel
about it?
Well, it depends on what they're paying, but I don't think Tampa really cares. Seeing as they paid 5 draft picks for Tanner Jeannot last year.
I bet you it's not for much. Like, I bet you it's going to be pretty low.
I don't think so.
I'm not huge on this. I just don't think Dumba's that great.
No.
Like, you need to be putting him in a top power play role, and Victor Hedman is clearly a better offensive player than Matt Dumba, in my opinion. So I don't see really the necessity for a guy like Matt Dumba. It's got to be a retained deal, like it has to be.
Yep.
Because I think he's making $4 million, if I'm not mistaken.
4 mil. Yep, 4.
It might even be double retained, so it might be like a mid pick and a mid pick, half retained, and then a low pick to a third party for another half retained. Like, I could see that being the case. But yeah, it's not the most ridiculous or crazy move.
Yeah, it looks like a pick swap, so probably like a fifth for Dumba and a 6th or something like that.
Yeah. All right. So, is there any other things we can go through here? Because soon, well, it's 20 minutes to deadline,
Yeah, 20 minutes to deadline.
and then we'll get all the Lou Lamoriello moves because
Right.
that's when we find out about them.
Yeah. Yeah.
As the log jam, the massive log jam of moves trickle in, and we find out
Yeah.
what depth player the New York Islanders have acquired. Because that's what I imagine
you
it's
wanna-
going to be, right?
Yeah, you want to play the game? What depth player are the Islanders going to get? That's a fun game.
Let me think. My bet would have been Kyle Okposo, but he's now.
Thomas Tatar.
Honestly, I could see it.
Thomas Tatar.
I could see that for sure.
Dominic Kubalik? No, probably not.
I don't think Kubalik's garnered any interest this year, actually, based on what I heard on the 32.
Someone threw up Brendan Smith. That's a good one. Brendan Smith to the Islanders feels like a thing that could happen.
No, it's got to be.
It's
got to be whoever Lou. Like, has Brendan Smith been with Lou before?
That's a good question.
Because we got to pick guys that have been Lou guys prior.
Yeah. So Lou mostly was with Toronto for guys that have been that are in the NHL still. Like, I feel like most guys he was with the Devils with are not around.
No, they're around on his team.
Yeah, they're on his team, right?
Like Palmieri.
So who is or was Leafs? It was a Leaf that
Kasperi Kapanen.
There's no way he's getting Kasperi Kapanen.
I don't think so either.
No way.
I don't even think he's on is he on an expiring deal? I don't even think that's the case.
No, I don't think so.
Like,
I think it's next year.
Is he gonna pick up Andreas Janssen?
Yeah, what's he doing these days?
Like, I'm
Pittsburgh.
just trying to spitball all these.
Yeah. I don't know. Wait. Oh, Kasperi Kapanen's on St. Louis. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Jeez, I'm not paying attention.
It's been like that for at least.
Oh yeah,
he
was traded there last year. Yeah.
Yeah.
On pace for 21 points.
Oh, Janssen is in Europe apparently.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, we're getting close here to the deadline, and
yeah,
after the deadline comes through, like, or once we hit that deadline, I think we're gonna take a. Do you want to take a really short break and then come back, and then we'll do like our initial grades, and I'm sure there'll be more trades that trickle in, but we'll get that kind of set up in a couple of minutes.
Like, you mean break at the deadline?
Yeah, or we don't have to. Either way, whatever you want to do.
No, we can. Yeah, sure. May as well. I mean, I probably will want a quick couple minutes, but that's it.
Yeah, somewhere in like the 3 to 5 minute range.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back and we'll do like a tier maker with our grades for
we're gonna do that.
But yeah, I'm intrigued to see what this Vegas move could possibly be, if it's gonna happen. Immediately, my mind goes to Pavel Buchnevich because it has to.
Mm-hmm.
What would you think of like a Pavel Buchnevich to Vegas if it happened?
I mean, look out. Like, that makes Vegas even better, right? Like, we both love Pavel Buchnevich. He's probably, I don't know, like, I don't know if would you consider him still underrated? Like, probably not.
Yes. I was talking about it earlier, Will. It's like,
yeah,
when you talk about a guy who's a point per game player, I think he's been a point per game player the past 3 seasons. And if not, he's been close to it the past 3 seasons. A guy who never gets the same level of credit as guys who are point per game scorers, right? Like, to me, there are guys that are touted as underrated who are underrated for all of the time they are said, like, until they're said that they're underrated. So I'm probably gonna, like, I think Buch's stock is rising here, and now I am doing my part in trying to remove that label from him. But it's almost as if you don't want players that you really like to lose that label, because it's like a piece of you emotionally that you can point to and be like, see, that's my kind of player that I think is undervalued. But I'm all for Buch love. I think he's fantastic.
Yeah. Just as an FYI, I almost nailed the Matt Dumba trade in my mind. Matt Dumba and a 7th to Tampa for a 5th in 2027.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway,
Cool.
onwards. Yeah, cool. Onwards.
Any retention on that?
I don't think it's been said yet.
There must be retention.
Yeah, I would think so.
But maybe not, because Sergachev on is on LTIR. So, wait, why are the Leafs trending with Vetrano? Is this just people putting it out into the universe? I mean, he's not a bad player if that's the case, but
Okay, no retention on that at all. Also, I saw someone quoted Casey Middlestat at practice today in Colorado. Said, "quote That's probably." They asked about how that was, and he said, "quote That's probably the most I've sweat in a morning skate in a long time." Selfishly, what an opportunity for me and the team. I've played against them. I hate playing against them, so I'm excited to join them and help them win. Blah
see?
blah blah.
Like, but that just tells you the difference of what they try to do. Like, it's all like they're a massive hard work team as well.
Yep.
In addition
Well,
to
you
being
have to
incredibly,
be.
in addition to being incredibly skilled,
Yeah.
and solid, even
At this level of play, it comes down to, like at this level of play, it comes down to, do you want it more than the other team? Right? Like it may just come down to cardio,
I don't know that it really comes down to if you want it more. It's just because I really do believe that to get to the level that these guys are, they all have to want it incredibly, like immensely, right? Like they want.
Sure.
I think it comes down to the position they're put in to succeed, because when we're talking about the micro factors of all these, like, because that's what determines who's better. Like when you think about the NHL as a whole, I think this year more than any other in my memory, teams are so close. Like they're so close to each other in terms of talent, in terms of ability, that it comes down to, I think, like the small details. What kind of position you're put in to succeed. Like I think if the Leafs played a different style of game, I think we'd be talking about them as potential cup favorites.
Sure.
Right? Because they got the talent to do it. Maybe a similar thing, like the Rangers have gone through a bunch of different coaches, so for me I'm a little more hesitant with them on stuff like that. I just think that's their play, like their style. Because like I've seen when the Leafs have been more intense, playing faster, and they look way better when they do that, right? I think there are certain factors that limit teams. I will never question a guy's compete a lot of the times, except for how Evgeny Kuznetsov has looked the past couple of years, because it's kind of clear, right?
Pierre-Luc Dubois sometimes.
Yeah, right? Like it depends. It just, I think it all comes down to the micro factors.
Right.
Of position. Are you put in a spot to succeed when you have
that's fair.
all the talent around you?
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah,
I don't know.
This is.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just saying I'm just really excited to see what happens here. But I feel like it's gonna be nothing until it is.
From here on, you mean the trade deadline?
No, like nothing big. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Who knows? Oh, Max Pacioretty apparently staying in Washington.
Okay.
According to Saravelli.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, surprised Jack Roslovic hasn't been traded yet. I mean, I guess so. Roslovic is a guy who I imagine Columbus may not want to trade because he's a hometown guy. He seems to like it there. And Columbus needs guys. And I don't think he's been that bad with them. So, Columbus has a bunch of futures already. They probably have other guys that you quickly could get rid of. Like Columbus got rid of Peak, but got a player in return. They like nobody's going to take Jake Bean off your hands, probably.
Like who's still available? I think that's the big thing we got to think about now. Like
who's still available?
Pacioretty was, but now he's
Nick
not.
Dowd.
But I don't really think he's
Riley
available
Smith.
either, right? Riley Smith. I think that's the big one.
Riley Smith.
I think that's
Jacob
the big
Chychrun.
one. I don't think
Lars Eller.
Yeah. Not sure about Eller either because there's still term. I know with Riley Smith there's also still term. but
Yeah.
that could also extend a little later as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Vegas
Nedeljkovic.
go for Riley Smith if that's the move that ends up happening and they bring him
Yeah.
back. Yeah, Ned's still
Capo
available.
Kakkonen. I don't know. I'd give Capo Kakkonen a call.
Yeah, that's true. I think Colorado could be in on Ned or
Yeah,
Kakkonen potentially
like that.
if they're not confident in Annunen, but maybe like he's played good apparently pretty recently.
Yeah.
So if they feel confident about that, then they may.
Arthur
not go for
Kaliev.
Oh yeah. Arthur
Oh my
Kaliev.
God, Jack Roslovic just got traded.
Oh, did he? Where'd he go?
Yeah, he's still going to the Rangers. See,
you know what,
see
that
what I
makes
mean?
sense. That makes sense.
I say
now.
a thing and the opposite happens. You know, the hometown boy in Columbus gets traded, and Jack Roslovic is now a New York Ranger for a mid-round draft pick. So that's how things work on this show.
All right, so
that's it.
yeah. So what, you gonna do the rain dance now and say Pavel Buchnevich won't be traded, and then and
No.
and then he'll end up
Um,
getting traded.
Yeah. I don't know who I want to call the rain dance on. Arthur Kaliev surely won't go anywhere.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is.
Yeah, that's it.
So I guess
yeah.
we don't know the return yet for Roslovic, but that's a fine
No,
depth move.
Yeah, mid-round pick in 2026 is what it says. Is
Okay.
what Frank Saravelli said.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Rangers, I got to update the notes here. The Rangers got themselves
Wenberg, Roslovic. And maybe some other depth piece that I'm not remembering.
I think they got someone, didn't they? Let's see.
Other than Wenberg?
I feel like they made some other
They
minor
got
deal.
Patan, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what they got.
For some dude.
Okay, now we are officially 8
Oh, they
minutes away.
got Chad Ruedel. They got Chad Ruedel.
Okay.
He's all right.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. But yeah, who else? Who else is still available here? Tatar, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, we're getting to the wire here. I'm actually really excited. But I'm also nervous. I'm nervous that something stupid's going to happen, too. Like, you know the feeling? There's a level of excitement, but also dread of something that my team's going to do something dumb before this window closes.
Yes. It's entirely possible. Sorry, I'm just logging all the things that the Rangers have done here.
I guess David Savard is still out there, but I don't know that that's going to go anywhere, especially now.
Yeah, like, is there anyone left that you think teams might go, ah, crap, we better just go get him?
The only one really is Booch, but that's it.
Yeah, Buchnevich.
But that can be punted into the off season and potentially the next deadline, right?
Yeah, like, I don't know.
And they're gonna get a great return on investment because I think they only they give up 2 seconds or something. They give up a second in Sammy Blais for sure.
I wonder about like a Frank Vetrano, like if he's available, maybe, but they are gonna want a lot for him.
Yeah, especially
they're gonna want a lot for him.
He was leading the league in goal scoring at the start of the year too. So
yes, sir.
And he's
already at 29, isn't he? 29 goals.
I think so.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he's a pretty decent player. So I wouldn't be surprised if a guy like Roslovic, somebody's looking to do a similar deal to the Hagel deal, though. I don't think he's nearly as good as Brandon Hagel, but he's not.
No,
he's not horrible by any means. Like, it wouldn't be a crazy thought to give up a couple. Picks. I'm just, kind of running out of steam because we're getting close here, and I do want to get to
the Avalanche that comes in at the end.
Yes. So do you maybe want to take the break now and then we'll come back after the deadline?
What? Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. We'll take a few minutes and we'll be back in a couple.
And we'll preview, well, not preview, but we'll actually end up giving you our thoughts and opinions on how well teams have fared at the deadline. And keeping in mind that there'll still be a ton of Lou Lamoriello deals probably that come in past.
Exactly.
So we'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes, Will?
Yeah, 3 to 5. Let's say it's 3 to 5.
All right, people, stick around.
Yep. Yep.
We'll see you in
BRB.
a sec.
Let's go.
Right, we're back.
We're never allowed to leave ever again, eh? Holy
No,
smokes.
No, we're not.
Never allowed to leave.
Holy.
Well, Tomas Hurtle might be on his way to the Vegas Golden Knights.
That is the
Let's take a
shock
quick
move
look.
of the day.
There it is. Tomas
That
Hurtle.
is insane.
That could be quite a move. Hurtle is a guy who wait, where is he? Is he injured? Yes. So Tomas Hurtle has an $8.1375 million contract until 2030, and he's 30 years old. AJ, what the hell?
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
What is happening?
Like that is so out of left field.
Yeah, and like, how is Vegas going to make this work?
I guess no Chandler Stevenson possibly.
Like, what do they send back? Like,
this is mind blowing to me. I'm not even gonna lie.
Oh, we got another one. We got another blowaway trade. Colin Miller traded to Winnipeg Jets for a mid-round draft pick.
Oh, okay.
Just so you know. But man, like, yeah, they have to be sending money back. So someone says William Karlsson, but like,
I don't think so.
I don't think so. That's a center.
That's a matchup center. That's a guy that they
really
value too. Like, I'm thinking, is Chandler Stevenson on his way out?
But that's another center.
I know, like, it's another center, but he's had a rough go this year, and I think his contract is expiring.
Keegan Colasar, because Mike Greer loves his physical guys.
Okay.
Keegan Colasar and a first-round pick.
Wait, is that actually the return? Or
no. I'm just making fun. I'm just poking fun. Yeah, someone says Alec Martinez.
Yeah, it's possible, but he's also hurt.
He's already hurt. Yeah.
But then how do they re-sign Hanifin? Like, I love Tomas Hurtle, so this is cool.
So
I'd be happy for him to be able to get an opportunity. It's just, what is that gonna be? Like, it's somebody good's got to come off your roster essentially in order for this to work. They'll probably return the firstborn child. Jesus, somebody said
yeah,
that.
like I don't know, Nick Hague.
That's possible, actually.
Yeah, like Nick Hague, 2 first-round picks. Like I don't know, Brendan Brisson.
Zach Whitecloud,
Some combination
maybe.
of that. I'm thinking Keegan Kolazar, $1.4 million, and Mike Greer would probably want a guy like that. But that is a huge pickup until 2030. That's just ridiculous.
There's got to be some sort of retention on this too. Like,
and
you can't. There's no way you can make that deal work without that some sort of retention. And we have reached the 3:00 deadline.
he also has a no movement clause, so they must have been like, hey, we're gonna move you if you want, and he went, okay. I mean, he's in San Jose, so I guess makes sense.
Like,
but
yes, but retaining till 2030. But how do you move a contract like that, right?
Yeah,
Unless,
like, he'll be the highest cap hit on the team, wouldn't he? Outside of Jack Eichel, almost. Him and Pietrangelo and Eichel are the only cap hits that would be higher than Tomas Hertl.
I never thought I'd see the day Tomas Hertl would get moved. Like, that's
Man,
wild to me.
Chicago made 0 trades, eh? They're done. Chicago made 0 trades today at the bottom of the standings.
Really?
Yeah, none.
Well, it's not like, what do they have to give up too, right?
I don't know, Tyler Johnson, but nobody probably wants him.
Nobody wanted him. They re-signed Nick Foligno.
You're telling me no NHL team wanted Jared Tenorti on their team for the playoffs? Nobody?
Guess
Come
not.
on. Come on. He's so big.
But they might also subscribe to the theory that we have of, you got to have players around, even if.
Yes. Yeah, probably.
And that makes sense. It's like, you can't make Chicago, like, what are you going to do if you make Chicago an even more barren wasteland than it already is at some level, right? Like, what are you going to do?
Yeah. I don't know. Vancouver's done. No Phil Kessel.
Oh, they didn't sign Phil
Sad.
Kessel.
It doesn't look like it.
Well,
Tomas Hertl. Oh my God, what the hell?
Yeah, that's wild.
He signed a contract extension less than 2 years ago. March 16th, 2022, he signed his extension. That's crazy.
Yeah. We thought he'd be moving earlier.
Jeez.
Like, I thought if he was going to move, he would have moved before the extension.
Yeah.
I thought Boston was a great place potentially, but oh my goodness.
I have no idea what Vegas is possibly making, how they're making this work. I have no idea.
Cap circumvention, baby. Probably, but not in a bad way. They're doing it legit.
Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I know the extension wasn't signed by Mike Greer. It was Doug Wilson. But yeah,
Man.
I don't know. What a weird, what a crazy. All right, like, let's. What else you got? All right, not a moment too soon either, eh?
Yeah, that's
Caps
crazy.
are done.
So what do we
are done.
Like, it's hard to really break down this trade here without knowing the package involved, because I wanna dig into it. But what is
okay? So
do you have anything?
Why don't we? So someone just commented that the rumor is 2 first-round picks. Okay, we'll see. But yeah, I figured what we could do maybe is just go through some of the teams that have made some big changes. Money Puck says Vegas is 40% to miss the playoffs. Is that really likely? Man, this is why I don't like analytics. Like, I do not imagine the Vegas Golden Knights will miss the playoffs. I just cannot imagine it. And like, Money Puck, like, their deserve to win a meter is more than enough to show you that, like, those are just numbers. They're just looking at historical previous things and teams in the same position. Do they make the playoffs? And Vegas, a team like that, makes the playoffs 40% of the time. I would be very surprised if Vegas wasn't part of that 40%. moving forward at all.
But it's saying the person's saying 40% to miss, so 60%.
Oh, 40. Okay, so 60% to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Okay, I misread it. But yes, either way, the point makes the same point. But I guess we can skip over Vegas and the moves they've made to bring guys in. But like,
so do we know if Anaheim's done? Because if they are, we can start with them.
Yeah, Anaheim. So far, Anaheim has moved out their main ones. I'm not going to go over the tiny little trades that no one cares about. Labushkin, Sam Carrick, and Adam Henrique, and they brought in a first and a third and a fifth round pick, right?
Yep.
I mean, they got futures for guys that, I mean, Henrique probably was walking. Carrick is a guy. Labushkin is a guy. I mean, they got a first round pick. Good for them. Yep. I don't know what else to say.
Where would you place them on? Like, would you put them? So, and I think the way we can categorize it, because S is stupid. I hate the idea of S.
S, yeah.
What kind of?
I don't know, like a B, like a B. I mean, they traded the guys they should have traded. They got stuff that is solid. You can't say it's an A because, like, if they knock it out of the park with their first round pick there, then sure. But right now, it's like, yeah, first round pick is a good piece to have.
Yeah.
So like a B, I'd say.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that personally.
Yeah.
Arizona.
The other Arizona. Well, they didn't really do a whole lot, did they? They traded Dumba. Cool. I'm also killing time until I pull up a list here. Arizona. Yeah, so they traded Zucker and got a sixth. They traded Stetcher and got a fourth. And they traded the one that just happened, Matt Dumba, for a pick swap, basically. I mean, I'd say for Arizona, like a C. Like, they just traded a lot of marginal guys for picks that probably don't turn out to be anything.
Yeah.
I don't really care either way. Like, it seems kind of like middle of the road. You can't really talk about it that much.
No, I think you're right in the sense that they just kind of moved their expiring contracts. Nothing major. They got a couple of picks here and there. It wasn't really an impactful deadline by any means for them. They just acquired a few futures for some guys who can help teams now. Yeah.
So, like, the only name looking at Arizona that I might have given them a call about that maybe would have been a thing is Barrett Hayton, that maybe they could have gotten a decent amount for, because I just really like Barrett Hayton, but he's an RFA, so why would you move him if you didn't have to?
I'm interested, like, because they didn't move Nick Bjugstad, or at least I don't think they did, based on what's currently going on, and I think he might have generated some interest. So I think a C in that range is about right for them. I will bring up, before we continue this, the only thing I'm thinking about this now, like, how's Vegas going to get the money to work long term? And I'm worried that this might mean something really bad for Mark Stone. Not that anything's confirmed, but I'm just throwing it out there that what does this mean for Mark Stone potentially? Because he has an injury history. They don't even know if they're getting him for the playoffs this year. Is it that serious that they're going to be able to punt this down the road into next year even, and maybe Mark Stone's like, we see another Sean Couturier situation where he doesn't play for a little while because he's been dealing with such horrendous injury problems.
Just FYI, Habs and Sens are done.
Habs and Sens
Chris
are
Johnson,
done.
Pierre LeBrun says David Savard's not going anywhere. The Habs didn't trade him, so Habs are done. Good for them, I guess. I don't know.
We'll get to them in a bit.
Yeah, we'll get to them in a bit. But Arizona, I don't know, like, whatever, right?
So apparently, coming from my brother who's filling me in on this, 2 firsts is actually a thing with this deal.
Okay.
Hurdle.
Okay.
Via Kevin Weeks.
We will see. We shall see.
But that is monstrous.
Yeah.
Any word on St. Louis? Having
nothing yet.
Okay.
Nothing yet.
Because I
think the only ones are Caps, Sens.
Yeah, let's get a list of teams that are actually done here, and we can just. The
Sens are done. Habs are done.
Okay, so then let's move on to the next one then.
Yeah,
The next,
Boston.
yes. We don't know if they're done yet, but so far I think it seemed like a pretty lackluster deadline for them. They haven't had a ton to play around with, I don't think, necessarily in terms of cap space.
Yeah.
It's kind of meddling, right? Like they added Pat Maroon. What is he really gonna do? Who is the other defenseman they added? Because I think they,
Andrew Peak.
yeah, like to me that's a D. Like they didn't do
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah, they didn't do
They
anything
are they
really. Like
arguably got
Patrick, I
worse.
I would only say C because Patrick Maroon's going to be a real jerk in the playoffs. But other than that, I don't care.
But like, do you really
yeah,
value
no, no.
the 3 cup runs he was handed on a
Oh,
silver platter?
there's the deal. Here it
Okay.
is. So a 2025 first, David Edstrom, the first round pick in 2023. Oh, my stupid Siri. Then Hurdle at 6.75, so he's 17% retained.
Okay.
A third round pick in 25, and a third round pick in 27. So the guy they drafted first round this past year, 17% retained Hurdle, and 2 third round picks.
Damn.
Damn. I mean, San Jose, again, they got a Mike Greer guy and David Edstrom. I like David Edstrom, but I don't think he's anything more than like a third line NHL center.
Wow.
But he's big. He's a big boy, and he's got some skill, and he's very smart. So who knows?
Yeah, that's insane. What a
Yeah,
massive deal.
So now with Vegas, they have traded their pick, which is now going to change the conditions for Calgary, because Vegas still had the right to trade their 2025 first round pick. So Vancouver, if the pick is traded by March 10th, 2024, which it has now been, they will now. So Calgary now in the Noah Hanifin trade will get Vegas's 2026 first round draft pick, and it does not say that it's protected. That honestly might be a better situation for them than getting a 2025 first round pick from Vegas. Like Vegas in 2 years, who knows what they're going to look like, and if there's no conditions on it.
I expect them to be pretty good still, though. Like maybe
sure.
We'll see, obviously, but they find ways, man.
Yeah. Someone just commented that Connor Dewar got dealt. That would be interesting. Minnesota trading Connor Dewar. Kings are done.
Okay, LA is done. So we now know that the Habs, the Sens, the Kings, and the Caps, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, Vancouver as well.
Yep, Vancouver's done.
So Nucks also done.
Oof.
Yeah.
Damn. I mean, Thomas Hurdle at 6.75 in 2030 is, I mean, you get rid of that, that's not so bad. And they're not retaining a tremendous amount of salary. And I don't think they really care anyway. Like, Edstrom is a good pickup. I like Edstrom. And a 2025 first round pick, sure, whatever. I'll take it. It's probably going to be like 29th overall, but like, whatever. You're also getting out from under a giant contract.
Man, I wish now I had said Thomas Hurdle to Vegas. That would have looked really smart, but clearly I cannot predict the future.
I wish I picked the lottery numbers last week because, geez.
Yeah, exactly. I could have had millions of dollars.
Let me see here. So San Jose, is that the only trade? No, that can't be the only trade they made today, right? Yeah, they traded Simic and got Costin. They got Thompson. Yeah, they traded Duclair. Okay. So let me just sketch this out too.
Like I didn't think they'd have such an eventful deadline, and they really did ultimately.
Yeah, and it ain't over. Usually last year trades were coming in until like 5 p.m. I thought.
Yeah.
So who goes out in San Jose? It was Simic,
Hurdle, and Duclair.
Duclair, Hurdle, and 2 sevenths.
Jeez.
Coming in, Klim Kostin, a prospect in Jack Thompson, Edstrom, a 2020 a first round pick, 2 thirds. Not bad.
Yeah. Crazy deal.
So,
Oh, is there another?
Frank Saravelli said Allmark almost went to the Kings, but they didn't get across the finish line.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. What could have that been for? Like an Adrian Kempe?
Oh God, I don't know.
Or maybe like a center?
Kaliev.
Probably would have included.
No, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think Boston would have liked a Kaliev. Probably like Carl Grundstrom and stuff. I don't know.
Man.
Wow. So Chris Johnson just tweeted out that the retention on Thomas Hertel, the San Jose Sharks are going to eat $8 million of money over the life of that deal to not pay him, like to not have him on the team. They're going to pay $8 million in cash. That's so absurd. That's just crazy. But anyway, where were we? We were doing Boston.
I mean,
Boston, whatever.
Here.
Boston is kind of whatever.
D.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Like, and that's probably as low as the rankings go. But they have upward mobility if we find out they did something cool for the deadline. But it doesn't seem like they did. So next up is Buffalo, Will. What do you think about Buffalo?
They traded Eric Johnston and Kyle Okposo and Casey Middlestat for a 4th-round pick, a 7th-round pick, Bowen Byram, and a guy. I don't know. I mean, the big thing there is Byram for Middlestat. And I think that they could come out maybe getting the worst player, but that's only because Byram has had trouble staying healthy, because I think Middlestat is just going to fit in really well with Colorado. Byram is interesting. We'll see what happens with him, but I don't know if I agree with Buffalo's thinking that that's the thing that Connor Dewar's going to Toronto. There you go.
Oh,
supposedly. I don't know.
Well, it's not going to be a first, so
Dewar is fine. I like Connor Dewar. He's fine.
I know they were looking for a penalty killing forward because they've been
and I think he could do that.
Because they felt that their PK's been pretty bad all year, which at some level it's not been great, but it's trended better recently. I've loved the addition of William Nylander on the penalty kill because he scored 3 shorthanded goals, which has helped me immensely in fantasy.
Yeah,
but it's cool. I haven't seen much of Dewar, so I don't really know how to feel necessarily about this move, but if it's for a late pick, like a 4th, maybe a 3rd at the highest, whatever.
Yeah. Oh God. Sorry, the cat is screaming. But yeah, Dewar's a fine pickup. He's a good guy for down the lineup. From what I've seen in Minnesota, he's fine. He'll do okay.
So
he'll do okay. I'd say a D, C.
D, really?
C, maybe.
I don't know. I feel like, I mean, they really wanted to get more. They wanted to get a better defenseman. They had to give up Middlestat, but they have players available like to fill that gap. Because Middlestat's 26, I believe.
Yep.
Right? So he probably doesn't fit their timeline necessarily. And he's going to get paid. So I don't hate that move at all. They get younger as a result of that move.
Yep.
Like, to me, I like the bet they're making here. If they weren't going to pay him, they might as well move on and get something they're looking for. And it was rumored that they wanted Simishev at the draft, but
right.
Obviously the Arizona Coyotes took him. So I don't know. I think D is very harsh if you're
I just don't know if Byram is what they need. And Middlestat could be a big minus. Like he's a good player. He's turned into quite an interesting player.
I'm with you.
You gave Colorado a lot in terms of their success. And you didn't, like, if you're a team that's having this disappointing of a season, like, they moved the guys that were kind of expected to move, but I don't know. It's just, maybe they're just kind of hamstrung with where they're at, but I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how it shakes out.
C, because initially I was thinking more closer to B, but you're thinking D, so
yeah, let's go C then and
C
call it a day.
A fair spot for him.
Yeah. Calgary. Is
Calgary.
next.
Yeah, they have
So
had quite the
Calgary
deadline.
has had a day. So Calgary has moved out Noah Hanifin, Chris Tanev, Elias Lindholm, and Nikita Zadorov over the course of the season. In return for that, they've gotten 2 first-round picks, 3 third-round picks, a fourth, a fifth, and Andrei Kuzmenko. I mean, considering all of those players are expiring assets, to get all of that for all of those guys in conjunction is pretty good to me. Like,
Yeah.
that's pretty good. Like, to me, my first instinct is that that's like an A.
Yep, I'm with you.
I think that, you aren't going to be a playoff success team this year. They're all expiring assets, and you end up with 6 picks out of it, 7 picks out of it, and a decent scoring forward in Kuzmenko. Yeah, I'll take that every day. That's a pretty good swap for the last couple months.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm gonna put him in A. And we'll post this tier list afterwards for you guys all to see and roast us.
Right. Yes, of course.
Roast us for. Okay, so I'll take so Carolina is the next one. So Jake Guentzel, that's a massive ad for them. I really like the deal. Giving up all those prospects, like, it's a lot, but still, at the end of the day, when you're getting a player that I think can help them win a Stanley Cup, like, I look at Carolina as a lot more of a legitimately scary team now. The other big move was bringing in Evgeny Kuznetsov. At worst, that results in a $1 million buyout next season for 2 years. I just think that Carolina also deserves to be pretty high up this year.
Oh, sorry, correction to the Hurdle trade. We had it wrong. Darren Dreger's formatting on his tweet was very bad. Hurdle and the third round picks are going to San Jose. So it's a first round pick in Edstrom for Hurdle and 2/3. That, I don't know. I mean, it changes a little bit, but
it's still insane.
It's still a pretty crazy trade. So anyway, sorry, continue with Carolina.
I think they belong in A. Like, I think they've done a lot. They've made the right sort of moves. They've picked their spot here to go for it, and this is a year possibly where I think they can.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's pretty cut and dry. Yes, they lost Bunting. They lost a pretty good prospect in Koivunen. They lost maybe a depth NHL guy in Ponomarev. They lost 3 other prospects this year at the deadline and a 2nd and a 5th round pick. But they lost a 2nd and a 5th round pick, got 2 6ths in return. Whatever. Guentzel, Ty Smith, and Kuznetsov. I mean, you can sort of set Ty Smith aside a little bit, but Guentzel and Kuznetsov are great pickups. And I mean, they have the assets to do it, so I don't think they really care all that much.
Yeah, also, who would have foreseen Jake Guentzel and Evgeny Kuznetsov on the same team ever?
Right.
Like, that's kind of wild to me too, right?
One was a Penguin, one was a Capital, and here they are,
In Carolina.
In Carolina. Truth is stranger than fiction, right? But yeah, I think an A is reasonable for them and makes sense.
So the next one, Will.
Chicago, they didn't do anything.
They did nothing.
They traded Beauvillier for a 5th, and that's it.
I think more than anything, like, for them. Oh, but they also gained Beauvillier by giving away a 5th. So ultimately, nothing happened. So
what? Like an NA, not available?
Like, not applicable. Yeah.
Not applicable. The worst team in the National Hockey League did nothing at the trade deadline. So there you go.
Awesome.
Sick. Colorado, I mean, what can you say? I think Colorado came away looking pretty darn good after today.
I'm with you.
A 1st round pick, 2 3rd round picks, Jeremy Hansel, Bowen Byram, and Ryan Johansson. And they bring in Jakob Trenin, Casey Middlestat, Sean Walker, and Brandon Duhaime. I think that's if you want to win the cup, I think that's a great series of moves.
So they're going in A, aren't they?
I think they're in A. I think they're in the A class. I think they've done really well.
Maybe we and we'll pick the team that is the very best out of these 3 afterwards. That's what the quote unquote S tier will be. It'll just be for one team that we think
who wins
did the best. Yeah. All right, so up next, Columbus, Will. So you have all the notes down for them. I know they moved out Andrew Peak, Jack Roslovic. And what did they get exactly? Because
they sent out Peak Well, they got Malcolm Subban. They got Alex Nylander. But that's like basically it. That's all they've done.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, they're in a bit of a flux period anyway. They don't have a ton of expiring contracts that they traded Jack Roslovic. So Roslovic is gone. That just hasn't been posted to Cap Friendly yet. So something in that, I don't know. Like they did okay,
right?
Yeah, I like a C or a D.
They got Zaboral, right? Did you mention that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They got Zaboral and traded Peak. What up?
You can bring him on. Bring him on. They're hearing him in the background. You can bring him on.
Come here. Come see your brother. He might just want attention. I don't know.
He could get a lot more attention by coming on the screen.
I tried to pick him up and he ran away.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Maybe he'll figure out that he can just sit on the couch and chill out for a bit. But whatever. Anyway, yeah. I mean, they got Jakob Zaboral, who is to me a guy. Malcolm Subban, who I didn't even remember was in the NHL system anymore.
Yep, neither did I.
You know, they traded away Emil Bemstrom. They got Alex Nylander. Like, it's just like shuffling deck chairs a little bit, right? Like, they got rid of Andrew Peak's cap hit, which is nice. But that's it. I don't know what else to say. I'd say a C or a D, something in there.
I think probably more close, like C or D is right. You could flip a coin, and we'll give them C, just because it wasn't horrible.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like they didn't do a ton. But they got what exactly did they get for Roslovic again? It's just been so many trades today.
Let me see. Jack Roslovic got it just says mid-round pick.
Okay.
So
probably a third or fourth. So then it's not massive.
The Leafs also have apparently traded a mid-round pick for Connor Dewar.
Okay.
But Connor Dewar's going to stick around. He's an RFA, so who knows? And I don't mind him, so who cares?
All right, so Dallas, they made one real big move.
Yes.
In getting Chris Tanev.
Getting Tanev.
And I feel like that move is kind of all they really needed to do, ultimately. Like, there wasn't a ton. Like, I'm just going through Cap Friendly now to see what else, but it doesn't look like they did anything really. They brought up Logan Stankoven, which is not really a deadline addition, but it's been a massive addition for them because he's been fantastic. I think Dallas, they did well, but there wasn't a lot of volume in terms of what they brought in, so it's hard to put them in the A tier, but like top of the B, I think would make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I'd say B. I also kind of quietly like the trade they made for Matthias Emilio Pettersson. He's a guy who I've watched for years. I don't think he's an NHL player, but he kind of fits Dallas's, high skill, high fun factor style of play sometimes, and I think he's a good option for that. But yeah, I think they did well for what they needed to do, I think.
So next is Detroit, and did Detroit make many moves? Really? Like,
well, they traded Klim Kostin, but that's it.
Yeah, like they didn't and I don't know if they have anything else kind of percolating in the
no, I haven't heard anything
waiting to be approved, but it feels like they really didn't do a whole lot. I would put them in the same sort of tier as a Chicago, because they basically did nothing.
Right.
So next up is Edmonton. You take this one away.
The Edmonton Oilers, man, they got Troy Stecher and Sam Carrick and Adam Henrique. So I think I did sketch this one out. No, I didn't. Of course I didn't. So they gave up a 4th round pick. They gave up a 1st round pick. They gave up a 5th round pick, and they gave up a 4th round pick to get a Troy Stecher, Sam Carrick, Adam Henrique, some guy, a 7th and 2 7th round picks. So they traded down twice from the 5th round and 4th round to the 7th round. I like Adam Henrique. He's fine. He'll do fine for them. He'll fit a need for them. They do need some more depth scoring, which is fine. Sam Carrick is a guy. He'll be one of those sort of bottom end of the lineup, chip in physically guys. Troy Stecher, I've always kind of liked. I don't think he's like an enormous needle mover for them, but he's fine. I would say maybe for the Oilers, like a B. Like they kind of got some stuff that they needed in like, especially in Adam Henrique.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the big thing they gave up was a first round pick, and Edmonton probably would have blown it anyway with their first round pick. So who cares? So Adam Henrique, out of all of that, ending up with Adam Henrique for a playoff run to win the Stanley Cup, I guess it makes sense. I would say like a B, maybe a C, but only a C because if I were general manager of the Edmonton Oilers, the draft pick probably would be used a little better. But that's just me.
I think that while Adam Henrique is a nice add for the Edmonton Oilers, I don't know that that should have been the priority. And that's like I don't know where I'd want to really put them. Like Adam Henrique's a good player. Don't get me wrong. I think the price was fair. It's just I think Edmonton really missed out on getting another defenseman if they could have done it. Like a Sean Walker, had that been available to them. And for what it's worth, like we saw what the Sean Walker trade was. And it took a cap dump for a first in order to actually bring Sean Walker in. Like, so his price was set below a first round, below a first round pick.
Right.
So I feel like they kind of missed the boat on that.
But I also look at it and I put on my Ken Holland hat and go, their defense groups are Ekholm, Bouchard, Nurse, Desharnais, Kulak, and Ceci. Why are you placing someone ahead of those guys? Like Sean Walker is Sean. I like Sean Walker
for sure.
Logically, I agree. But are you going to take Cody Ceci out of the lineup after so many games in an Edmonton Oilers jersey where you're paying him a decent amount of money? I mean,
I get what you're saying. No,
maybe,
I understand it.
But logically, I just kind of think Edmonton looks at their roster and goes, yeah, like if we're going to move a good asset like a first round pick, would we rather get someone who can help us out with our depth scoring, which has been their problem for a while? It's been a bit better this year, but I don't know. I think it makes them look a little bit more scary.
No, it's a fair point. I've been convinced.
Like I don't know. Like I'm sure.
Like, B. I actually think I like the move. Like I like the move on paper, anyways. It's just I would have wanted to see them bolster the blue line because I felt like that is getting a top 4 guy for them. I really felt would have put them over the edge for me, as opposed to adding like depth scoring. I know it's an issue, but it's also like you have such good. Like Connor McDavid's so insane, man, and Leon Draisaitl is also really awesome too. And look at what Zach Hyman's doing, right? And I like some of the depth guys they even have. Like I like a Warren Fogle quite a bit.
Yep.
But like it does help them. There's no denying that. I just think it would have been better served somewhere else. But I understand your reasoning for it. So I think B is actually a fair spot to put them. Yeah,
I think logically, from a bird's eye view, you're right. But I just mean like from Ken Holland's perspective, I could see why you would use your first round pick differently.
And the other thing is, now that I'm thinking about it, you'd have to dump CC. So you'd have to attach assets to move that out.
Yeah.
So I get it. I'm higher on it than I was before as their acquisition.
Right. The Florida Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
This is a team I did summarize. They brought in Vladimir Tarasenko and Kyle Okposo, and they sent out some guy, a 3rd round pick, a 4th round pick, and a conditional 7th round pick, and I believe that's all they did. They got Magnus Hellberg. Great. He's a guy who can play goalie. But other than that, that's all they did. I mean, but I look at that and I would say like a B. I think it filled out what they needed up front even more. Like they're very deep now. They didn't give up a ton. Like they kept their good picks, whatever they have left. And I mean, I think Tarasenko's a nice buy low option. He's cheaper now. Okposo, sure, you could use the he's been there kind of thing. He's been to the playoffs, I suppose. He can do it. He's old. There's some value in there, I guess.
Captain.
But he's a captain. He's a Maroon. He's a Maroon. But I don't know. I'd say for Florida, like a B. Like they added where they needed to add. They didn't go overboard. They paid fair prices, and they look really good coming out of the deadline. They really do.
You could even argue they paid an unfair price for Tarasenko, but in favor of them. So
Yes, that's true. Yeah, the cards were kind of stacked in their favor against Ottawa on that one.
yeah, so I agree with you. I don't think they're A tier by any means because it's not like they went out and acquired a world beater. Like Tarasenko's really good, but at the same time, it's not that their roster has improved so much that like it's just they're still, in my opinion, the Stanley Cup favorite. They've bolstered that with a solid deadline. Nothing spectacular, but solid. And it's like more in the B plus range, like closer to A
Yeah.
than C. So I like what they
Yep.
did. So LA.
Yeah.
That's the next one here.
Well, they didn't do much,
a
did
whole
they?
lot that I can remember at least.
Which I'm surprised, honestly. Like they didn't do anything. Flames have one trade in the queue. But yeah, no, the Kings didn't do anything. The last trade they made was in June. So not available.
Yeah, it's out, and they
Like
tried to go for Allmark, but that didn't work. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Like if you had to put, I'm surprised they didn't do anything. If I'm the LA Kings, I would say that puts them on the list then. Like because I feel like they're a team that really needed to do something to like solidify themselves. I don't know. Like maybe I throw them in a D. Like
right?
yeah,
but
they really need goaltending.
But they also just didn't do anything, right? So it's hard
exactly
to put them anywhere.
But the fact that they didn't do anything is kind of a detriment, right? Like the previous team we talked, who do we talk about that didn't do anything? Chicago.
Detroit,
like who cares,
right?
Oh, Detroit. Oh no, Detroit did stuff, but Chicago didn't do anything.
They did one thing.
Oh, did they?
But it was nothing. Like it was just moving Costin out. So it was
right.
Like, to me, it's basically you did nothing.
Right.
Like I could move Detroit into D then instead, but like I just feel like they didn't have enough to even constitute putting them on there. Right. With LA, if we put them on D, it's more as a lack of doing anything at all rather than because they're in a position to like they're in a playoff position. But I also feel like not doing anything kind of makes sense for the LA Kings if they weren't going to upgrade in goal, right?
Yep.
And so, like, that's why I would look at it from the perspective of I think doing nothing is just fine for LA. With Boston, I don't know. I feel like you have David Pastrnak, you have Brad Marchand, you have an older team that, and still some got like Charlie McAvoy, also like some really high end top level players. Like, and not to say LA doesn't have top end players, but not to the same quality. They might have more depth overall than Boston, but like I felt that Boston needed more, or LA could kind of stand pat and be okay. Like they're not, like they could upset a 1 seed, but I would still doubt it. So Minnesota's next.
So the Minnesota Wild, they moved out Patrick Maroon, they moved out Nick Patan, they moved out Brandon Duhaime, got a 3rd round pick, some guy, another guy, and a 6th round pick.
Connor Dewar as well, right?
Oh yeah, and they've traded Connor Dewar for a 4th round pick. So they got a 4th, a 3rd, and a 6th basically today, and a couple of guys. I mean, for what they gave up, I mean, Maroon and Duhaime, sure. Like I don't know if those guys are who you were trading, like a B or a C, like a B maybe.
Yeah.
Like Brandon Duhaime for a 3rd, like Brandon Duhaime costing more than Connor Dewar is interesting to me. But yeah, I think Minnesota did fine. I'd say a B or a C, something in there.
Yeah, I would say low B, high C. So for now, probably around the B minus range.
Yeah, something like that.
So Montreal.
They sat around mostly, right?
No,
Jake Allen for a 3rd. They traded Jake Allen.
We're also
we're including
holistically, right? Like all
that's
the trades
true. Yes,
made.
yes.
The Sean Monahan trade was good for them.
Yep, a 1st and a conditional 3rd.
Yep.
Getting rid of Mishak, bringing in Perreault. I think that kind of tilts in their favor a little bit. Jake Allen for a conditional 3rd. That could be a 2nd if he plays a lot of games for New Jersey. I think that's a good couple of moves. I'd say like a B.
Yep.
Maybe. You know,
I'm with
like
that.
a B plus, something like that.
Yep. I agree. So Nashville, they added Jason Zucker, Anthony Beauvillier.
Yep.
Like,
They
those are
also
the
landed
major things.
They moved out Yakov Trenin. They moved out. They moved out Dennis Gurianov. Wade Allison is to me a guy. Jeremy Hansel. I kind of like Jeremy Hansel, but I don't think he's like a massive NHL guy. But a third round pick comes in from Colorado as well. That's it. They sent out a fifth and a sixth. I don't know.
I'm thinking C.
Nashville. Yeah, I was gonna say Nashville kind of added Jason Zucker and Beauvillier, who are decent, maybe depth guys, but I would say like a C.
And C's
Like,
fine.
they're a team.
It's just
Yeah,
okay.
they're a
right?
bubble team. They're a bubble team that added veterans, and that's it.
And I
Right?
think yeah. So you go on.
I don't know.
If you have any.
No, I was just gonna say. So who cares, right? Like it's a bubble team that added 2 vets. Cool. We'll see how far it takes them, right? Like this happens often.
And that, like, I'm now leaning to put Minnesota just like top of C because it's not like they got a ton of anything. Like, I have Anaheim in B, and they got a first. Montreal got a first.
Okay.
So
That's true.
I think trying to look at it from that perspective, I think it's only right to put Minnesota down in C, but like top of it. All right, so the New Jersey Devils.
Yes, the New Jersey Devils. Let's see. What did they do? Well, they got Jake Allen. I mean, if Jake Allen works, they did a great job, right? Like if Jake Allen turns out to be their guy, great. Good for them. They traded Tyler Toffoli. I think they did pretty well with what they got for Tyler Toffoli.
Mhm.
They retained, but got a second and a third. And they got another third round pick, or they traded a third round pick that might become a second. And I think they're kind of hoping it becomes a second. Like if they get a goalie who can play, that will fix a lot of their problems,
Yep.
right? Like that will be pretty major. Oh my goodness, Mark Edward Vlasic tweeted a sad face, like a crying face.
Oh man.
Oh boy, that's sad.
It's getting depressing in San Jose.
Yeah, it really is. Well, the blowing it up is the fun part, and then being bad and becoming good again is the tough
Yeah,
part.
and the being bad for 12 years is the not fun part when you make your team a barren wasteland. But like, let's just be real, Will.
The William Eklund show.
Yeah, but look, like when you think about the San Jose Sharks, they have nothing now. Like they almost have nothing.
Yeah, nothing. No.
And it's not to discredit William Eklund. It's not to discredit guys like even a Logan Couture or like a Fabian Zetterlund, but that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Mario Ferraro too.
They're in a tough spot. Yeah.
There's nothing like that screams great about that franchise anymore. And it's sad because I really loved the Sharks as a kid. I did. For some reason, Jonathan Chichu's name was just so cool to me that I liked it, and I became a Sharks fan. Yeah, that's why I liked the Sharks so much as a kid. Not Joe Thornton, not Patrick Marleau, because I was a dumb kid that thought, wow, he's got a name that sounds like a pacifier in Italian. Therefore, I am going to like this player.
You got it all wrong, man. It's all about the Artur Zerbe. It's about the Artur Zerbe vibes. That's it. That's all I have to say about that. But I don't know, for New Jersey, like I would probably give them a B. Maybe. Like they did well getting to Foley, and I'd say it could be a B if it's Jake Allen working out. But if not,
well, okay.
Tough.
Initial thoughts on that move, like what's your gut instinct? Does it work out, or is it
my gut is it will work better but not well enough.
So then does that constitute a C, or is that constitute
they didn't trade much for him? I don't know. It's a third round pick that could become a second, right? That might be a lot to pay for a guy if he plays 60 games next year and you're still not a playoff contender. Is it worth giving up a second round pick for that? Probably not. So I don't know. Yeah, I would relinquish a C to you. I would do that.
Yeah,
I'll allow it.
The New York Islanders. I think we're gonna have to wait until later to really get a good feel on what they are doing. Because I don't even think did they make a move at all leading into the deadline? Like I don't even think that happened.
None.
I imagine they've got stuff in the queue waiting to get processed, but there's nothing that we can say about them. And honestly, if they did just stand pat, I think that's fine. So for now, we'll just put them in the spot where they've done nothing.
Oh, Lamoriello said they do not. They're done.
Oh, so they did nothing.
Seems like they're done. They did nothing.
Well, I think that's fine, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's fine. The Rangers. They got Alex Wenberg. That's the big one, really. They got Chad Ruhwedel and Nick Patan. So, they got Nick Patan. So those are guys. I like Wenberg. I think Wenberg's a pretty good player. He's retained 50%. They gave up a second-round pick and a fourth-round pick. I believe that's it's the fourth-round pick they got from Dallas. Whatever. It probably will not turn into a third-round pick. So a second and a fourth and another fourth for Ruhwedel and Wenberg. Sure. It's fine. It gives them more scoring depth. Oh yeah, they got Roslovic too. Right. That just hasn't been posted to Cap Friendly yet. So they got Roslovic and Wenberg, I think, are two good ads. I think it really helps them out with their depth. It gives them a bit more like oomph in their team in terms of scoring. I'd rather have those guys on the team than like a Jimmy Vesey, for example, or whatever. So yeah, I think it makes them better. They didn't pay a ton, and I like Alex Wenberg specifically. And Roslovic's pretty good, so I don't know. I'd throw them in like a B maybe.
Yep, I'm with you.
They traded very little and got guys who can probably help. Like they didn't trade for garbage.
Yep, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
So Ottawa. Mainly just Tarasenko, and he kind of forced his way out.
They kind of got and kind of screwed them a little on the way out.
Yeah, but at some level, it's like you get assets for a guy you had for a little over
6
half
months.
a season. There's nothing special here. It's like a C, personally.
Yeah, I'd say a C as well. Like a third and a fourth round pick for a guy who's probably going to go on a cup run. Whatever.
Yeah.
A guy who's going to go on a cup run who was like, I only want to go to these handful of teams.
No, it was just that team. He wasn't going anywhere else.
Right. I'm being charitable, but I know it wasn't great.
But hey.
But $5 million and a no trade clause, or a no move clause, this is what happens sometimes.
Yeah, but I think it's fine at the end of the day. It's like, it's not like they're trading a guy who they had in the organization for a long time that they invested a lot into for this return, right? They're trading a guy they signed for that. So to me, that's just fine. It's nothing crazy.
Yeah.
So Philly,
agreed.
Why don't you go and
so the Flyers have done some work. Let me just pull them up here, make sure I get it right. So the Flyers have sent out Sean Walker. I threw Cutter Gauthier in there, even though that was a couple months ago. They got rid of a 5th round pick. They brought in a 1st, a 5th, Ryan Johansson and Jamie Drysdale. They brought in Gurianov as well. They brought in Eric Johnson as well. They got a 5th round pick for taking on Noah Hanifin, which is cool. The Flyers kind of did a nice balance of getting better-ish now, while also, like Jamie Drysdale's a really good pickup, I think. It sucks to lose Cutter Gauthier, but Sean Walker, for what they got for him, pretty solid. I don't mind it. A 1st round pick, for a guy like Sean Walker who probably was going to leave anyway. Fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so where you're thinking B, C range, like which of the two?
Yeah, I'd say a soft B.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Yeah. Soft Bizzle.
Sounds like your cat disagrees, but
well, the cat is old and decrepit, and he's almost
as old as
he's
me.
he's 19 years old, so he is he's not thinking straight these days.
Yeah, he's not that. The age difference between your cat and I is closer than the age difference between you and I. It's just kind of nuts.
Yes. Nikita Ohochuk going to the Calgary Flames. So there's that. So San Jose moves a guy to Calgary.
Well, San Jose.
Calgary's just stacking up the young defensemen. Gee whiz. They've got Miro Manov on the team now. Let's see. Calgary added Miro Manov. They added Grushnikov, Brustovitz, Jurmo,
Kuzmenko.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, defenseman
Well,
wise.
that's fair.
And if they're adding a Ohochuk, interesting. But anyway,
next is Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. Let me pull up this list again.
Guentzel,
I lost my page.
Guentzel and Ruhwedel are the two. I don't know if they're done, but I think Kyle Dubas is talking to the media right now. Or at
Right.
least he
Probably
was.
means they're done. Yeah.
So I think they're probably done here. So that's fine. I liked what
Yeah.
they got for Guentzel. Um, I don't know, I don't know that it would put them in the A tier necessarily, but it's not like they're
Sure.
certainly not in the C tier. They're more in the B range, I think personally. Like I like the
Okay.
return on Guentzel. But what do you think
Yeah.
personally?
I would agree. I think they got a good package for Gensel. I think between Ponomarev, Koivunen, and maybe Lucius, you're going to get something out of that. They won't be Jake Gensel level players, but the fact that they also have Michael Bunting, who I believe has some term, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 2 more
Yep.
years at 4.5. That's a manageable amount, especially for Pittsburgh, who will probably be getting worse before they get better. Um, and I mean, yeah, like they have a second and a fifth round pick in there. If Carolina makes it to the Cup final, which I think is entirely possible, that Philadelphia second turns into a first, Carolina's first, and that could be neat. Um, I think they got a good package for Gensel from the right team that could offer them the most, and that counts for something. Like I don't know if I'd throw Pittsburgh in an A, but strong B, I would say.
Yeah,
That's
that's where I
me.
am
Like just
too.
a strong B,
Because I
like a
think with
good.
A, it's you're setting yourself up for a lot of success. Like it's major in terms of what you were able to
Mhm.
accomplish. The B tier, it's solid. You've improved how much? Like you've improved a decent amount, but it's not like anything special necessarily. So I
Yeah.
think I think the B tier bordering like because there's potential for it to go to A if they get depending on what they do with the assets, obviously, and
Yeah.
how all these guys turn out. But I think B's a fine rating for them.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
So San
Yeah.
Jose will. We've talked about them a little bit already. You're gonna talk about them a little more.
I did see the comment that I kind of laughed at. Jack Thompson taking Nikita Ohotchik's spot, and he was sliding on the depth chart. Yeah, if you're getting a defenseman who is sliding down the depth chart in San Jose, that yikes. Woof. That must not be a good place to be. But I mean, I was never a fan of Nikita Ohotchik going back to his career in junior with the 67s. I just thought he was big for being big. But that can get you to the NHL, I suppose. And I would much rather have Jack Thompson on the roster. Okay, but yeah, San Jose. So Thomas Hurdle obviously out with 2 third-round picks. They get a first-round pick and David Edstrom. Someone asked about David Edstrom, so we'll talk about that in a sec. But yeah, they got Simic, Duclair, or they sent out Simic, Duclair, Hurdle, and 2 seventh-round picks and 2 third-round picks. Got Klim Kostin, Adam Edstrom, a first-round pick, and some other prospect. So I mean, the Hurdle deal it'll be very interesting to see what they do with that. Because of basically trading that big of a contract with that many years left, they're not retaining a ton on it, which is fine. I don't think they care. But getting what will probably be a first round pick in the last few picks of the first round, and a guy that was picked in one of the last few picks of the first round, who I would say projects as a third line center in the NHL, for Thomas Hurdle, like they must, I don't know, either he asked for a trade or they just don't like why they would get rid of him for that price. I'm not sure, but I guess they just thought, you know what, he's 30 now. We're not going to be great. He probably would welcome a move, and Vegas is calling us about him. So let's see, Um, but and I don't know. I would say like a strong B. Like again, like I don't know if they did like an amazing job. I think getting Klim Kostin will be a fit for them. Too bad for him being traded from a potential playoff team to the San Jose Sharks, but he'll get ice time and he'll play and he can skate around and he can hit. He's a tough dude, and if that's the identity that they want, then they got more of that. They
Yeah.
certainly weren't getting that with Duclair, right? But I don't know. I think they got stuff and they did okay. So I would say like a strong B again.
Yeah, I'm with that. So Seattle. I think the main thing that they did here was obviously the Wenberg stuff.
Yeah.
They added Tatar earlier in the year.
months ago. Yeah.
But it's for a fifth, so who cares? And like, I like Thomas Tatar.
Yep.
I'm thinking.
I don't know.
Thinking low B.
Yeah, like
B
a second plus for Wenberg, I think is fair. And they're probably going to use that on whoever scores the most points in the CHL.
Yeah. And
so yeah, and they re-signed Eberle, so that's a plus, I suppose.
Like it won't count towards their grade, obviously, but
yeah, no,
because otherwise Florida would be going higher up with re-signing
but yeah, I don't know. Like for Seattle, maybe I guess this sends the signal that they don't think they're going to be like in the race, which fair. So I don't know, like a strong C, low end B, something like that.
Yeah, I'm happy to go with. Like, I don't feel like. Yeah, I'm right there. I just don't know which one to put it in.
Yeah.
Because
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me.
Because I'll show you after. But because there's
there's
there's two more teams in B, I will slot them at the front of C.
Right.
St. Louis.
Also, Ohotchik is for a fifth this year, by the way. Ohotchik to Calgary for a 5th round pick. Which fine. St. Louis, well, they got future considerations for Malcolm Subban.
Yeah, did they do a whole lot?
I think that's all Cap Friendly has up right now is Subban for future considerations.
Okay.
And Robert Bortuzzo for a 7th.
Okay, so they're going in the NA. December.
Yes.
They did nothing, and honestly, that's fine.
Yep.
Tampa.
Yeah, whatever. Tampa got Matt Dumba. They got Anthony Duclair. And they got 2 7th round picks and a 4th round pick. They gave up a 3rd round pick, a 5th round pick, and one of their better prospects in Jack Thompson. I don't have a problem with any of this. I think Tampa did quite decently well. I really like Duclair.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the guy that you can sort of write home about in that. And I don't think Jack Thompson is a guarantee of like a high-end NHLer and a 3rd, a 5th, and a 4th, or a 3rd and a 5th round pick. Who cares? Like those Tampa probably, wipes their mouth after dinner with a 3rd and a 5th round pick, so it's fine. And Dumba, like down the lineup, whatever, right? Like he'll be a good guy just to have in the lineup. He can play. He's not great anymore, but like he can chip in. I don't know. So that's kind of, I don't know, like a strong C or a low end B, something like that.
Yeah,
I would say.
I'm thinking. I was thinking low end B. I'm forgetting one of the moves you just mentioned, because I'll be honest,
yeah, like whatever.
It's been a long day.
It has, yes.
But right. It's that they retained a lot. I like that they did that, and they just added some assets here and there. And I think they might have spent just those assets to get these guys, maybe even less. So
I'm not sure. Yeah.
I don't think that much. Like, to me, they're a low end B because I think they actually just gained stuff for the most part.
Yeah, like, I would say so.
Like, they retained on a lot of guys, or I think they retained on a Henrique. So they got an asset out of that. I don't know if they retained anywhere else, but I think they've recognized that they're going to need to do some surgery in the offseason. They've made some small, minor moves just to bolster their team. I like Duclair, as I mentioned before. I think low end B is just fine.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's fair.
All right, now for
they got better.
Now for the most important team in the NHL, the Toronto Maple Leafs.
So Toronto, they sent out, from what I can gather, I could be wrong on this, 2 3rd round picks, a 4th round pick, 3 5th round picks, and 2 6th round picks. And in return, they got Joel Edmondson, Ilya Lyubushkin, Connor Dewar, and 2 prospect guys. I think, you know what? Considering Toronto didn't give up any 1st or 2nd round picks this year, they already have. Yeah, they don't have. I know they don't have any seconds, but they already had. They had 9 picks going into the deadline this year for this year's draft, and so now I think they're down to 6. I don't think that's the end of the world. They added, I mean, say what you will about guys like Edmonton and Lyubushkin. They give them something the Leafs kind of had-ish. I think the Leafs look better defensively in terms of like they lost William Lagesson on waivers, which kind of stinks for depth purposes. But Edmondson and Lyubushkin probably is gonna be one of those guys in the playoffs, right? Like they're just gonna go out and cross-check guys and blah 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 blah, and we'll see how that works out. I like picking up Connor Dewar. He'll probably be a Leaf beyond this season, which is really cool. I don't think Cade Weber is likely to be a thing. Kirill Slepets, I don't think is going to be a thing either. So I think for Toronto, like a I don't know, soft B. They didn't really pay that much considering how much they have.
I think it's a C.
Yeah,
personally.
Yeah, I'd say yeah. I would
It's
not
a
complain
C.
about a C.
It's a C.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain about that.
I'm a little disappointed in the sense that they missed the boat on Walker, and it's hard to grade teams on what they missed out on. But to me, that just seems like such a slam dunk ad that wasn't going to be such a pricey move to make. And it's not. And they had the flexibility to do it too. Like it wouldn't have been hard
No, they have the picks, right?
To bring him in. Yeah, and they traded a bunch of picks anyways.
Yeah.
Like I much rather would have had Sean Walker and like a Connor Dewar as opposed to Ilya Lyubushkin, Joel Edmondson, and Connor Dewar, right? So to me, I think it's a C.
But think like a troglodyte.
But Will, that's not how I'm constructing this list. This is our personal opinion. I'm not going to think like a troglodyte for the sake of this, man.
I'm just trying to explain why things happen the way they happen. It's you dumb it down. Sean Walker is not a guy like Lyubushkin or Edmondson. Like I don't know. Toronto probably was like, well, we don't want to trade a first if we can just trade a bunch of mid-round picks for guys who are gonna throw their weight around. Easy peasy. I don't know.
So before we move on to the Vancouver Canucks, we got a donation.
Yes, we did. Thank you very much. I'm gutted that the Canucks didn't make a move. Well, they have been making moves going into the deadline. It's not like they did nothing. It's funny that they're the next team that we're going to speak about. But yeah, I mean, well, we're going to get shredded in the playoffs. It's a very different tune that Canucks fans, if that's the common sentiment, that's a very different sentiment than what was around a month ago. But they got Lindholm and Zadorov early. So that's like, who cares? Like that's kind of what you did. You didn't give up that much. I mean, say what you will about Kuzmenko, but they didn't give up a ton for any of that. So I don't really have a problem with what Vancouver did overall.
Yeah. I don't know that it would you call it an A tier?
No.
I think it's B what they did, right?
Yeah. Like I thought they gave up a bit much for Lindholm, but I think at the end of the day, I don't think it matters. Like I think Lindholm will be fine.
Yeah, I think it makes them better. I know they've struggled a bit in terms of they've cooled off, right? And hey, we knew it was going to happen. You could say Will was psychic with the TikTok saying that. But
who would have thought?
Like at the end of the day, I think if they don't win this year, who cares? They have the pieces set in place, especially now that Elias Pettersson is committed, to take a couple cracks at this. I'm a really big fan of JT Miller, really big fan of Quinn Hughes. I like Brock Besser a bit. I like what they've done with their depth. Rick Tocchet's done pretty well. Obviously, the starting goaltending is really good. And they're going to have flexibility this year. Tyler Myers is coming off the books, so they can add somebody on the right side, which I think would help them out quite a bit. I think the Canucks overall, because this is not just this year, it's not just the deadline and like the days leading up to the deadline. It's a holistic look throughout the year. I think they're in the B tier, but it wasn't like they didn't supercharge their odds of winning a Stanley Cup, in my opinion.
No, I don't think so either. I don't think they did, especially when we talk about the team that's coming next.
Yes, which might be the best.
Yeah, did we give a rating for Vancouver? Like,
we gave B.
I don't know.
Vancouver.
Yeah, like a B. I think a B is fair. But Vegas, man, I mean, this is easy. They're an A,
Yeah.
easy,
Yeah.
like easy. It's settling into me. I know third round picks aren't like the biggest deal, but the fact that they managed to also acquire draft picks with Thomas Hurdle is hilarious to me. But just a massive couple of days for them. Like, I think the Anthony Mantha trade could work out decently well.
Oh yeah.
The Noah Hanifin is I think he's going to be a great fit there. They didn't give up that much. Like they gave up a first, second, third, two firsts. Sorry. Today they gave up two over the last couple of days, two firsts, a second, a third, the guy they drafted first round last year, a fourth round pick, a fifth round pick. But they got Noah Hanifin, Anthony Mantha, and Thomas Hurdle out of it. And Hurdle's signed long term. I don't know how they're going to make this work, but who cares? They must know. But what a wild day or couple of days for the Vegas Golden Knights. I don't know how you don't put them in the A level.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's just like about which of these four teams we have up top.
Yeah.
That
it's just mind blowing how they do this every year.
And
I can't believe it.
I'll do a little review of what we have, and then we can move teams around to later. Because I think, like, I'm looking at what we gave San Jose, and I'm thinking we could probably go lower now. Even like they could probably.
Okay.
But you know what they got for? Nah, never mind. I don't know. It's tough. It's so tough, honestly. Like,
yeah, it is. Yeah.
They're in the B tier. They could go down to C, but we'll see. Washington.
Yeah, the Washington Capitals. So, I mean, they did less than I thought they would do, but they got rid of. Actually, they did quite a bit. Actually, now that I think about, Manthony, Edmondson, and Kuznetsov out the door. They got a second, 2/3, a fourth, and a fifth. I mean, I think that's pretty good. They retained on Edmondson and Kuznetsov and Mantha, so all three spots are now filled. For now, I thought they got a decent amount for Edmondson for what he is. The fact that Joel Edmondson went for more than Evgeny Kuznetsov is kind of funny to me, because Kuznetsov obviously comes with a very different set of circumstances and a much more expensive contract. Mantha, I like how he's played this year from what I've seen him. He's got the scoring upside. I think he'll work with Vegas. I think he's one of those guys who scores more the better the players are around him, which sounds kind of silly to say, but I just think he's one of those guys who maybe needs guys to do some work for him, but he can finish well. I don't know. This is like, to me, a strong B for Washington, I guess. Like for like 2/3, a second, a fourth, and a fifth for Kuznetsov, who's been not himself, and Edmondson, who is not great, and Mantha, who is having a bit of a up year relative to his past few years. I think that's a good set of moves. I don't know. I think they did well. I think it's a strong B.
Yep, I'm cool with that. All right, so lastly, Winnipeg, who also deserves quite a lot of credit here. Toffoli, Monahan.
Yeah.
There are other moves that I got to remember, but there's been a lot. So
Artemi Knyazov.
Oh, did they add a Niza?
They got Knyazov, yeah. But that was in July.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
so
they got Monahan. Yeah, so they got Monahan and Toffoli for a first, second, third, and maybe another third if they win the Stanley Cup. I mean, that's a pretty tidy bit of business for them. I think that Monahan and Toffoli are what they need. I think that fits something that could make their lineup even better than it already is. I think that those guys are net positive players. They're needle movers. Are they a Stanley Cup favorite now? I'm not sure. I think Vegas did better, but they moved a lot more. Vegas moved a lot more. So I'd say Winnipeg is either a soft A or a strong B.
They're a soft A. They're a soft
A.
I'd
say soft A. Yeah, I'd say soft A.
Yeah, I think I'm going to want to reorder this a little bit just because there's a lot going on in the B tier. There's just Boston in the D tier.
Well,
we could add some of the C's to the D and some of the B's to the C's probably.
Okay.
Because it's like,
sure.
Because do San Jose and Pittsburgh belong in the same tier?
By the way, got a trade.
Oh,
New Jersey Devils traded Vitek Vanacek for Kaapo Kakkonen.
Oh, okay.
Dude, there you go. New Jersey now has Allen and Kakkonen in net. I do not mind that at all.
Okay.
I don't mind that at all.
They go
I
go
think
to
that's
top
an
a
upgrade.
C. Top a C for
yeah.
them.
Yeah, I think that's a good couple of moves in net for Devils. Again, that's what they needed. I would have really thought that LA would be able to offer more than Vitek Vanacek for Kaapo Kakkonen, but such is life, I suppose.
Rather, yeah.
Right. Sorry. Yeah.
I guess I'll just put all the teams that did nothing in D then. I don't know. But it
Sure.
doesn't make
I don't
sense.
know. Yeah.
I
Whatever.
Guess, or,
they
you
did
know what?
nothing.
They did nothing.
They did nothing,
like,
and they should probably in D.
Boston also basically did nothing, so I think it's fair to lump them all together. And
Sure.
that makes this look easy, like better for me.
I'm telling you though, Patrick Maroon, man. Patrick Maroon's gonna save that team. He's gonna put them right into the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah, he's gonna oust Jack Edwards from the commentary position.
Yes,
because of the pizza comments.
Yeah, was it Jack Edwards who called him fat or something?
He implied it.
Yeah,
he's like,
"Who's fat now?" Right? Like, I don't know.
What?
I don't know. I'm just thinking Pat Maroon chirping Jack Edwards or something. No, there's content potential there. They could partner up and do some fun content together.
They could eat a pizza together and like.
There you go.
Have like some Bruins off-season content, maybe.
Exactly.
All right, so this is what we have in the A tier: Calgary, Vegas, Carolina, Colorado, and Winnipeg is like the clear bottom of the A tier.
Yep, I think that's fair.
Which of these teams do you think did the best?
Honestly, I think Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly because like Carolina added, I think, the best all around context included, like including contract, including everything. I think they added the best player in Guentzel, but they gave up, I think, players that are more likely to be NHL players, whereas Vegas moved a lot of draft picks. Mm-hmm. Like the only player they moved that really I could see as a needle mover one day is David Edstrom.
Yep.
And even then, I think his NHL role is going to be pretty limited. So for Vegas, I mean, all of their picks are going to be low in the round, or high in the round, I should say, like 25 and beyond. So I don't think they care. And generally, when teams trade picks in that range for players of the caliber of like a Thomas Hertl, that you look back on it and go, yeah, you make that trade 100 times out of 100. So for me, I see the fact that they traded basically nobody off their roster, I don't think, and added a very talented offensive defenseman, a very talented all-around forward. You know, I think that's a huge day for them, and I think I'd give the edge to them.
Okay, I could see it. I'm just wondering about Colorado, though, too, because...
Also true, Colorado could be there, too.
I feel like Colorado... Like, Carolina made easy moves, I think. Like, the Kuznetsov one came out of left field a bit, but that's like a very typical Carolina swing. With Colorado, they got the 2C they really needed. So they fixed a massive hole. They went out and got, for my money, the second best defenseman available at this trade deadline. Actually, I think, other than, like, I don't think I had to have anybody above Sean Walker other than Noah Hanifin. So they get the best, in my opinion, right D available, and they don't pay a ton for him. They're able to dump cap in the process. They add some good depth. I think with Vegas, it's like Vegas always shoots for the moon, right? With everything they do. And there's a lot of assets coming up. Like, I think what Vegas did was spectacular in the sense that there's so much movement, so many picks, so many prospects, so many big name players coming in.
Yep.
I just don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to concede that it's Vegas. But I think Colorado is a strong second, followed by Carolina, Calgary, and Winnipeg. If that's how you want to do it. I would not
disagree with that. I don't think I'd disagree with that. Yeah, something in that mix for sure.
But I think it's very close between Colorado and Vegas.
Yes.
I like the pure value that Colorado got for their deals.
Yep. I don't know. I give an edge to I give the edge to Vegas because they just opened the doors and just went, you know what? let's go. Like, let's party. We're going in. Like, let's do the thing. Colorado, I think, made smart moves. Like I think they just made smart moves. But
That's
boy,
fair.
I don't know. I just have
No, I agree with
Vegas
you.
was just so much fun.
I'm with it. There's something we'll give the edge to the blockbuster stuff because it was pretty insane.
Yeah, checks out.
Okay, so in our B tier right now, I have Pittsburgh leading it, Dallas, Florida, Edmonton, and a lot of these teams are close, so it really doesn't matter about order.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah,
Montreal, Washington, Anaheim, New York, Philadelphia, Tampa, and San Jose. Do you think all these teams deserve to be in the same tier together? I know there's a lot I said.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the more I'm thinking of, yeah, like the San Jose trade is the Hurdle trade is such a weird one to me. Like I saw someone comment earlier that like they're disappointed that that's all they got for Thomas Hurdle and they had to trade picks to make it happen. But like, man, he's signed until the next freaking decade and he's 30. Like, and it's a lot of money. Like Vegas is doing San Jose a pretty strong solid for flexibility when San Jose is going to need the money, right? Like in 4 or 5 years, assuming the prospects that they've added are good and become NHL players, like those guys are going to need to get paid. And having a 35-year-old Thomas Hurdle sitting on the roster taking up a spot for 3 more years is going to be really hard. And so what difference does it make, right? Like Thomas Hurdle, someone also commented that he kind of did ask for a trade back in January. Like no one was going to open their wallets for and offer you a tremendous amount for a guy like Hurdle, right? Like it just wasn't going to happen. So I think a first in Edstrom is solid, but it's not going to be remarkably notable in retrospect. Like you're not going to look back and be like, wow, what a turning point for San Jose's rebuild.
So would you move them down to C? Because I think that's maybe a fair spot. But because they still got a return out of it, and they were able to move a player, especially if he wanted out.
Yeah, I mean, they also got a first-round pick. Who knows who they'll use it on?
Probably
it
somebody
could be
massive.
Yeah, probably somebody massive and physical. But so such is life. Who knows? But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm liking the look of this way more that we've moved some of these around. So, and we'll post this afterwards too. Is there a new move?
Cooley to the San Jose Sharks.
You're lying.
Devin Cooley to the San Jose Sharks from the Buffalo Sabres.
You know what?
There you go.
For getting my hopes up, they're going an F. I'm kidding.
That was me. If anything, I should be the one going in the F tier.
Well, you already are in the F tier, so it doesn't matter.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew it.
Well, it was a pretty lame bit or a lame joke that I made, and
oh no,
this whole thing
lame jokes.
Yeah. Anyways, so in our C tier, then we have New Jersey, Seattle, Minnesota, Toronto, San Jose, Ottawa, Arizona, Nashville, Buffalo, and Columbus. I think I'll move Nashville up a bit in the within the C tier. Like I'll move them maybe to the top of it, but I don't think everything else to me seems fine.
Yeah, sure.
And then in D for pretty much did nothing, we got Boston, the Islanders, the Kings, the Blackhawks, the Red Wings, and the Blues.
I'd say it's worse if you did nothing and should have done something. Like that, I think that.
So
I think
Boston
that Kakkonen. No. I'm not saying that. I look at the Kings and the fact that Vitek Vanacek was just the guy that was moved for Kaapo Kakkonen, and you need a goaltender so bad. Like I'm surprised. I mean, I guess you trust David Riddick to just be the best goalie ever forever, and maybe Cam Talbot becomes solid again.
I mean, I don't hate that they did nothing, honestly. Like to me,
guess.
I also think like what else could Boston do realistically? Like you don't want to make rash decisions either. Like they were in on Lindholm from Vancouver, which is kind of nuts to think about. They were in talks with LA for Allmark, and maybe something else interesting could have happened there. The D tier is just they didn't do much.
Yeah.
So I think this is fine, and we'll post this at some
Yeah.
point shortly after for all you
Yeah.
wonderful people. All
Yeah. And I'm sure it'll go over great.
1,400 of you that have been here.
It'll go great.
Which is
Yeah,
awesome.
it'll be
Thank
great.
you guys.
But okay. I think that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
I just saw a tweet that made me chuckle. Derek Newmeyer over at McKean's Hockey. If the Edmonton Oilers and or Toronto Maple Leafs have short playoff runs, there are going to be a lot of questions and scrutiny about why they didn't do more at the deadline. The Leafs added like 4 dudes. Like, I don't know. Like, what were the Leafs going to do? Go and Adam
Walker,
Henrique and
that's it.
I guess Sean Walker. That's it. But
That's the one, right?
yeah, like okay.
But
those teams are teams that did something. Like, if anything, if the LA Kings have a short playoff run or the Boston Bruins have a short playoff run, then I think that holds. Why didn't you do anything?
Well, again, for those two teams, I feel like that's something that you address in the offseason, right? It's kind of hard for them to make moves in their position. Like, I don't think Boston can really be viewed as a true contender. Like, the best shot they have is their 2 goaltenders carrying them to a Stanley Cup final. But I think most of the time what ends up happening is the team that deserves to win in the final series wins. Like, most of the time, that's what happens. Beyond maybe like the St. Louis Blues and the Boston Bruins in, what was it, 2018, 2019?
Yeah.
It was 2019. Like, that's maybe the one you can point to. But most of the time, the team that deserves to win wins. So
right.
I just wouldn't bet on it. But hey, maybe Boston gets their redemption arc that way.
Right. Who knows? I have no idea.
And
but
LA, it's like there's six potential juggernauts in the West. Like 6 teams that I sincerely view as legitimate cup contenders.
So yeah, I think so. So that touches on something I think we should touch on before we sign off for the day. That could be an interesting little discussion. But like, looking at playoff matchups, do you think any of the following playoff matchups change based on what happened today? Florida Tampa is one of them.
No. Florida
I don't think so either. I think Florida could take it. Boston Toronto?
No,
I think Toronto made themselves better and Boston didn't.
I think I still view that series as a bit of a coin flip. Will the Leafs turn on the Jets? Probably not.
Right.
But if they do, they should win that series. Even with, like...
They should.
Like, to me, the Leafs should win that series. I know they got swept by Boston this year, which sucks. But it's like... I think they're a far more talented team than Boston. Like, up and down the lineup. I just think that the coaching is the big difference. I really like Jim Montgomery as a coach. I think Sheldon Keefe's style as a coach just doesn't mesh. I've liked the adjustments he's made this season more than I've liked a lot of the adjustments he's made in previous seasons. But I always feel like I'm saying the things that Sheldon Keefe ends up doing in advance of when he does them. Like moving Brody to the left, playing Liljegren up higher, right? Like moving Bertuzzi with Domi, because you can't play Tavares with Bertuzzi. It just doesn't work. They're too slow together. And when Nick Robertson was playing next to Max Domi, you had a very similar effect in the sense that he was doing a lot better.
Sure.
So somebody's got to suffer, and it's Nick Robertson, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Because
sadly.
Tyler Bertuzzi rocks. But, like, I don't know, man. I just feel like they need to change up their approach, and they could win that playoff series. I really feel like they're a better team than Boston, but Boston plays like the better team.
Yes. Well, God help them if they lose again. What about the Rangers in Detroit? I think the Rangers. I think the Rangers kind of tipped things more in their favor.
Yep.
But I think Detroit, like if they get good goaltending in that series, I still think that could be a closer one than people think.
Yeah.
But Detroit has been one of the more productive offenses when they shouldn't be that productive. So we'll see if that lasts.
Yeah, I favor the Rangers still, but I think it's like a 4-2 series if that's how it were to start. Like if that's how the matchup were to
Yeah.
go, I think the Rangers would come away with like a 4-2 win in the series.
Sure. Right. Carolina, Philadelphia.
I think Carolina wins it. It doesn't change anything.
Yeah,
I just think they win it in more dominant fashion.
And Carolina just got better. Okay. Vancouver, Nashville. I still think the only way Nashville wins is with UC Saros being a god. But
which honestly
I think
could
it'll be
happen.
close.
Like,
yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if it does.
Like that could be a nail biter 7-game series for Vancouver where they squeak it out. I feel like
it will be personally.
Yeah,
like,
I think that could be that.
I think UC Saros is sick. I know the Avalanche just ran through him on their way to the Stanley Cup.
Right.
But like that Nashville team, if I'm remembering correctly, so many of their guys were hurt that year too. Like they lost some big names at the end of the season. I'm not remembering which ones. It might have even been Saros, but I don't know.
Yeah.
But they lost some pretty big names for them down the stretch and got crushed.
Now this is the one that I think will be fascinating is Dallas, Colorado. I give the edge to Colorado for sure, but I'm not counting out Dallas in there. Like they are deep. They added more. They added what they needed in Chris Tanev. Oh my God, Jeff O'Neill's Cup favorites stayed the same before and after the deadline. That's hilarious.
Why did
Carolina's not on there? Well, Cheryl Pounder just did hers, and it was almost completely different. She dropped the Boston Bruins and the I forget, I can't remember who they did, but anyway, doesn't matter. But Dallas, Colorado, I think is going to be a fascinating one. I'd be surprised if Colorado didn't pull it off, but Dallas, I think, is going to give them a run.
Yeah, well, to me, I like Colorado ever so slightly more. I just bet on the star power of Colorado, right? I've said it before. Like I've said it today, I've said it before today, and I'm going to keep saying it. 3 top 10 players.
Right.
Rantanen, McKinnon, Makar. 2 of those guys, unquestionably top 4 players in the league right now. In Makar and McKinnon. It's hard to bet against Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
I would take them to beat Dallas in a pretty close series, like a super close 4-2 win or 7-game series, like a 6-game series or 7-game series where it would be very, very tight.
Yeah, I could see that as well. Edmonton, LA. I mean, I think Edmonton's going to take it, and I don't think they made
Vegas
themselves
fall
worse.
Into the wild card?
Well, this was last night. I put this together. I think I did it by points percentage, and I think Vegas is. Edmonton's played fewer games. The Kings have played fewer games. They have a higher points percentage than Vegas.
Wow, no, they actually just have more points too.
Yeah, they're 2 points back of LA.
Holy.
LA's been good lately, man. Vegas is 2-7-1 in their last 10.
Also, Dallas is ahead of Winnipeg now, but that's points percentage. They've played 3 more games as well. So
yeah. Winnipeg's been on a rip lately, but yeah, the Vegas Golden Knights are 2-7-1 in their last 10. That's not great. They're on a 4-game losing streak. The Kings are not. They're 6-3-1. So cool. But I still think that between Winnipeg or Edmonton, LA, I think Edmonton could take it, but I think it'll be a tough series. Yeah, I think it'll be a tough series because it was last year. It was one of my favorites to watch, Edmonton, LA. And LA almost pulled it off. They almost pulled it off, but I don't think this is the same Oilers team personally.
No, I think this is a better Oilers team.
Yeah.
So we have Vegas, Winnipeg, a rematch, but in swapped seeds.
Yeah. Like that's the other thing too about the trade deadline is like, man, someone like more often than not, everything you do at the deadline is going to be for nothing. Like one of Winnipeg, Vegas is gone. One of Dallas, Colorado, gone. One of Boston, Toronto, Florida, Tampa, gone. Right? Like something horrible is going to not work out for a bunch of teams this year, right? So that always blows my mind. So with Winnipeg, Vegas, like
that's insane. That's actually an insane series if it happens.
Yeah, either Vegas just blew up their future again for basically nothing, or Winnipeg. I mean, Winnipeg made some smart moves.
No, but I disagree with that because Vegas And you know what? I give the trade deadline edge to Vegas now, like pretty much outright too,
Sure.
because these moves are. I imagine Hanifin's going to get extended. Like if he doesn't, then that's a problem. But there should be a path to an extension there for Hanifin to be there long term. Thomas Hurdle is going to be locked up for term. So it's not like they went out and acquired rentals this deadline. They got guys that are going to be with them for a long time, minus Anthony Mantha, but they gave up what, a second and a fourth to get him.
Right.
So like it's not that they pushed all their chips in necessarily in the sense that like
Yeah, I guess,
they're
yeah,
not it's not a super risky deadline for them ultimately, which now
they'll have room to play.
yeah, for sure. And with Winnipeg, it's more of a risk deadline where Monahan's a UFA, if I'm not mistaken. Toffoli, I know, is definitely a UFA.
Yeah.
So they could just lose and lose everything that they traded out for a first round.
Monahan and Toffoli are both expiring. They're losing a bunch this year in the offseason to free agency, it seems. They actually have less cap space on the books than Vegas next year. That's interesting.
Yeah, so I think it's going to come down. Like Vegas won the series last year, so I mean, I still give them the edge, even though they're a wild card team, which is pretty wild to say. But
yeah,
I give them a slight edge here because you're banking on Connor Hellebuck to be outstanding, which he has been pretty much his entire career. But it feels like Nick Ehlers gets misutilized on this team a lot when there are other players available. Like he's never just given a chance to play in the top, like on the top line and top power play unit. And if you don't want to play him on the top power play unit, fine, but play him next to Mark Scheifele because he just works so well off of him. He really does.
Sure.
Like Kyle Connor gets a lot of preferential treatment that way when I feel like Ehlers, and this might be unpopular, I think Ehlers is the better player. It's slight,
right?
But I just like what Nick Ehlers does a bit more. Though Kyle Connor is also a tremendous player. Like they're both of a similar quality to me. I just like to see Ehlers get a fair shake on the top line with like Scheifele and Velarde. But I like Winnipeg overall. It's just hard to bet against Vegas.
Fair enough. Yeah. I'm so excited. The playoffs this year are going to be so much fun. I'm going to be glued to my television for like weeks on end. It's going to be crazy. Almost all of these series are bangers. Like they could be just absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Like all of the Western Conference matchups are going to be awesome. Like even Vancouver, Nashville, like that one could be closer than people think.
And it could be Vegas, Edmonton, right? Like that could be what happens.
It could be, man.
And then you get like LA, Winnipeg, and that'll be fun too because you have PL Dubois and Gabe Velarde, as well as the other guys that went their way in a series battling against each other. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
So let's just because I don't want to go through a hypothetical for absolutely everything here.
Sure. Yeah.
Who's your Cup favorite? Like, pick your West team, pick your East team, and then pick what the series is.
Ooh.
I've got mine in mind if you want me to go now, so you can take some time to think about it.
I will say I'm gonna go blue. I'm gonna go Rangers and Oilers. I think that's how somehow those teams are gonna be the ones that rise to the top. I don't know. Dude, the NHL playoffs never make any frickin' sense. They never make sense. Everybody thinks they know how it's going to go, and it never makes any sense. Very often, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I see Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers. They've been, on paper, great all year. Like, even when Jay Woodcroft was losing, they were playing great. They just could not stop a beach ball. The Rangers, if you get a good performance out of Shesterkin, I think the Rangers are going to have a tough series against like Florida or something.
I think they'll get killed by Florida if they were to get there, man.
Oh, I think they're going to want to play ball with Florida. Like that's going to be a grinding all out series. They're just going to kill each other.
I don't
That's just how they play.
Dude,
I don't know.
I don't even think the Rangers make it to the conference finals. Like they'll get out of I think they'll get past the first round. I don't trust them against Carolina though. I think Carolina would beat them. Personally,
that's fair. I think Carolina could be a team that that gets through them.
The biggest question
again
would be the goaltending on the end of Carolina, but I question the Rangers' ability to score at 5-on-5. And I know, like in the playoffs, right? And
Sure.
they'll get power plays, they'll get their chances, but it's just like, how many chances will they get against Carolina? Or Florida, right? It's Florida, I think, is the bigger challenge.
It's just I just keep going back to how different the playoffs are. I just go back and go, who are the teams that are going to obliterate you and the teams that are going to force the referees not to call penalties, right? Like, who are going to be those teams? It's not going to be Toronto. It's not going to be Philadelphia. I'm not even sure it's going to be Carolina.
It's not going to be Boston, I don't think. Honestly.
It's not going to. I mean, Boston will probably be closer to it,
but I don't think
it's going to be Tampa anymore. I don't know, but like, I look at it and go, I don't know. Like, Jacob Trouba, as he is now in the playoffs, is going to want to murder people. You know, but Ryan.
But Will, he's not that amazing of a player.
I know. I'm not saying he's good, but this is the NHL playoffs. He's going to skate around and try to kill everybody. And like, sometimes in the NHL playoffs, like, that's all you need. You just need a group of guys. Like, you break the rules all night long, every night. And you just break the other team, right? Like, you shut them down by just beating them to a pulp. And whoever is left standing at the end of it generally is the one that gets there. You know, like you said it, you're right. Like, the best team generally wins the Stanley Cup final. I think when it's two teams facing off against each other, you can kind of look at the better one. Like last year, Vegas versus Florida on paper. Yeah, Vegas looked like the better team. And in the finals, yeah, they looked like the better team. But Florida got there by pummeling everyone and counterattacking well. And I don't know.
But that's just Florida, right? Like, I think the Florida Panthers, that's why I think, for me, Florida's winning this year. Because they've gotten better, like much better than they were last year in terms of stringing together results. They still have what they had last year in terms of being this somewhat dirty team at times, like pushing the envelope. But the way they play, again, it's smothering, Will. It's like taking some of the best elements of the Colorado Avalanche and taking some of the best elements of what we saw out of the Tampa Bay Lightning from the previous cup runs and putting that together without the same level of star power as maybe both those teams. But just, they play with so much more speed than Tampa did. They play with so much more like rule-breaking intensity than Colorado did. I just look at the way Florida is as a unit, and I think it'll be Florida-Colorado in the finals, personally. But I think Florida wins it in 6 or 7. But I'm gonna go 7.
Yeah, I don't know. I love the Oilers. I don't know. They got vibes. I don't know what it is.
It's Connor McDavid. That's the only vibes you're getting, and maybe Zach Hyman. Because like, even Leon Draisaitl has not had the same level of season we would have expected out of him.
Right. But again, like, they've added some more supplementary offense. They are again, like, on paper, they are the team that controls possession more than anybody else in the league. And they have guys on their team who are physical. Like, they can sort of play that style of game. But again, like, I think we're both dancing around the fact there's like 5 or 6 teams that could probably make a really good push.
I think half the teams in the playoffs could make a really good push.
Lot of them, you could make an argument that they're going to get there.
Like, I think 6 of them come from the West. 2 of them come from the East that are teams that I really view as legitimate contenders. I think just on the outside of that, and a team that could unlock, and I've said it, like, could be way better, is Toronto if they're coached better. Like, I think they have the talent to win a cup. I'm just not sold on the way they play as a unit. So, there's 9 teams, I think, legitimately that can win the cup. Toronto being the biggest outside shot for me, for sure. But I think Colorado, Florida leads my list. Colorado is next. I would say, just because there's not as many teams that I'd be worried about in the East, Carolina is probably 3rd, and then Dallas at like 4th in terms of where I would feel like comfortable with ranking these as like the true contenders. But Vegas, how can I? It's hard to bet against a team like that that's made so many great moves and won last year too. I am incredibly fascinated at how this is going to shake out. I think this has been the best NHL season I've ever seen in terms of just. I feel so. It could go a lot of different ways, but I really don't think it's going the way of the New York Rangers will. I could see Edmonton a lot more as a potential option, but that's more on the back of Connor McDavid just being the greatest, like having the statement playoffs that solidifies him as the greatest player of all time potentially.
Right. I don't know. Again, I'm not using my logical brain. I'm using the NHL playoffs.
The reptile brain.
I'm using my reptile brain here. Like if it's like you can only fight the idea that the playoffs are dumb for so long. You just have to at some point go, you know what? If this is what the league wants, it's like arguing with a university professor who you think doesn't understand your long form answers. It's like, it doesn't matter. They're the ones grading you. They could be lying, cheating, stealing, coming after you, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, you got to figure out how to figure it out. And so I just go, you know what? Like, if teams are just going to run around and break the rules for 60 minutes a night every night, then the guys who are the teams that have guys that are willing to do that the most, right? I don't know. The best teams rarely win. We also got a super chat while we were chatting that Carolina versus Dallas makes a ton of sense as a final. Two deepest rosters in the league, the best forwards versus best defense. See, it makes so much sense that it's never going to happen. That's the thing about the NHL playoffs. Some things that make sense do not happen. You know,
I thought it was going to be, to be fair, and on your point, I thought it was going to be Colorado, Tampa in the finals 3 straight years, and I was only right once.
Yeah. Like the Stanley Cup playoffs are hard, and the game is different. The fundamentals of the game are different. It's basically a different sport, essentially, in a lot of ways. It's a different sport. Goals are scored differently. Players play differently. You know, it's so much more psychological. If you lose, it matters so much more. How do you counteract when guys are breaking the rules against you? How do you handle that, right? Like, it's such a psychological thing and such a different environment that the regular season, all it is you're waiting in line to buy a ticket to a concert. That's all you're doing. And you're hoping that the price of the tickets aren't so expensive that you can't afford it, right? All the rich people in line, they can afford it. They're going to go. It's cool. But you're haggling over the ones that are left over. And, you know, but if you get into the concert, if you get into the arena, you're just right there with them, right? Like, we'll see what happens, but the playoffs are always never what people expect them to be ever.
So on that note, I think it is time to wrap up.
Yeah, I think that the trades have seemed to have stopped so far. But of course, as soon as we sign off, something's going to happen.
Guys,
yes, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Very appreciated.
We were very happy and honored that you join us for what was it? We spent 5 or 6 hours almost. Like
5 hours.
That's ridiculous. And we've had a pretty strong viewership the entire time. So thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. And go Leafs go. Will, you finish off?
I guess. Thank you so much for joining us. This was a ton of fun. Definitely, like, I very much appreciate it. We're trying to make a bit of a strategic shift this year, going more towards NHL content, but obviously the prospect stuff will come in handy more and more and more as the year goes on from here. More and more fans, I imagine, will be coming here from teams that are just flunking themselves out of the contention. But yes, very much appreciated. Thank you very much, AJ. Thank you for all the hard work that you've done. It's been a grind, but we got there. Yep. Job is right, but we got there. And I guess we'll see you Monday night. And I'm sure that we'll have Sam in here if he's alive. And I'm sure he'll be very up to date on what's going on and have many takes that we can yell at him about, because we're the informed ones who've been here the whole time. But other than that, I will end with just shouting out our sponsors again. We're brought to you by Fanatics. You can use our affiliate link below or scan the QR code to provide a kickback to the show on everything you buy in the store. You can also go to Puck Preps, get all your NCAA and CHL prospect draft needs. You can also follow or help us out or help me out at Fractal Hockey Consulting, which is my business for hand-track targeted player analysis and recruitment packages for the NCAA and Europe and beyond, with plenty of solutions for any of your organization's needs. So you can check us out at fractalhockey.com. And of course, Scouching.ca, where you can get exclusive access to innovative data tools, early access to blog posts, of which there will be more down the stretch of the year, with tons of insight into draft prospects and players making their way into the NHL. So thank you so much. This was a lot of fun. And I'll, what do you?
And it gives us some money, some extra cash here.
Yes.
Well, it's true. The more money we can make off this, the better quality of content we can do, the more time we can dedicate to this kind of stuff. So any sort of donation, any sort of subscription, we'd really appreciate.
Well, before we go, Toronto traded Dmitriev Chinnikov.
Okay, they go in F tier.
Yeah, they go to the F. I don't know why Dmitriev Chinnikov would have been mentioned. I didn't see him at all.
Probably to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, probably. I don't know why he's listed. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter.
But yeah. Support us, please.
Well, yes. Please. Well, thank you very much, everybody. This was a lot of fun, and we'll see you Monday night. Bye.